And welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SEC Super Tour, live from the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints at beautiful Road America. Brian Bielanski here. Gregg Ginsberg is in and at Road America. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, my friend. How are you doing today on this fine Saturday morning?
I am doing fantastic, seeing a bunch of kitty litter being tossed about there at the exit of pit road as we get our first our first qualifying of the day underway. We had 6 qualifying sessions yesterday. We have 3 this morning. We're going to do those, and then right after that, we're going to get right to our racing action. Starting out this morning, Greg, with our prototype cars and FE2.
That's right. Formula Enterprises 2 and our Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 classes. This is their second qualifying session of the weekend, and the qualifying session that they had yesterday morning, as well as this qualifying session, will be used to set the grid for this group's 25-minute sprint race, which is going to be held a little bit later today. If you're interested and want to watch them race, they will be on track at 3 p.m. Central Time. That's 4 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon for their 25-minute timed sprint race. But as our drivers are heading out on track right now, let's take a look and see how qualifying wrapped up. We had 44 drivers in this class head out and set times yesterday morning. Fastest of the bunch was Todd Vanacore in his Prototype 1 Elan DPO2, and he's out of Ormond Beach, Florida. That is one of our Prototype 1 machines with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 2 seconds, .619. That was 78 hundredths of a second clear of Jim Davenport out of Alamo, California, also in an Elan DPO2. Most of the drivers here running in Prototype 1 are in Elans. We've got a few stores, and of course we've got that very special Win First Kohler machine, the 2-stroke Kohler, which when we saw smoke off the grid of one of the cars, I guarantee you it was that car of Jason Miller. But Chip Romer out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, was our third fastest machine in Prototype 1 at a 2:03.525. And speaking of fast, we're already having our first flying lap get underway here. In Prototype 2, Greg Gian in his store WF1 out of Westwood Springs, Illinois, he was your fastest driver with a 2:10.046. That was 14 hundredths of a second clear of Mike Rupert's store. Mike out of Hubertus, Wisconsin, so very close by Road America, the National Park of Speed. And then third fastest, Tim Day Jr. out of Scottsdale, Arizona, with a time of 2:11.706, 1.6 seconds off the pole. I should mention that we have 14 Prototype 1 drivers here this weekend, 10 Prototype 2 drivers, and we have 20 Formula Enterprise 2 drivers. And our fastest driver in qualifying 1 in Formula Enterprise 2 was Caleb Schrader out of Tigard, Oregon, qualifying time of 2:12.159, and we'll see him in Spec Racer Ford a little bit later today as well. Jason Conzo out of Great River, New York, only 83 thousandths of a second off of Schrader's qualifying provisional pole time for the class at a 2:12.242. Adam Jennerjohn, who for years had been racing in Formula V, now racing in Formula Enterprise 2 as well. He's out of Valencia, California, 2:12.793. The time then Andrew List and Steve Whitston, your top 5 in FE2.
And we are in the middle of our first of 3 qualifying sessions this morning, and weather is looking decent today. Supposed to get up to 87 degrees this afternoon. And, of course, it's humid because it's Wisconsin, 44% humidity. The only thing more prevalent in Wisconsin than the humidity, Greg, is the mosquitoes.
Yes, and the cheese. Yes. All right, here as we have now, and it looks as though our first drivers have started, or actually are working their now second flying laps. Let's take a look and see where we are. And actually here as I'm checking, there we go. Now we're starting to see sometimes come across the board. Todd Vanacore first across the stripe and complete his first flying lap. A 2:13.939 the time. So not that far off, actually. Well, yeah, that far off, about 10 seconds off of what he turned in yesterday. Jim Davenport at 2:14.362. And now jumping to the top of the board, Lee Alexander, who we've seen race in Formula Atlantic for so many years. He is in his store WFZ. He's out of Springfield, Tennessee. He puts in a 2:12.172, but we're starting to see times immediately drop here, Brian, as we're down already into the 2:10s in Prototype 1.
Yeah. It's chilly at the moment, chilly-ish. It's 69 degrees, so it'll take a lap or two to get a little bit of heat in the tires, but once that happens,
yes.
We've got this beautiful new racing surface. It's only a couple races old, and I understand that it still needs some rubber on it, so it's possibly a little slick this morning because of that. But things will improve pretty rapidly here time-wise, and of course as the temperature goes up.
Yeah, and Brian, interesting as we talk about the humidity. I think one of the offshoots that we have with the high humidity levels here at Road America is that we've had a lot of drivers over the course of the weekend break above that 103 decibel sound limit that all of our racers must adhere to.
Oh.
And Andrew List, driver of the number 61 FE2, has already cracked that limit once and has received a warning about it from the start stand. So he is likely going to have to. He's likely going to have to let out of the throttle just a bit. Oh, wow. Look at that coming through the kink, Brian.
That is
tank slapper.
Not the place you want that to happen.
No, certainly not.
Because if you lose it there, it is almost impossible to not impact something very hard.
No.
What a great save in that situation. I find it interesting, though, that a spec class is tripping the decibel meter.
Yes, and we saw it in a couple of other spec classes, even Spec Racer Ford yesterday, which
right.
is very surprising given the Spec Racer Fords. The spec goes down to even the packing that they have to put in the
right.
in the muffler cans themselves.
Right. So I find that to be odd. But anyway.
So here's something interesting, Brian. Very early on, Todd Vanacore is on the pit lane in the number 119 Elan DPO2. We'll also throw you a little bit. It's a green and black machine here today. Typically, Todd running a red Elan, and the good folks from Goodyear, they're doing a full 4-wheel tire change for that machine on the pit lane right now. The number 97 machine also just came down the pit lane. That is, I believe that it's one of our Prototype 2 machines. Indeed, Richard Coburn in his Nestendo currently ran 6th fastest yesterday in Q1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that move there for Todd Vanacore is to scrub in some tires for tomorrow, because there's no qualifying or warm-up tomorrow for them to do that. So he might be getting a second
right.
set on, get a heat cycle on them, let them sit overnight so they're ready for tomorrow's finale.
Yeah, I think that is likely the scenario here. All right, so let's take a look here, because, Brian, we are seeing much faster times now coming in, still nowhere near the fastest that was set yesterday by Todd Vanacore. In Prototype 1, Jim Davenport, currently your fastest driver on track at a 2:07.297. To compare, though, yesterday Jim was down in the mid 2:03s. So certainly these drivers still, I think, coming to grip with the grip levels here and trying to get some heat in their tires. Jean-Luc Leverato in his Elan DPO2, currently second fastest with a 2:10.054. In Prototype 2, and we're going to change that now as Chip Romer has just crossed the line, completed his third flying lap, puts in a 2:05.997. So we'll call that a 2:06 flat, with Davenport now at a 2:09.221. If we take a look at Prototype 2, it is currently Mike Rupert in his store, 2:13.872, and that is still 3.8 seconds off of Greg Gian's provisional pole time set yesterday. Bart Wolf in his Ligier out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, a 2:13.873, only 1/1000th of a second off of Rupert's times. Then Tim Day Jr., another 40 thousandths back from there. He is currently your third fastest driver, and Tim Day Jr. who was our third fastest driver yesterday, now goes to the top of the leaderboard in Prototype 2. He puts down a 2:12.895, but that is still 2.8 seconds off of the best time that Guyan put in yesterday. If we look over at Formula Enterprises 2, Caleb Schrader, who is your provisional pole sitter coming into the day, he's now at a 2:13.558. Yesterday, a 2:12.15. His fastest time, Jason Conzo, looking to beat that 2:12.159 at the moment. He's only at a 2:13.558. Probably a 2:13.665, about a tenth off of Conzo's time. Steve Wixton, your third fastest driver in Formula Enterprises 2 at a 2:14.323.
I'm just trying to, honestly, I'm in awe of the of the absolute beautiful green grass and the fantastic camera angles and sunlight, Bill. There's sunlight.
There is a reason, Brian, why this is called the National Park of Speed.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely amazing ground here. And, as I've talked to a lot of the staff here over the last couple of days, they have put in every single year. There's a new capital improvement to improve the ground. This year, there are new spectator areas on the outside of the carousel. Always working to improve the facility here after 70 plus years.
Yeah, definitely. This is the track I did my first driver's school on, Greg. So, and I grew up about an hour and a half, 2 hours from Road America. So, holds a very special place in my heart here to have the honor here to do the first live stream for SCCA from Road America, and to be part of the team here to do this. Just such a cool opportunity to see my home state, my home track shine here.
All right, Brian, so we just had the 94 machine of Daryl Schaff come down the pit lane. He received 4 new tires from the folks at Goodyear. We now have on the pit lane the number 68 machine of John McAleer, who is having the Goodyear folks look over, check tire pressures for him. Looks like no change of tires there. Just checking the state of those tires. We had heard that earlier in the weekend during the test day that some of these prototype cars were having some issues with abnormal tire wear on this newly paved surface. So definitely something that we're going to have to watch over the course of a 25-minute race, and certainly during tomorrow's June Sprints Championship race, the 13-lap races here, something we're going to want to watch. But let's do this, Brian. We're now just about halfway through our first of 3 qualifying sessions this morning. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 9. That's GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, T1, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid. And Brian, before we take that break, looks like we had a pretty big off coming out of the carousel there, over by the bridge, and trying to determine if we still have a car there.
Well, he continued.
Yeah, it looks like it did. Yeah, it looks like it did continue on. So let's do this. Let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Road America, the National Park of Speed, and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to I got to get the name right, Bill, the WeatherTech 2023 Chicago Region June Sprints. We're in our first qualifying session of the day, group number 7. This is our prototype cars and our FE2 cars. And just before we went to break, we had a car go off and make at the exit of the carousel right there. And as you can see, off to the right of your screen, that's all of the, I'm guessing it was like advertising billboards, because they were being blown around by the cars that came through after them. A nice self-clearing incident, but it looks like all is good there. And we're back to racing or qualifying here with about 8 minutes left in the session.
Yeah, Brian, and while we were going to break, we've had some big changes here. Lee Alexander out of Springfield, Tennessee, he's been swapping fast lap times with Jim Davenport, and Lee Alexander is your new provisional pole sitter here for this entire group. Turned in a 2:02.147 just a moment ago, and that is almost a half second clear of Vanacor's previous provisional pole time set yesterday morning of a 2:02.6. Jim Davenport now with a 2:02.184, only 37 thousandths of a second off of Alexander, and then Vanacor about 1.6 seconds off of the provisional pole. In Prototype 2, it is Tim Day Jr., and Tim Day Jr. now with a fast time of 2:10.125. That still has not bested Greg Guyan's provisional pole time set yesterday of a 2:10.046. We've got Mike Rupert, though, second fastest in the class currently at a 2:10. Fastest time today at 2:10.448. He was about 0.3 of a second faster yesterday. And in Formula Enterprises 2, it is still Caleb Schrader who's got a stranglehold on the class. Qualifying time right now for him at 2:12.661. Still about a half second off of where he was yesterday, with Jason Conzo second fastest both yesterday and today. Adam Jennerjohn yesterday turned in a 2:12.793, but Andrew List, a 2:13.345. He now moves up to third fastest over 2 qualifying sessions.
Lots of action at the top of this leaderboard, Greg. 2 minutes flat. Look at that, Bill. Look, I just called you Bill again. I'm doing research on Bill Mitchell. I was trying to figure out what the Bill Mitchell connection was here at the racetrack. And I think you look like a Bill anyway, Greg. So anyway, lots of action.
Call me Ray, or you can, yeah.
That's right, exactly. Almost just a slight bit under 2:01, and that's a pretty good lap, Greg.
Yeah, that is a very good lap, and again, what are likely the fastest machines that we're going to see here on track, is we've got a car off on the outside of turn 14. Where we've seen a number of drivers slide off, and usually turning in a little early. We'll get the number on that machine here just in a moment as he's coming up the Road America straight, and I believe it was the number 37 from Brendan. I thought it was the 33. We'll take a look here, but I'm going to go with what he says. Yeah, I think it was the 33 of Rod Rice in the Elan DPO2 out of Dallas, Texas.
I will tell you, Greg, after watching last weekend's IndyCar race here from Road America, all of where our guys are going off is exactly where all the IndyCar guys had problems.
Always.
Exit of 14, exit of 3, coming out of carousel. classic spots where the grippage doesn't work as well as the brainage would like it to, you're going to see that for probably the rest of the weekend.
All right, Lee Alexander in the number 48 Prototype 1 store. He's on the pit lane. The folks from Hoosier checking over his tires currently. Doesn't look like any new tires are going on, but they're checking pressure to see how those cars are holding up. Now, we did get some feedback from our great friend James Candelaria, driver of the Touring 1 Chevy Corvette. And what he was telling us was that out on the track there is a much more pronounced crown to the surface in many places. For example, coming down, making the run down into turn number 5 than there had been previously. And we've seen in a lot of places where drivers are getting caught out, like here, right at turn 5, where we've got a local caution. One of our prototype drivers has put the car around, and looks like they're going to try to use that runoff to get around that car.
So Greg, that's the second car that's gone off here. I wonder if someone's put on a little bit of oil this morning. That car came straight off, a FE2 car came straight off here just when you started talking about the Candelaria discussion. And I haven't seen that car get back on, but it went off really fast. So.
Yeah, like I said, there's this issue now where the track really crowns in that area there, and if you can come across the crown, and if you try to go into your braking zone there and come across that crown, it can really loosen a car up considerably. Also, especially with these prototype cars, as low to the ground as they are, and when they get sucked down even lower because of the ground effects on them, it can certainly create problems. Also, what you'll find is most of the curbing here at Road America post repave is new as well. And for example, at turn 5, where it used to raise up a little bit, it actually is countersunk down into the pavement and can create some issues when drivers try to open that corner up in particular. So it's something that we will definitely watch, but that corner is so critical, as so many here are, because you have to make that run up the hill to turn 6, and drivers are just trying to carry as much speed through that 90-degree turn as always.
One other thought process on these tire changes, Greg, is we've got a new track surface.
Right.
And it's possible that they're trying a different compound just to see if one compound's working better than the other. And that's especially because with these slick tires here that we use in the open wheel classes, they do have multiple compounds to choose from. Some of the other classes, you've got one choice and one choice only. So that may also be what's going on here.
All right, Brian, so we've got just about 2 minutes left to go in this session. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. That's GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, T1, and American Sedan. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, so let's take a look and see where we stand here, as sounds like the number 2 machine is going to be getting the soundboard in just a moment here, and I believe that 2 car, and I believe that number 2 car is actually another one of our Formula Enterprise 2 machines. But let's take a look here. Caleb Schrader has now dropped into the 211s, and he has extended his lead over the rest of the Formula Enterprise 2 field by almost 4/10. Still at John, though, who's our new second fastest runner to 212. 279. He has about a 300th of a second advantage over Jason Conzo, who was second fastest coming into the day. Gabe Fairbach, who we had on sitting in with us at Watkins Glen just a few weeks ago. Fairbach out of Ferdinand, Indiana, currently your 4th fastest driver in Formula Enterprises 2. And Lee Alexander continues with that 2-minute time here in Prototype 1 at 2:20, probably a 2-minute.559, 1.3 seconds clear of Chip Romer, who now has a 2:01.933 in the books. And in Prototype 2, it's Tim Day Jr., who is down to a 2:09.175. And that is good enough for a provisional pole in Prototype 2, with Greg Ginsberg, who was our fastest driver coming into the day yesterday, at a 2:09.8. As the checkered flag now, Brian, coming out on the session.
So I just got a text from Jay Chapman from Goodyear, Greg. A little bit of both as far as scrubbing in tires and compound testing. His comment to me is the surface is challenging to say the least. So they're all trying to get a handle on this. It's essentially a new racetrack. So that's some good information that we're able to get there, and real-time info here.
All right, so with the checkered flag out, drivers are on their last flying laps. Of course, flying laps here will count. We have a number of drivers that we can see now calling off those final flying laps and heading up the pit lane. And I believe we have a few drivers that are off track right now. The 7-0 car is located off in the gravel, and I'm trying to find out what turn that is at. That is Mark Grab in Formula Enterprises 2 out of Iowa City, Iowa. We have another car that is dead stick off track, and I think that elicited that early, slightly early checkered flag on the session. Only brought out, about 30 seconds early. But here, let's take a look now as we've got the final cars now, I believe, coming on to, we've got one more coming up the Road America straight right now, and that is the 145 of Brian Yates. And I believe that is going to be the remainder of the field. So let's take a look here. In Formula Enterprises 2, Caleb Schrader, your fastest driver with a qualifying time of 2:11.876. Then your second fastest driver, and I'm trying to do a little bit of math here. Jason Conzo yesterday turned in a 2:12.242, and that is about 0.03 of a second clear of the 2:12.279 that Adam Jennerjohn put in today. So it's going to be Conzo second fastest over the two qualifying sessions in Formula Enterprises 2. Then Adam Jennerjohn third. And then let's take a look. Andrew List was our fourth fastest driver yesterday at 2:13.4. And Gabe Fairbach today a 2:13.021. So he's qualified fourth in Formula Enterprises 2. Andrew List a 2:13.345 today. And let's move over to Prototype 2, where Tim Day Jr. with the qualifying time at 2:09.175 is your pole sitter, or should be your pole sitter for today's race. And then Greg Guyan, second fastest. Mike Rupert then third. And then we've got Bart Wolf in his Ligier. The top three cars all store WF1s. Then we've got the Ligier. And then I believe we've got Vaughn Scott out of Royal Oak, Michigan in his Hidari Firefly, machine that I've been watching him as he's built that car out of his garage for years upon years. All right, and then as we then circle back to Formula Enterprises 2, Caleb Schrader with a 2:11.876. Oh, actually, we already talked about Formula Enterprises 2.
We did.
So let's do this, Brian. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 8, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan. Race group number 8, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan drivers. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. Your qualifying session is next. And so let's take a quick break, Brian, and we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, it's the big ground pounders here at a track that seemingly was built for them, the National Park of Speed. You are listening to the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we'll be right back.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Event later tonight at the Cruising Track Motorplex. So spectators are available from 9 until 2. $25 for rides, $60 for 3 rides, and $250 for unlimited pass. That is available at the Cruising Track Motorplex 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. today inside the carousel. Don't forget to check out the new beach over outside the carousel, so you can trail on the outside of Caves 9 and 10. Nice safe path for you if you haven't checked it out.
Checked it out yet. There's palm trees, tiki bar back there, and much more. So check out the beach back outside the carousel on the west side of our beautiful 640-acre facility. Help keep Road America beautiful this weekend by limiting your campfires as well. We are under very dry and almost drought-like conditions here in the state of Wisconsin, so please be mindful of your campfires as well. out on the grid to get going for their second qualifying session of the afternoon. So what does our day look like today here at Road America? Well, we've got Group 1 race coming up at 10:05 this morning. So we will start racing at 10:05 this morning with Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. That's at 10:05 this morning. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Experimental with the split start coming up at Group 2. And then Spec Miata is at 11:25. We'll break for lunch at noon. And then Groups 4 through 9 throughout the afternoon. So we will be straight on through about 5 o'clock this afternoon with on-track activity. So let's have a great day here at America's National Park for Speeding. And my name is Eric Miller. I'll be joining you in between sessions here. Brian and Greg take you through each of the session calls. And Group A qualifying on the way. We're set to have a good day. You can also join their stream at scca.com/live. You can also listen to the PA at 87.9 FM. And you can also find the audio stream from the PA on the brand new Road America app. That's right. Go to the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store and find Road America and download the link. You've got live cameras as well as the track PA audio, frequently asked questions, links to Road America merchandise, and so much more at the new Road America app. Download it now wherever your mobile device has connectivity. Group A qualifying on the way next to America's National Park Speed.
And welcome back, everybody, to the National Park of Speed, the park that Cliff Tufte built, Road America, for the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and joining me, as always, here, Brian Bielanski. And Brian, it's time to bring the noise to the Kettle Moraine.
That's right. Bring in the noise, bring in the funk, folks. Here comes our Crown Pounders. Always one of my favorite groups of the weekend. And the other thing I like about the group of cars that we've got here is just the diversity. Corvettes, yes. Mustangs, Dodge Challengers, Porsches, Dodge Vipers, McLarens. I mean, if you like supercars, fast cars, this is the class for you.
This is definitely the place to be. All right, so as our drivers are heading out on track on their out lap now, let's quickly take a look back to yesterday morning's qualifying session for these drivers, where the fastest driver of the session was the driver of the number 31 GT1 Chevy Corvette out of Heartland, Wisconsin, Dave Rouleau, with a qualifying time of 2:06.987, 1.3 seconds clear of the rest of the GT1 field. Cliff Evan in his Ford Mustang out of Appleton, Wisconsin, was your second fastest driver with 2:08.376. Adam Romito in that awfully mean Dodge Challenger out of Opelika, Alabama, a 2:13.318. And Joe Koenig, and your reigning national champion, repeating national champion in the class, driving his Mercedes AMG GT3. He was fifth fastest yesterday in GT1. In GT2, our fastest driver, Danny Bender, in his TA2 Chevy Camaro out of North Fork, Illinois, with a 2:17.575. You remember I think probably one of the most controversial finishes of the 2022 National Championship runoffs at VIR was the finish of the GT2 race with Danny Bender and Angelo Appolante. But today, just Danny Bender is here from that pair. Again, qualifying time 2:17.575. Jared Odrick in his Porsche 911 Cup car from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, was only 21 thousandths of a second off of Bender's times, over 4 miles and 14 turns. Then Jonathan Stark in his Dodge Viper out of Caledonia, Michigan. He's got so much seat time here at Road America. Jonathan was your third fastest driver with a 2:18.180. That is about 6/10 of a second off of provisional pole. In GT3, just a single GT3 machine. And that is George Shishon out of Caledonia, Illinois at 2:38.728. 2 GTX machines. And we've got a car off, and that was coming out of turn number 7, and it looks like he may be putting some oil down, and we, of course, saw the smoke coming out of it, and he's going to work back onto the track surface here.
Yeah, hashtag
and we'll get the number. And, and you can see the trail of oil coming down behind that machine, and we're trying to get the number on that machine. That is one of our American Sedan cars, and I believe we'll have to see if I think that might be the 177 of Philip Waters, but we'll try and get the number on that machine here in just a moment. But in GTX, Ray Ramirez in his McLaren, Eric Polipchuk in his BMW, are 2 drivers, about a 10-second gap between them. And then we've got T1, James Candelaria, your fastest driver yesterday in his Chevy Corvette. Hopefully we'll have some onboards from James here today. It looks like that machine now is pulled off finally, coming out of the carousel on the run down to the kink. Bill Baton in his Camaro, second fastest Paolo Salvatore, in about 3 seconds, separating Candelaria back to Salvatore, and Ann Doherty in her Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport in 4th. And then in American Sedan, Andy McDermott in his Ford Mustang yesterday at 2:29.922, almost 9 seconds up on the rest of the American Sedan field. Kyle Jones was your second fastest driver, Matt Reagan third.
Yeah, part of the problem with that smoker is that it, oiled down possibly a good portion of the racetrack while trying to get back to pit lane. The problem is here it's a 4-mile racetrack, so
yes,
you got to have a lot of extra quarts of oil in that car to get you all the way around 4 miles. So I wished you would have pulled up a little bit earlier, but hey, it is what it is. I will say that we do have several of my favorite place names in this group. We've got the Opelika, Alabama, which is always a good one. And I scroll back through here. I've lost my mouse. Never mind. I'll talk later about it. Glen Beulah, Wisconsin.
Yes.
Another great name.
Sammamish, Washington, of course.
And Sammamish, Washington.
That's
so
right.
We've got them all in here, all in one group, getting them out of the way. And that would have been a long way to get around with a car that may not have as much oil in it as it did when it started. So, that's.
All right, so we were talking a moment ago about our T1 provisional pole sitter, James Candelaria, and like I said, we hope that we have some onboard from him, but he's on the pit lane right now, and he's, I think, looking for his crew on the pit lane as he's jumping from pit stall to pit stall here. So hopefully he'll get that worked out. No one with a big lollipop there to point him into the right stall.
The crew's getting a bratwurst.
That could be.
They'll be back eventually.
It's either that or, I keep referring back to Days of Thunder, either that or the crew's all having ice cream.
That's right.
George Tishon, our only GT3 racer, he is currently on the pit lane, is number 39, third gen RX-7. And so let's take a look here as we now have, at least with the GT1 field, and actually a good portion of the field now, with a single flying lap in the books. And Adam Ramito, currently your fastest driver on track with his Dodge Challenger. And the time for him, a 2:11.832. And, that's about 5 seconds off of Dave Rullo's times from yesterday. So, again, these drivers, especially with these big, wide slicks, they definitely take some extra time to get some heat in them.
Want to say good morning to our friends in the chat. Our associate producers, Devin Haynes, checking in from London, Ontario, nestled beautifully between Detroit and Toronto. RGL Motorsports is here. Thomas Smolinski, Brian Straczynski. We got a Smolinski, a Straczynski, and a Bielanski, and a Kaczmarek. Where are the pierogies, people?
That's right. Well, we're going to have to find out soon because we might have Brian Straczynski in the booth with us a little bit later today to, I think, talk about either today or tomorrow to talk about some Formula V here. So we'll see if that is and Brendan is saying he's got them. So. So
nice.
you guys will have to share definitely. I didn't get to be my size without without having some tasty Polish treats. All right, let's take a look here as we have a few more drivers that have now completed their second flying lap. Dave Rouleau, who was our fastest driver in GT1 yesterday, now puts in a 2:07.318. That is about 0.4 off where he was yesterday. And again, then we've got Ramito with a 2:11.832. He did not improve on this last time around. The son Joe Koenig at a 2:15.058. And Rick Dittman in GT2. Your fastest driver currently is Josh Carlson in his Ford Mustang. The Princeton, Iowa driver has a 2:16.917 currently, and that is about a little bit more than half a second underneath the provisional pole time that Danny Bender turned in yesterday. Then our second fastest driver, Michael Williams, in a 911 Cup car. The Fairview, Texas driver has a 2:18.323, and that is that would have been good for fourth fastest based on the times from yesterday. So he's still got a little time to find there. Jared Odrick, our third fastest driver in this session, at a 2:18.340. Quite a bit off of where he was yesterday, about 0.8 of a second off of his times from yesterday. In American Sedan, again, Andy McDermott with really a stranglehold on the rest of the field here. Kyle Gilbert, our second fastest driver in the class, 6.5 seconds back from McDermott. Then Kyle Jones, another 1.1 seconds back from there. And I believe the driver that we have parked over there, coming underneath the bridge out of the carousel, is the 177 of Philip Waters, the Chevy Camaro. We have actually three Camaros in the American Sedan field, and both Sam Daniels and Philip Waters did not turn in even a time for their out lap. So it could be either one of them. Daniels is in the number 1 Camaro, but I'm pretty certain from the color of that car, from the dark blue color, that it was Philip Waters' machine. In GTX, Ray Ramirez 9 seconds up on Eric Polipchek. And in Touring 1, Mark Bowden, many-time world champion, SCCA national champion. I think it's like we're talking the NFL or something here. Bowden driving the Mercedes-AMG GT4 that he has campaigned for the majority of the year at 2:23.693. And that is not quite down to the 2:22 that Candelaria set yesterday. Ann Doherty, our second fastest driver, in the low 25s, along with Bill Baton. Those two drivers are about 0.03 of a second apart.
Yeah, and it seems as though everybody's getting through that area that was oiled down without any issues, so I'm glad for that. We have another car off here at the exit of 14. Very commonplace for that to happen. And that driver is going to continue on up the big hill. It's a little easy to get up that hill in these big fast V8, V6 cars, Greg, but you want to start with some momentum.
Yes, exactly. And that was the 139 machine of Bill Baton in his Chevy Camaro that went off at 14. Currently, your fourth fastest driver in the session in Touring 1.
And as we saw earlier in the previous session, just all these times will keep creeping down here as we get to the last 10 minutes of this race here, coming up here in a minute or two, or of this qualifying session. Getting more temperature in the tires, getting more rubber on the racetrack, brand new racing surface which our friends at Jay Chapman from Goodyear said they're trying to figure out tire compounds. This is one of those classes where the tire compounds can be changed from on these cars because they're using most of them are using slick tires. So a little experimentation going on to kind of figure out what the secret sauce is here as they get ready to get to racing this afternoon. Racing will start at 10:05 a.m. Central Time approximately. So we've got to wrap up this qualifying session. We'll get one more qualifying session in, and then we'll get to racing. Here is the Candelaria Corvette here coming down into turn 5 with an American Sedan car right in front of him.
Andy McDermott directly ahead of him, no doubt driving one-handed. If anybody has seen seen McDermott's videos around this track, it's pretty amazing how he does it.
But there we got, you see that blue car going around now. That was Candelaria going around that Mustang. And yeah, it's just, getting things going. There he is again. That first blue car coming through. I'm sorry, the second blue car there is the Mustang, or the Corvette.
All right, and Brian, so we just had Dave Rouleau, who's our fastest driver here this session and in yesterday's session as well, bring the car down the pit lane and head back to the paddock. So this might be a pretty good time as we're about halfway through this qualifying session. We'll make a first call to the grid for our next group and then take a little break. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 9, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under drivers. This is your first call to the grid. So Brian, let's take a quick little break. Thanks some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the coverage here this weekend of the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is in Wisconsin at the racetrack.
Yes, I am.
We are bringing you all the action here. We'll have one more qualifying session after this one, Greg, and then 9 races today and 9 races tomorrow. One of the classic events. We've talked about the racetrack, though, Greg, and 68 consecutive years here with the June Sprints. And for many people back in the day, this was their runoffs. They would come here and make this their big event of the year. And it is just a fantastic event, always has been, put on by the Chicago region. And
Yeah, and I believe, Brian, the numbers that I heard earlier were we have somewhere around 430 entrants this weekend here.
Nice.
So I certainly the largest of our Super Tour events over the course of the year. And I'm sure, as many people know, and if you haven't heard, in 2024, the National Championship runoffs will be returning to Road America. And I would expect this event will be absolutely huge and a true testing ground and harbinger of things to come during the runoffs here next year.
Right, assuming that the schedule remains the same as we have this year. It's not often that you get to have the final race of the season before the runoffs at the same track as the runoffs.
That's right.
So it is going to be, I would venture to guess, 400 will get shattered next year with a whole lot more entries as people try to get their first races in and or their practice session in for the runoff. So.
Indeed. All right, so we've got some changes here. Dave Rullo still sits atop GT1 with that qualifying time of 2:07.318, but Jonathan Start in his Dodge Viper goes to the top of the leaderboard in GT2. He threw down a 2:16.821, and that was almost 0.7 of a second faster than the time Danny Bender finished up yesterday's qualifying session with. Bender has also gotten faster. He's now at a 2:16.871, only 0.05 of a second off of Jonathan Start's times. Joshua Carlson in his Ford Mustang out of Princeton, Iowa, not all that far back from there. He's at a 2:16.971, so only 96 thousandths of a second separate our top three drivers, and then about 0.3 back to Michael Williams.
We were just on that shot of the exit of the kink there. You can tell the respect that these drivers have for that corner because done right, you're flat out through the kink, and you're tracking out onto that curbing on the left there, and you are just right on the razor's edge of disaster when you do it that way. But that is how you put a fast lap in here at Road America.
That is. We see a number of drivers coming up the pit entrance here, looking like they are calling the session off. And one of the ones I've been watching for a little while, Brian, is our sole GT3 racer. Now coming onto the pit lane, that is George Chichon in his Mazda RX-7. And you can see quite a bit of smoke coming out of that machine. He was trying to stay offline and let drivers by, but it looks like that machine definitely having some issues. He's already been down the pit lane twice. Right. And I suspect that this may be the end of the session for him. We also just had the GTX McLaren of Ray Ramirez come down the pit lane, and he is not heading to a pit stall. Looks as though his session likely done.
Yeah. That camera at the entrance to pit lane there has smell-o-vision, and that's oil coming out of that car.
And surprise, George Chichon, he's got his index finger out the window, pointing that he's going back to the paddock. Although I'm having flashbacks to when I was 12 playing Spy Hunter in the arcade. As we see now coming through the kink. Here, and actually you'll see there's quite a bit of smoke, Brian, going along the lines of the respect the kink, and you'll notice where that dirt is coming from. It's coming from the entrance in the apex, not from the exit.
So this was the shot I was telling you about. If you're really on it here, you're tracking out onto those yellow, like that car did. That's on it, folks. That is the fast way through. And you'll notice the ones you tried. You might try it 1 or 2 laps and say, okay, I've done enough now.
Well, we saw yesterday a number of drivers who went that route, and they didn't make it to the end of the qualifying.
Well, and part of it is that in 6 months or a year from now, there'll be a lot of rubber on that curve, which is really helpful. Without the rubber, it can be a little scary. But the more drivers go out and do it, you're going to get that rubber and get more confidence in it. And this corner is all about confidence. Confidence in your car, confidence in your driving ability, confidence in your tires. If you have that confidence, you hang it out there, and you can really put down a good one.
Yeah, and where we saw drivers were having issues yesterday coming through the kink, typically they were not the sole car going through the complex there. Was very, very often when it was when you were the trailing car and maybe the car ahead of you did not have that same amount of commitment, wasn't carrying the same amount of speed post apex, and you saw drivers actually having to let slightly out of the throttle post apex at the exit there, which shifted all the weight forward on the car, pulled all the weight off the back of the car, and that's when things got loose and the rear end went around. So we'll definitely be watching for that more here today, especially when we get into some of our races where the cars are very draft dependent, like the Spec Miata, like the Spec Racer Ford as well.
Right.
As Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I was
sorry.
just going to say, we've got a car off here on the right. That looks like it might be one of the Porsches, possibly. We'll try to get a number on that eventually. What I was going to say, Greg, is that throughout the year, I've been looking at the hometowns of the drivers at our different tracks to see if, there's a local track advantage. And a lot of times there has not been. But I think with the new track surface here, knowing this racetrack is really, really helpful today because of that. And if I look at the top 10 here, you look at the hometowns: Heartland, Wisconsin; Appleton, Wisconsin; Lincolnshire, Illinois; Seville, Ohio; Tomah, Wisconsin; Glenville, Illinois; Wilmette, Illinois; Caledonia, Michigan. This would be a fairly local track for all those, and that's almost 7 of the top 10 drivers. I really think knowing and having a lot of time here at Road America is going to be helpful this weekend.
All right, tell you what is hopefully we're going to be jumping back to James Candelari's on board here in a second. Let me make a second call to the grid, Brian, for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 9, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid. Race group 9, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid as we're trying to get back on board here with James Candelaria. And unfortunately, I think he's in the section of the track, Brian, going through Bill Mitchell Bend, where we have probably the worst cell coverage of the entire facility. I know my phone has issues every time I go down there. And Candelaria now coming up the hill, coming up that huge hill at the Road America Straight, coming towards the start-finish line.
Yeah, this is, as you can see, he's hitting 145. He'll hit 150 here before he gets to the braking zone here. Hard braking before you make the right-hand turn. You're going to come in, touch that curb on the left, and then track out. This is another area where a lot of cars went off last week in an IndyCar race. Now it's downhill. This doesn't feel like it's so downhill when you're in the car, but we saw it from our camera. It's pretty significantly downhill into 3. He comes around, taps the inside there, taps the outside. Now it's just the long, lumbering trip down through turn 4 here under the bridge. This feels like forever to get down from turn 3. Maybe not so much in a Corvette, but in a Spec Racer Ford or in a Sports Renault when I did it, it felt like it was like forever to get to turn 5. And now, as you said, there's that new crown, Greg, in the track here, which might cause some problems as they come into turn 5. And that was just some really cool camera video there.
Yeah, definitely. So as Candelario is going underneath the Corvette bridge in his Chevy Corvette, Brian, the checkered flag was displayed, and it'll be displayed to all following drivers. Candelaria, of course, started that last lap prior to the checkered flag coming out, so he's got one more chance, one more opportunity here to read. Well, he's already got fast lap of the session in Touring 1. He is bested Mark Bowden, so he's looking to improve upon a 2:21.944, which is almost 95, almost a full second faster than Mark Bowden's times here. And we're just going to take a look. So Bowden put in a 2:22.902. That is faster than Bill Baton did yesterday. That is faster than Paolo Salvatore did yesterday. So Mark Bowden should be starting second in T1 next to Candelaria unless he can improve upon it. I believe Bowden took his car back behind the wall already. Jonathan Anderson with a 2:23.697. That is going to be good enough for him to leapfrog. He came into the day 5th fastest in T1. That'll move him up to 3rd fastest, and then Ann Doherty should hold steady 4th fastest in Touring 1. If we go and look at American Sedan, Andy McDermott again, will start on pole in that class in his WeatherTech Ford Mustang. Then, and I'm trying to do the little merge in my mind here. Kyle, the question is it Kyle Gilbert or is it Kyle Jones? I believe we will have Kyle Gilbert starting second in American Sedan, then Kyle Jones, and then Matt Regan, and we'll have to see as Sam Daniels and Phil Waters did not complete a single lap here. In GTX, Ray Ramirez, your fastest driver, again for the second day in a row with Eric Polipchek, second fastest. The McLaren with a 220.469, almost 9 seconds clear of Polipchek's BMW. In GT3, George Shishon, we'll have to see if he makes the grid. He was our sole GT3 racer, but obviously that RX-7 having some issues. Then in GT2, and this is one that slipped by me here, Brian. Moving to the top of the leaderboard in this session, Justin Elder out of Lakeville, Minnesota, in his Chevy Camaro, a 2:16.674. The fast time, and almost 9 seconds clear of what Danny Bender ran in qualifying yesterday. Then Jonathan started at 2:16.821, then Danny Bender, and then Josh Carlson. All of those drivers in the 2:16s, they're your top 4 in what is a 12-car class. And then finally in GT1, Dave Rulo, second day in a row, your fastest driver on track. He did not beat his times from yesterday. Yesterday he ran a 2:06.987. Today a 2:07.270. But Cliff Eben definitely improved, but still your second fastest GT1 driver in his Ford Mustang. He's out of Appleton, Wisconsin. And then Adam Ramito. And let's take a look who's going to start fourth in GT1. Yesterday, Joe Koenig was our fourth fastest driver. He had a 2:14.122, but things so much faster today, Brian. Rick Dittman in his Chevy Corvette out of Lincolnshire, Illinois, a 2:11.249. So that's going to be your top 4 in GT1, and also a 12-car field.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to get ourselves wrapped up here for this session and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have qualifying for STL and STU. Do you want to make one more call to grid, Greg, before we do that?
We can do that. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 9. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, your qualifying session. The last qualifying session of the weekend is next. Race group number 9. This is your final call to the grid.
All right. When we come back, we'll have another qualifying session. Then racing starts at 10:05 Central Time. Approximately. Stay with us for that. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back.
Slight delay for some cleanup continuing, and it sounds like there's also a little bit of gravel on the outside of turn 11. Kink taking care of some of the areas around the race course. A couple cars off at the conclusion of that session over in the 13 area. Just came off into the cutout as well as turn 1 down in turn 3. So several seemingly innocuous breakdowns, unfortunately, throughout the area. So they're taking care of that at the session. Slightly delayed for Route 9 qualifying. Less than 5 minutes has been given to the grid. So we should be on the way shortly for our final qualifying session of the weekend. Route 9 qualifying. Coming up here from American National Conference Speed. Actually, 3 minutes has been given to the grid, so just about time to get underway.
We do have cars. We are back here at the 68th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, getting ready for our final qualifying session of the weekend. And this is our STL cars, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light. We've got a good field here this weekend of these cars. 23 are registered. We're going to get some qualifying in here, and then we're about half hour or so away from racing, Greg.
That's it. We're getting close to our first dash races, first sprint races of the weekend here at the June Sprints. And Brian, let's take a look back as these racers are on their out lap right now at the first qualifying session that was held yesterday morning for them. Our fastest racer on track yesterday, driving the number 72 STU BMW 330i out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, was Tom Noble with a time of 229.913. But it was not until you got to the 9th fastest driver overall, Nick Pekarski. He was your second fastest STU driver, almost 12 seconds off of Thomas Noble's provisional pole time. He's driving a Mazda MX-5. He's out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Our 2nd through 8th fastest drivers in yesterday's session, all driving STL machines, headed up by two-time national champion in the class, Danny Stain, in his Mazda MX-5. He's out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He had a qualifying time of 2:33.3 2:23.99. And then we had Steven Johnson out of Stillwell, Kansas in a Mazda Miata, almost 4 seconds off of Staines' times at 2:37.343 was the time. And then only 0.05 of a second back from there was Mike Taylor out of Cumming, Georgia in his Acura Integra. And Mike looking for some good luck this weekend. The car's been running very strong. He's got that brand new Jesse Prather Motorsports engine underneath the hood of his Acura Integra. Then Greg Blasser in a Mazda Miata out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, was your fourth fastest driver in STL. Ryan Harrison then fifth fastest, also in a Mazda Miata. But we've got a good mix of racers. We've got Sean Duncan in his Honda Civic hatchback, as well as Caleb Patry in his Acura RSX. And Patry just got his competition license last year. Had some issues with the car during the test day. They worked to put a new transmission in that car after they lost fourth gear and actually missed a good portion of that first qualifying session. So he's looking to find some speed here. But if we jump back over to STU, we talked about Noble and Pekarski. Alan Orban was your third fastest driver in a Dodge Neon SRT, and he was almost 14 seconds off the pole. Just as I was talking about Caleb Patry, he was bringing the car up the pit lane on his outlap, and so he may be having some more transmission issues with that Acura RSX.
Yeah, that could be the case. We'll keep an eye on that. Patrick Lipsinick in the chat. Greg asks, how are the times compared with the old track records with the new pavement? I think you were telling us earlier, right, that not much new track records yesterday, but it seems like cars are going a lot faster today, right?
Yeah, certainly. So yesterday, and we saw drivers underneath the track record yesterday in Spec Racer Ford and Spec Miata classes where, and they were taking advantage of it in qualifying, where the draft is very, very important. A lot of the classes where drivers were driving, we'll call it unassisted, all by themselves, as we just saw Mike Taylor go off I was thinking to go off the deep end, but going off on the outside of turn 5. There is an escape road there that can take you back to the paddock. So we'll see if Mike Taylor rejoins or not. But he may be having some problems early on in the session. Here in particular for STL and STU, Joe Moser is our STL pole sitter. He set this at the runoffs back in 2020. It was an epic battle between he and Danny Stain. A 2:32.115. Stain in qualifying about 1.3 seconds off of that. A 2:33.399. And Rob Huffmaster, all the way back at the runoffs in 2012, here turned in set the track record at 2:26.294, and that is 3.6 seconds faster than what Thomas Noble set in qualifying yesterday. But pretty much across the board, we were looking at the GT classes just a few moments ago. In most cases, anywhere between 2 and 3 seconds off the track record. Also, the majority of the Formula classes as well, considerably off of the track record. Is Brian, I'm getting word right now that we have a driver that's quite a bit off the pace right now, and we've got our corner workers covering him with the white flag to denote a slower moving vehicle. And the call I heard was the 9-0, but I don't have a 9-0 out on track. We'll have to see. We had David Fiorelli in his Mustang that had not completed a flying lap. We'll see. That it may be Fiorelli's car.
18 minutes to go, and Danny Staines right on top of our leaderboard at the moment in that number 19 STL Mazda MX-5, and he's just popped off a 2:32.2.
Yeah, and Brian, that would be good enough to put him on the overall pole. Again, as Noble yesterday ran, oh no, I take that back. Noble yesterday ran a 2:29.913, but that already bests stains times from yesterday. And if we just finished talking about the track records, again, and you can't set a track record in qualifying in the SCCA, but again, the 2:32.115. So he's already, after just one flying lap, within 7/10 of that track record.
That's a dumb rule, by the way. Let me just put that
all right,
out
so
there.
so it looks like that slow-moving vehicle was the Ford Focus of Max Kittleson out of Brookfield, Wisconsin. He was 11th fastest in STL yesterday, and so Kittleson coming down the pit lane now.
Sorry, I don't usually talk down on the rule book very often, but you're never going to run a lap faster in a race than you are in qualifying, and I just don't understand the concept of that.
Well,
Set a track record.
at some tracks we have seen that happen, and sometimes, Brian, being in the heat of battle actually can lead to faster lap time. So I wouldn't discount it. I've actually seen it happen quite a bit.
Anyway, so
But I hear you.
let me just I just put it out there. I'm getting a little saucy here. Last race weekend of the year. No, we have a good time with this.
Yeah.
And,
Well, so Brian, tell me what you would do, because we talked about this yesterday during qualifying in Spec Racer Ford.
yeah,
And I know you're obviously a huge Spec Renault and Spec Racer Ford
yeah.
fan. The track record is actually shared by two drivers. Caleb Schrader, who we saw just a little while ago in Formula Enterprises 2, and he's also racing this weekend in Spec Racer Ford, and also Bobby Sack.
yeah.
Last year at the June Sprints, both ran a 2:29.786.
Wow.
So they ran it on the same weekend, and they now share the track record. And I should mention that our provisional pole sitter, who was Bobby Sack, was underneath the track record. Yesterday, pardon me.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. No, that's fantastic. I mean, to have right down to the thousandth of a second.
Over 4 miles.
Over 4 miles to share a track record. I would love to have one of those NASCAR, overlay things where they can put one driver on top of the other, and see if one of them made their time in a little different way than the other.
Yes.
That would be really, really cool to see on those two identical timed laps. But yeah, no, that's pretty remarkable. So you could certainly think about why it happens. It's in a spec class, so at least the cars are fairly evenly matched. And you've got two drivers. I mean, Bobby Sack's a multiple national champion. I think Caleb Schrader's got at least one too, right? Or at least he's knocking on the door if nothing else.
Exactly. He's been awfully close. I don't believe he has a championship at this point.
Yeah, but those are two guys that know how to get their way around a racetrack in a Spec Racer Ford. So, and I don't know if it was at last year's runoffs. They probably both had the new transmissions in those cars.
Yeah, they both. And at this point, I guarantee you, they both have the Sedan in the machine. All right, so let's take a look here, Brian. Now, as we've got 2 flying laps in the book. Again, not a great sample set here, but in STU, jumping to the top of the leaderboard, driving a BMW, I think E46 sedan. Now out of Huntersville, North Carolina, it's Johann Schwartz with a 2:26.447. I know Johann has been racing quite a bit in what used to be Pirelli World Challenge, and I believe also SRO, and been doing a lot of coaching. He was in the ex-Kip Van Steenberg Porsche 944 last year at the runoffs, and unfortunately, I think had some issues on the very, very first lap as the rain started to come down. And of course, that STU race, I think, only really went 2.5 laps under green, if I remember correctly, until the race was black flagged due to the track being oiled down. But he is back this time in a BMW, and interesting note on Johann is he holds a Guinness World Record for the longest drift.
So if you've got a new racetrack surface that's somewhat slick, you would think that the guy who owns the world record for the longest drift might have some acumen on this type of situation.
Brian, it could make for an incredibly impressive victory lap here.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
We'll have to see if that happens. So, Schwartz has a 2:26.447. And that is 3 seconds faster than what Thomas Noble ran yesterday. And the thing is that Schwartz is in the same. I'm going on a whim, and I don't have full knowledge of it, but Schwartz, who is racing the 172 BMW, and given that Noble was driving the 72 BMW, and is not out on track currently, I believe that they're actually sharing the same car. And I've talked to our producer, Brendan. We may possibly get Johan into the booth with us at some point this weekend. So we'll see there. But Schwartz has lowered now the bogey time to a 2:25.948 as he set personal bests in Sector 1 and Sector 2. A little bit off in Sector 3, but he is currently 14 seconds up on the rest of the STU field. Nick Pekarski, Alan Orban, second and third fastest, much like yesterday. Jim Schlechter, fourth fastest, and we saw Schlechter come down the pit lane a little earlier. I will have to see if he's got that car back out on track, the red, white, and blue Nissan 300ZX. And in STL, currently with 3 flying laps in the books, it's Danny Stain with a 2:32.818. Stephen Johnson out of Stillwell, Kansas, in a Mazda Miata 2:35.032, so about 2.2 seconds off of Stain's times. Then Jake Anton, also in a Mazda Miata, 2.5 seconds. And our top 5 drivers in STL, all racing Spec Miatas this weekend. It's not till you get to Sean Duncan, who's currently 6th fastest in STL, who's in a Honda Civic.
All right, Greg, we are pretty much at the halfway point here, so let's take a call to grid and a break. And then when we come back, we'll get you all the way to the end of this session before we start to go racing.
All right, let's do it. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 drivers. The grid's now open. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 1, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. And hey, looks like we got our first taker already, Brian. Please start heading to the grid. And when we come back from our break, we'll try and get some information on that car that's off over at turn 14. But in the meantime, you are watching the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
And welcome back to the National Park Speed Road America and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, I'm still trying to get the number on that bus. Down at turn 14, we have cleared out, haven't cleared out the area yet. And as I'm watching the drivers complete laps here, I believe, and I may be very wrong, but I believe it's actually one of our STU machines. Yeah, I believe that it actually might be Michael Reese's Honda S2000. Now, I've also just gotten word that Thomas Wiegner, driver of the 113 Subaru, has taken the car back to the paddock via the escape route at turn 15, much like we saw Mike Taylor do a little bit earlier. But currently, your fastest driver in STL is Danny Stain with a qualifying time of 2:32.467, and he just brought the car down the pit lane, had some of the folks from OPM Autosports take a look at it, and I think he is heading back to the paddock. Let's take a look, though, Brian. I think we've got a replay queued up of exactly what happened over at turn 14 with that machine.
Yep. Oh, he spun early in
Yes.
that corner, which is an unusual spot for that turn to start. So I'm wondering, and as quickly as he pulls back on and then pulls off again, something
And you
broke.
see, there's a lot of smoke coming out of the back of the car, and it likely, if the rear end pitched around like that, might have had the diff break on them. The diffs on those Honda S2000s, and it's pretty clear that is I think the black Honda S2000 of Michael Reese. Kind of, and having been an S2000 owner myself, I can tell you it's a bit of a weak spot with those cars. And I mean, typically, when you have when you have machines that are they're just very typical that they break. A lot of times the internals are actually swapped out with Mazda RX-7 internals, but still, meant for a low torque motor. And not necessarily one that has forced induction, which most likely for it to be in STU that car would have.
Sure. So, well, very obvious what the situation was there.
Yes.
No big secrets. We still have Johann Schwartz and your class leader in STU. And if you look at his time, he is a full, 15 seconds or so, 14 seconds ahead of the second place car in STU, and that is Nick Karski from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. And so that's a pretty stout number of gap there.
Yeah.
So.
And for those of us online who are asking about track records, again, I said I didn't think that the record that Huffmaster had set back in 2012, which was, by the way, running a Pontiac Solstice at the time, the 226.294. I didn't know if it would be bested. Well, Johann Schwartz quite a bit under it right now at a 225.948.
Brian Strzezinski in the track. A Dodge Neon and 20-plus Atlantics. What is this, 1993? It is kind of a throwback with a couple of the classes here. And I will say, though, Formula Atlantic has always been a really strong upper Midwest class. A lot of cars have been hanging out up there. And as I was talking earlier, this is the biggest race of the weekend, of the year, for a lot of these drivers. So, it's the families come out, they camp for the weekend. It's just a great event.
Yeah, and Brian, as I was talking to producer Zach here, the past 2 days I've been coming to the facility at about 6:15, 6:30 in the morning, and there has already been a pretty substantial line at the gate of people waiting to get in, even just for the day. But the number of motorhomes that are in the specific motorhome parking down the front straight, drivers left as you head down towards turn 1, very encouraging to see. Well, and although our cameras at turn 5 don't show them, the last time I drove by, even yesterday morning before we went on air, the stands were packed down there.
And even more so than the runoffs, Greg, this is a true-on spectator event.
Yes.
Chicago region, and I don't know if they still do it, but they used to advertise on television stations. They used to advertise in newspapers, and because it's been at the same location for 68 straight years. This is something that people circle on their calendars when the schedule comes out at the end of the year. And even if they have nothing to do with the SCCA, they come out and watch this race and spend the weekend here. And there's not a whole lot of events in the SCCA calendar that have that type of a situation.
Yeah, a matter of fact, Brendan and I were staying at an Airbnb down in Plymouth, just a few minutes from the track, about 15 minutes from the track, and our hosts there, who we were speaking to on Thursday night, one, they knew Cliff Tufty, who saw about having this fine facility built, but he talked about how even at the young age of 7 and 8 years old, his parents taking him to the June sprints, and how he, it's basically just ingrained upon so many people, not just in the immediate Elkhart Lake and Sheboygan areas. As we've got a car that just went off over at turn 14 and coming back up the.
That's our neon.
Yeah, it's one of the neons, exactly. We'll see exactly which one this is. Well, it should be Alan Orban, who I believe is the only one that we've got right now running in STU. We have, I think we'll see another neon in our touring classes as well. Yeah, and that's the 05 machine coming down and parking it on the pit lane. He's got his crew ready to go and take a look things over.
I cannot say that I have never done exactly what you just did. I've experienced that, and and I will tell you though, when I did it, there was no sand trap there, so you had to really keep yourself away from that Armco out there. That sand trap has come in since I was at the Race to Road America class, so I have done exactly that.
I know many people that have, and it was actually, for me, when I last raced here in 2010, it wasn't the kink that scared me. It was actually turn 14, just because it is so hard to find a visual reference as to when to turn in there, and it's not uncommon to have drivers turn in very early and just run wide there.
And when you're coming up the hill to 14, you're just looking at it's sky.
Yeah,
it is. You're absolutely right. And now the bridge is gone, so it's not as big.
Yeah, it's not like. Yeah, exactly. You don't have that reference on how to place or where to place the car coming in there. And turn 14. It is one of the most important corners on the track.
No question.
You've got the huge uphill run to the finish line, and we've seen so many finishes here that. Are just these outright drag races, because cars can, regardless of what type of car it is, you can catch the draft and use that car ahead of you. And if you're even just a half a mile per hour off of your exit speeds coming out of turn 14, it can be just devastating for you when you come to the line. All right, so let's take a look here, Brian. Actually, first off, let's do this. We've got the checkered flag's going to be coming out in just a moment here. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 1, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group 1, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 races. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. And as the checkered flag now, Brian, is going to be displayed, let's wait and see who the first driver is to take the checker. It is the number 58 machine. You just saw that little blur of a car going underneath there. That was the 58 of Greg Blasser out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. He's the first to take the checker. Let's start to run things down here, because I believe the top 4 drivers in STL, they had already retired back to the paddock. Danny Stain, your fastest driver, at a 2:32.467, and that is the time that he will use to set his pole in STL. Steven Johnson, second fastest at a 2:35.032. That was a 2.2 second pickup from yesterday's qualifying session. Now let's take a look and see who finished third. Yesterday, Mike Taylor was your third fastest driver in the class. Of course, he retired early after only, I think, an outlap today. Jake Anton with a 2:35.366. He's scheduled to start third in STL, with then, I believe, Ryan Harrison at a 2:36 and change. He is out of the Washington, D.C. region, driving the number 47 car. And then Greg Blasser, also in the 2:36, is a 2:36.122, scheduled to start fifth. And then finally you get to Mike Taylor, who goes from third fastest, now qualified to start sixth in STL. if we jump over to STU, and I think the question is going to be who is racing this afternoon in STU, Brian, whether it's going to be Johann Schwartz or whether it's going to be Tom Noble. Schwartz is your provisional pole sitter, or now your pole sitter for this group with a time of 2:25.50. Noble with his 2:29.913 was your second fastest driver in both qualifying sessions, but again, I think they're driving the same car. Then Nick Pekarski, Alan Orban, and then Jim Schlechter, your top 5 time-wise, and then Michael Reese and Jim Ziegler, the top 7 with Tom Wigner 8th. That is the rundown in STL and STU, and these racers, they are scheduled to run today. They've got the last race of the day, their 25-minute sprint race, scheduled for 4:20 p.m. Central Standard Time, 5:20 p.m. Eastern Time, and then their June Sprints Championship race tomorrow at 4:15 p.m.
All right, Greg, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go racing, folks. We're going to get this whole thing underway. Stay with us. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the WeatherTech 2023 Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Brian. Hardship opportunities can take place now. We're just going to approaching our next one here at America from the bridge. So stick around. We've got more racing action underway. In fact, racing action to start here on your satisfying Saturday. American Sedan Partners here today.
Good morning, race fans, and welcome to American Sedan Partners Meeting. It's time to honor our nation with our national anthem. Singing today's national anthem, please welcome John Belway. In honor of our first responders and the servicemen and women, our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Once again, John Bobek with our national anthem. It's the 68th annual rally of the track, SCCA Chicago Region.
Ready. This is the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. 18 races down, 9 of the best racetracks in the world, in the world and in the U.S. in the books. Now the finale at the iconic Road America and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region Jute Sprint is upon us today. Round 19 of the Super Tour live from Wisconsin's Kettle Moraine Forest. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is with us, and today we get this thing started with Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. This should be a doozy of a race, Greg.
It should, Brian, and as we've seen here, as we mentioned, over 400 entrants here this weekend, a very large group. Let's go run down the starting order. We are going to have a split start for this race. Have 2 different pace cars. We're going to have Touring 2 and Touring 3 take the first green flag, and then our Touring 4 drivers afterwards. We had 19 drivers in Touring 4. Let's run down the top 15. Starting 15th, driving the number 4 BMW Z4 from Stillwater, Minnesota. It's Roger Knutson. Michael Dalton will start 14th in the number 88 Pontiac Solstice. Driving a Mazda MX-5, he's from Dane, Wisconsin. Driving the number 39 car, it's Richard Mooney. William Snyder is driving the 27 car, also in a Mazda MX-5, and is from Joshua, Texas. Starting 11th, driving the number 89 Mazda Miata from Oakland, New Jersey, it's Michael Amena. Starting 10th in the number 71 Mazda RX-8 from Columbus, Indiana, Richard Dickey. Robert Spence, who was our provisional pole sitter going into our second qualifying session yesterday. We'll have to see if he makes the field. He had a pretty big off at the kink yesterday. He's scheduled to drive the number 59 Mazda MX-5 and starting 8th. Driving the number 32 BMW Z4 from Kokomo, Indiana, Ralph Porter. James Eben, driving a Mazda RX-8, starting 7th in the number 36 car. Then we've got Jeremy Butts driving the number 69 Mazda MX-5 from Darnestown, Maryland, starting in 6th. Starting 5th, Kevin Fryer from Bloomington, Illinois. For the moment, he's moving to Raleigh, I believe, with his wife here right after the runoffs. He's scheduled to start 5th in the number 98 machine. Ryan Heichman starting 4th. He's driving the number 146 Mazda MX-5, while Ryan Jichanski will start 3rd. He's driving the number 56 MX-5. Then Chris Windsor, your outside pole sitter in T4, driving the number 21 Mazda MX-5. He's from Thurmont, Maryland, and with a qualifying time of 240.283 from Houston, Texas, driving a Mazda MX-5, it's Sergio Slobin. And then in Touring 3 and Touring 2, we had 28 drivers set times. Here are the top 15. Starting 15th, driving the number 7 T3 Ford Mustang from Heartland, Wisconsin, it's John Lagudis. Then we've got James Berlin. He's in a Touring 3 Nissan 370Z. It's the number 04 car, starting 14th. Starting 13th in the 136 BMW 330i from Renton, Washington, Gamel Aguilar Gomez. Starting 12th in the number 22 T3 BMW 330i, it's Derek Wagner. Scott Sewell starts 11th. He's in the 114 T2 Porsche Cayman. He's from Fort Worth, Texas, with Brian Spiewak starting 10th. He's in the 05 T2 BMW M3. Then we've got Tom O'Toole, starts 9th in the 35 BMW M2 Club Sport, with Alexander Williams starting 8th. He's in the 57 T2 Porsche 911. Then we've got Matt O'Toole starting 7th. He's in the number 3 T2 Porsche 911, with Matty Aust coming off double wins in SRO last weekend at Virginia International Raceway. She starts 6th today in the number 9 T2 BMW M2. Aaron Kaplan starts 5th in the number 18 BMW M2 Club Sport, with Brett Scoggin starting 4th in the number 51 T2 BMW M2 Club Sport. Joe Bowden scheduled to start 3rd in the number 145 Porsche 911, while your front row is made up of Alan Kossoff starting 2nd in the number 23 T2 Porsche 911, and your pole sitter, multi-time national champion, driving the number 46 T2 Porsche 911 with a qualifying time of 2:26.910. It's Mark Bowden.
That's the way we're going to get started here as they come through turn 14. The pace car will make its way to the pit lane here. We've got our first several rows looking nice in 2x2 as they motor their way up the hill, waiting for the green flag from our starter. Look at that pack. When you've got a 4-mile lap, Greg, it should not be hard to get packed up. and especially with this long straightaway up the hill. Once they crest the hill, they will look to the left on see the start stand and hope for a green flag here. And we'll get the June sprints underway. Here we go. I see the flag in the air, Greg.
That's right. Green flag is in the air, Brian, as they come cresting over the hill down towards turn number 1.
Here they come, 47 cars fanned out, 3 and 4 wide here. Heavy braking zone into turn 1. I see the kitty litter up in the air. Hopefully that won't be any problems. So far, everyone looks like they're playing like nice boys and girls in the sandbox here as they come down through turn 1, heading down to turn 3 for the first time. Single file up front for the first 5 or 6 positions. Still some side-by-side action a little further back in the pack. So far, so good. No issues. And
now we get ready, Brian, for our second pack, our T4 drivers who have just now taken the green flag, and they're making that run down to turn 1 for the very first time.
There we go, and here they come straight at us. Still 2x2, side by side, coming right in to our view here. And there they are, sliding through, or driving through. Not much sliding, thankfully. Now they're going to come down the hill into turn 3, just like the first pack. A little more side-by-side action here. Already in second, third place, and further back. So they did not get to fan out quite as easily. Now we see our first pack here as they, oh no, this is the second pack here as they come through out of turn 3, up the hill, little hill, and then we'll go right down towards turn 5.
Yeah, and it looked like a good start there by Sergio Slobin in that light blue Mazda MX-5 to lead the rest of the field through there as they kind of stacked up behind them. And, you know, when they come through turn 3 side by side, Brian, they can't carry all that much speed out of the corner to make the run down the Marine sweep towards turn 5 as we've got, again, our touring cars now, or they're all touring cars, but our T2 and T3 racers coming out of the carousel right now, going into the kink for the first time.
Yep, and that's exactly how you want to start. You want to get your left side wheels right up on that curb, if not onto the little yellow and red strips there to get your good setup there. And here is the run up the hill towards turn 14. This is the Bill Mitchell bend. Used to be a bridge here, no longer. Now there's a tunnel. That's changed the sight lines for the drivers a lot. Something I know I've talked to that they've all had to get kind of used to. Made a lot less scary though, because that bridge abutment was really daunting because you really had to be aimed for it on if you were doing it the right way.
All right, and so going across the line first, Brian, is Brett Scoggin, and in the white number 51 BMW M2 Club Sport. Great first lap for him, getting around our pole sitter, Mark Bowden. And great run there as we had Joe Bowden. Maddie Aust has made up a number of positions here on that very first lap. She has now moved up to 4th overall after having started off. She started off in 6th. That makes up 2 positions here on the start as I think our field now starting to make their way, as you can see, coming out of turn 3. And Mark Bowden, a great run out of turn 3 as they make the run down into turn number 5. And, you know, we talked about that change in the pavement here with that pronounced crown that may make things difficult to make passes from drivers left from the inside going into turn 5. We'll see how that works out here in just a moment.
Mark Bowden had lots of success in this class earlier this year in our opening rounds of the Super Tour. And then, of course, once the Super Tour went west, he was not at some of those races. But back here for the June sprints and racing right up front, both him and Joe Bowden are not going to make things easy for Brett Scoggin as we push through into the opening laps of this 25-minute race.
All right. And it sounds like, well, not just sounds like, but I think we've got an issue with at least one car out here, Brian, putting out quite a bit of smoke. That is Brad Dahmer in the number 45 Chevy Camaro out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. He had some issues, and that, I believe, is a 4th-gen Chevy Camaro. Had some issues during qualifying yesterday, retired that car a little early, so we'll see if that car continues to be able to circulate. He is currently running towards the rear end of that Touring 4 field.
And this is the entry to the kink, and as you can see, As you saw the car hanging out just a little bit there, the one behind it was like, no, I don't want nothing to do with this. He's taking an evasive action that he didn't need to take because the car was able to hold on. But when you see the dust like that, you're like, oh gosh, let me figure out how to make this thing happen.
And we had a number of incidents yesterday, Brian, where if you drop a wheel and you go on the outside of that curving extension there, driver's left, and bring up some of that dirt, it can create such a huge cloud of dust and dirt there that you just really don't have a good sight line through the area there, which can create some huge problems because, obviously as you're going into the kink, that is a corner that you cannot necessarily see the exit. It is something that you take on faith. Here is got a great little battle coming down into turn one. With two of our Porsches, and I believe, we'll take a look here. I believe that was Alex Williams and Matt O'Toole running
problem
something.
Here in the kink. Someone went off driver's left, came shot across the track and hit the wall on the inside. Now sitting right in the middle of the racetrack as more cars start coming down towards them. I'm pretty certain this is certainly going to cause a full course caution here. Pretty quickly here, especially if that car isn't able to move and get out of the way. That was a pretty significant. And
Brian, very interesting as we look at that and we can see the car there. There must be a pretty big debris field because I don't know if you noticed what that red machine did and what all of our drivers are starting to do now. Is there looks like moving all the way driver's left even into the dirt to get past that car, although it appears that vehicle was just backing up, and we can see here now trying to turn it around.
Wow.
And I don't know if he's going to bring it back to the paddock, but he's got that car back underway. Well, I'll try and get the number, and I believe it is the number 4 machine, Brian.
Here comes a replay. Oh, wow. That is not the way you want to do that. It did look like, though, it got slowed down a lot before it backed itself into the wall, which is certainly good news. You don't want to go front first into that wall. But they're going to go and check out.
Yeah, and I believe that was the number 4 BMW Z4 of Roger Knudsen out of Stillwater, Minnesota. And as you mentioned, he has gotten back underway. We'll see if he can make it all the way back to the pits.
All right, well, that was certainly a moment with 17 and a half minutes to go here.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, here he comes, Brian, out of turn 14. And he carried pretty good speed there out of 14, but he is now in there. That is definitely a BMW Z4. He is coming up the hill, and you can see a good amount of damage on the rear of that machine.
Yeah, that's about 8/10 of a BMW C4.
Yes. now, if you could only do the same thing to the newer BMW M4s with their little beaver nose there on the beaver teeth front, I know I'm now gonna incur the wrath of all the BMW fans.
Yes, it's Gregg.Ginsberg at G. No, I'm just kidding.
No, thankfully, that is not the correct email.
I know it's not.
Yes.
That's why I said it. Anyway, all right. So here your drivers are coming through, and they're coming through at pace. So whatever was on the racetrack, it might have been just debris from like the track, the grass and stuff right off the track. It appears to have cleared relatively well enough for the drivers to keep pedaling it pretty hard through that section. Here they are coming up the Bill Mitchell bend, yes. Yes, you don't want to, and I've learned something because I've
been admonished before for.
Well, Billy Mitchell is a World War II ace fighter pilot,
Yes.
And not the Bill Mitchell who is honored by called the Bill Mitchell bend. He was one of the creators of the Corvette.
Correct, and yes, so I've been admonished in many places. Oh, and we've got a driver pulling off here over at turn 5, and that is one of our Nissans.
Yep.
Didn't see whether or not, and it is the 04 machine.
Okay.
So, moral of the story today, Brian, is you don't want to have a 4 in your car number. That was James Berlin out of Lakeville, Minnesota, in his Nissan 370Z. He was running 4th in Touring 3 at the time there, and again, over on the exit of turn 5, there is a little escape road that you can take to get back to the paddock.
Right. Here you can see our cars coming out of turn 8 and heading into the entrance to the carousel. And this is one of those sections of the racetrack where if you do it right, it gives you a beautiful amount of speed to bring you in to get a nice fast run down through the kink. If you do it wrong, that can send you off drivers left there, and we've seen that a lot over the weekend here so far.
Yeah, there's a huge tendency going through the carousel, Brian. If you feed in a little bit too much throttle a little too soon as the track, and you can kind of see it from this view,
Yep.
it actually goes off camber at the exit. The car will start to push, and we saw a number of drivers end up at the tail end of the gravel trap there. As we jump back over now, and I believe this is the battle for the lead in Touring 4. Brian, actually, no, take that back. This is the battle for the lead in T2, right at the front of the field. Mark Bowden in the blue and black fall line BMW, the number 46 car. He's got Joe Bowden in his Porsche directly behind, and then the white BMW Club Sport of Brett Scoggin. All in very close proximity. Matty Aust is sitting about 3.5 seconds back as we've got that battle now. The battle for second, side by side, Scoggin and Joe Bowden coming through turn 5.
Yeah, and that is an area there where we talked about. You said there's a little bit different track profile there, and it seems like these guys have found a way to make that work. And that was one of those passes on the inside going into 5 that, Greg, you questioned whether that would actually be possible today. At least in this situation,
They're making it work.
Brett Scoggin was able to make it work. So, yeah, just a little. Everything's a little bit new here, and guys and gals are trying to figure out where the right place is to put your car here and there. And now, after 2 qualifying sessions and into the first race now, it looks like a lot of them have kind of figured out what to do here.
Yeah, indeed. And so right behind our lead trio, Brian, that's Matty Aust in the orange and black BMW. They're followed very closely by Alan Kossoff, and then Aaron Kaplan also in a BMW, the blue and black, I think, fall line car right behind. And they're starting to make up some ground on our lead trio now as they head down towards Canada Corner. The top 5 have really started to open up a pretty huge advantage over Matt O'Toole in his Porsche. But yeah, you can see there now, Matty Aust starting to maybe perhaps gain a little bit of clearance, a little bit of distance to Kossoff and Kaplan. And as I mentioned, she had a very successful weekend last weekend at Virginia International Raceway. As it looks like we've got more BMW issues, and that is. Let me get the number on that machine as it's coming up the pit lane right now. I think that's the 32 Touring 4 machine of Ralph Porter out of Kokomo, Indiana. I'll try and get the number here, but it looked like it had incurred a little bit of damage as well.
One of the things I talked about earlier was that I felt that the local drivers here would really have an advantage with this new track surface. And in this particular class, 8 of the top 10 cars are cars that I would consider local to Road America. Except you've got Matty Aust. She's like, I don't care about that local stuff. I'm coming up from Texas, and I'm going to show you boys how to make this thing work.
Yeah,
so,
and you remember, Brian, we saw Maddie on the stop at the Circuit of the Americas,
yep,
where she came away with the win, and it was a pretty, I would say, raucous affair, because I think there was a little beating and banging going on over the course of that race. She certainly knows when to put the elbows out if it's necessary. Very, very quick.
Yeah, definitely. Mark Bowden now opens up a 1.6 second lead over. Is it? Are they brothers, Mark and Joe?
No, Mark's father, Joe, is the son.
Got it. So, father's still besting the son. That'll stop happening one of these years. But 1.6 second lead. Brett Scoggin is in second, and you've got Matty Aust, Alan Kossoff, and Aaron Kaplan. That's your top 6.
All right, Brian, we're just a bit past halfway on this 25-minute time race. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group and then take a quick little break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X drivers please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so let's take a quick little break and thank some of the great partners and sponsors of the Sports Car Club of America that are bringing you all the action this season on the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
If you like what you see here today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. We've had some action here in the T4 field, Greg. Kevin Fryer had taken the lead from Sergio Slobin. And then Sergio Slobin decided to come back and retake that lead. So there's some fun stuff going on there with those two cars going back and forth. And Ryan Heischman and Christopher Windsor are right there in the mix as well, looking to see whether or not one of those guys is to make a mistake so they can get right there. But those top four in T4 are covered by about a second. Between first through fourth.
Yeah, and Heischman and Windsor, both under the Windsor Custom stable, have been racing together for a long period of time. Jeremy Butts, part of that group as well, currently running in fifth. And to add to the mix, Kevin Fryer, currently running second in Touring 4, although he's listed home is Bloomington, Illinois, right out of Chicago. And I mentioned he and his wife moving to the Raleigh area. Kevin grew up racing in the Washington, D.C. region with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and has a considerable amount of time on track with Heischman and Windsor and Butts as well.
Yeah, here they do a little bit of video action for those races too.
Yes, they may, and you might want to join us in July for some action from Summit Point Raceway. I might even have something to do with it.
Just a little.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later. But great battles going on. We did see driver of the Acura Integra, Don Napier, bring his car down the pit lane. He had been running off pace for about half a lap. He's pitted in. It looks like his day is now done. He retires from 12th position in Touring 4.
The chat's getting busy here, Greg. We've got Gabe Faribaugh is in the chat, Trina Dickinson, Trey Pacelli. Oh, yeah.
We've got Dean Dibdahl's dad, Rich, as well, sitting in the and there we go. We've got a car that had gone off on the outside of the carousel, and he's trying to bring it all the way up to the corner station over by the kink. We'll try and get the number on that car.
Yeah, that looks like a Miata, probably. It has stopped there, and that's no longer. Yeah, I think they just wanted to check if Just check them
And
out.
that is the 27 car that has now gotten right back underway. That is William Snyder. Of course, we know about the Snyder brothers, Liam, for example, and William there running a Mazda MX-5. He's out of Joshua, Texas. Was running 10th at the end of the last lap. I suspect that, well, there's given that 12th, 13th, and 14th are no longer on track, will likely drop him behind the Pontiac Solstice of Michael Dalton and move him back to 11th.
All right, I think what we're seeing right now, that's the battle for T4. Zach can tell me whether I'm right with that. And if that is the case, it's Kevin Fryer, Sergio Slobin, Ryan Heischman, and Christopher Windsor right here as they come through your screen, side by side through
that
five.
Is indeed it, Brian, as the Burgundy number 98 of Kevin Fryer takes the lead there, and then we had Chris Windsor in the white with red-topped Mazda MX-5 get around Sergio Slobin, but as they came under turn 6, there you go, Windsor now dropping back with Slobin, and that moves Ryan Heischman now up in the second in Touring 4 as they come down into turn 8.
Turn 8 with 4 minutes left in this race, which means there is probably 2 to go once we get to the line here for these group of cars. And 2 long laps here at Road America.
Yes.
But we will keep an eye on this group as they are right now putting on the best show on the racetrack. It does look as though the front two cars have opened up about a 7-car length lead over third to fourth. But it won't take long with these long straightaways if they work together to get that back together here as they come up.
Yeah, and especially when you see Heischman moving to the inside, coming out of the kink on Kevin Fryer as they come down into Canada corner, that is going to allow both Windsor and Slobin to close back up. And then Jeremy Butts, who is sitting about 10 car lengths behind there, you see that trailing car. He is slowly but surely starting to reel in our top 4 drivers. But great little fight here as we've got about 3 minutes remaining. And Brian, let's do this. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please head to the grid.
All right, that was Ryan Heischman trying to make the move here, and I think he got it done going across the start-finish line. So that now looks like it's Heischman in first, Fryer in second here as they come now down towards turn 3 for what should be the second to last time here. Now a move for third place in the class. That was Christopher Windsor trying to see if he could get something done here on Serge Slobin. And that did not happen, but we should get the white flag next time by here, and still a lot of racing action to go.
All right, Brian, as they were coming out of turn 3, it does appear as though Kevin Fryer, who's in that Burgundy number 98 machine, he's got the measure for the moment of Ryan Heischman, who is in the dark blue number 146 machine directly behind. Then the light blue Mazda of Sergio Slobin, and then Chris Windsor in the white number 21, and again in that very dark blue 69 machine. Now falling a little bit further back and off that pace is Jeremy Butts running in 5th position as Kevin Fryer coming out of turn 6 and through turn 7 as they come down the Hurry Downs, now opening up about a 4-car length advantage on Slobin and Heischman.
And Heischman now sliding back even more with Slobin taking over the second place now, and wondering if there might be some problems with that car, if maybe he's losing the grip here late in the race. I'm sure Christopher Windsor's liking the look of that. He might try to make a move here as well. All of that good news for Kevin Fryer, who's now opened up a 4 or 5 car length lead with what should be about a lap and a half to go.
All right, and as they make the run down the Canada corner here, we're going to be taking a look at it, try and pick up our touring car leaders here. And actually now we're jump back over. This is the battle for the lead, actually, and the battle for second, Brian, in Touring 2, coming down the Canada corner right now. And Mark Bowden, he's opened up about a 5-car length advantage, so they're going to be coming up right to the back of our Touring 4 fight. There is Mark Bowden, your overall leader. He's got about 3 car lengths now back to son Joe Bowden and Brett Scoggin in that white BMW M2 Club Sport running in third. Matty Ost continues to close up things on those leaders. But as they come up the hill towards up the Road America straight, they should be getting the white flag. And there you go, white flag is in the air for our overall leader, Mark Bowden. Let's see if we get back to that T4 battle.
Okay, so here's something really, really interesting. The white flag came out for the T2 leader, but it came out in front of the cars in T4. So technically, they have another lap, 2 laps to go, but wondering if they saw the white flag and think this is over for them. So this could be very, very interesting if the T2 cars don't make it around this front pack. They may think their race is done, and it really shouldn't be done here. They should be on their second to last lap.
Well, yeah. Well, what's going to end up happening, Brian, is Mark Bowden, and he's got a bit of pressure from Joe and Brett Scoggin directly behind. If they get around this T4 battle, it's going to be done. And I have a feeling I'm going to go under the assumption right now that we are looking at the very last lap for our T4 fight here as they come underneath the Corvette bridge in the T6. And we've got a driver off through the dirt.
And that driver comes across the track, clips another car. Both of them go off, but it doesn't.
And that was Scoggin that got clipped in the white BMW by one of our T4 drivers. And I think that might have been Ryan Heischman possibly in the 146 getting to the T4 car getting together with Scoggin. We'll have to see that see if we can pick up the number as it goes across. It is one of the Windsor Custom cars. I think that was Ryan Heischman, who had been running second in T4, getting together with our third place Touring 2 driver.
What a crazy little bit of moment there, and the white car just caught up in someone else's schmozzle, no fault of their own, and they're going to go from what looks like probably third place in class and overall, and will not even be on the podium at this point.
Yeah, so that is likely going to move Matty Ost now up into the podium positions here in the number 9 BMW M2. As we've got our leaders coming up the hill, and there you go, Mark Bowden, our overall leader, has just gotten around Kevin Fryer. So this is going to be the very last lap for that T4 fight as they come up the hill and now out of turn 14 up to the Road America straight, Brian.
And here they come for the checkered flag up over the hill. The checkered flag should be in the hand of the starter, and it is. And that is going to be your race winner, Mark Bowden. And Joe Bowden is going to come across in second. And as we suspected, Matty Ost will come up into third. Looking down at that battle for T4, the win's going to go to Kevin Fryer. Serge Slobin moves up into second. Christopher Windsor down to up to third. And of course, we were talking about Ryan Heischman. That was the blue car that got off there and caused all of that problems. He's going to drop down to, it looks like, fourth in class.
Yeah, indeed. Jeremy, actually, I think Jeremy Butts is going to move up at the fourth in T4, and we'll have to see here. I think Heischman was able to limp the car back across the line, and our top 4 had enough of an advantage on the rest of the field that he was actually just able to hold on against Ryan Chachansky in the number 56 machine. So let's take a look here. We talked about Bowden, the 2 Bowdens, father and son, Mark and Joe, with Matty Ost making up your T2 podium. Aaron Kaplan finishing 4th. Matt O'Toole coming home in 5th. And then, and Brian, we didn't talk about him all race long. Gamel Aguilar Gomez, he just, from the drop of the green flag, opened up an advantage and never lost it. An 8-second margin back to second place finisher in Touring 3, Derek Wagner. And then Derek Chan will come home in 3rd, the number 86 Nissan just now crossing the line. And then we'll see here Joe Lagutis finishing in 4th, with Steve Simchek in his Nissan finishing in 5th.
Well, there was a lot of action going on there.
Oh, yeah, there was.
And Brett Scoggin is the one who got the worst of all of that, dropped all the way down to 9th place. because of that incident. And from podium to ninth, sadly, that's the way it happens on occasion. And didn't look like he hit anything hard when he went off there. So there's a good chance we'll be able to get back in it and take another shot at it tomorrow.
Yeah, and it looked like he carried some good speed down the pit lane, had the crew take a look at the car. He's heading back to the paddock now, but hopefully they'll have that car ready to go and ready to compete tomorrow. All right, so Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our second race of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, Formula Atlantic, Continental, and Formula X. Race group 2, this is your final call to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. And so, Brian, let's take another quick break, and we are going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the coverage here this weekend from the National Park of Speed, from Road America, and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We will be right back.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Welcome to the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints.
My name is Eric Miller, voice here at Road America, taking the in-between sessions here. We're joined Brian and Greg coming up in just a little bit. Just a reminder that this weekend we've got everything from stock to highly modified purpose-built race cars from 9 to 6 race groups. More details at roadamerica.com where you can find the fan schedule. Public cars back at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. this afternoon. $25 for one session, $60 for 3 sessions, and $250 for an unlimited pass, available for ages 14 and up. Our concession stands are open throughout the grounds. Turn 12, the Taste of Wisconsin, open with some lunch varieties today, as well as the gearbox inside the north end of the paddock area, as well as our Elkhart Lake Lion stand. Our Parker John stand is open this weekend. Los Amigos Locos over in Turn 1 by the Family Fun Zone, presented by Bank First. That's open. Antoinette's over at the Wind Tunnel, as well as in Turn 3. Gearbox 2 inside the carousel. Lots of opportunities to find some event. Unlike the folks at MEMAC, innovative lightweighting. MEMAC would like to welcome those employees, friends, and family from the city of Sheboygan on this Saturday. Join us for free facility tours of Road America from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Look for the Road America branded minibus loading outside the Paddock shop every 45 minutes. You'll see the entire facility and learn about Road America's history, the latest improvements, and everything that makes Road America so special. This weekend only, free facility tours loading from the Paddock shop, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We certainly hope that you will join us. Did you get your souvenir program for this weekend? You can purchase those at all entry gates at Road America Track Office, as well as at the Paddock shop. Road America would like to thank our 2023 season corporate partners for their continued support. Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America. Aaron's Company, Sargento, Haggerty, Corvette, Briggs & Stratton, Johnsonville, Brown County, Austin, Strabo Airport, Watt, TireRack.com, WeatherTech, and C-Tech Cabinets, part of our landmark partnership group. Our food and beverage partners, Johnsonville Foods, Sargento Cheese, Pepsi, Anheuser-Busch, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Palermo's Pizza, and Torquay Coffee. Our official fire and safety sponsor.
And welcome back to the National Park Speed Road American 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, after that very exciting touring car race, we now move to our first open wheel race of the day. 3 classes, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, are 2 of our faster open wheel and winged classes, and then Formula X as well. We had probably 29 drivers set qualifying times. We are going to have a split start again with Formula Atlantic taking the first screen, and then our Formula Continental and 2 Formula X racers taking the second. Let's start off with that second pack, where we had 10 drivers. Starting 10th in the number 99 Formula X Formula Mazda from Cedar Falls, Iowa, Ken Denault. Bill Walschlager will start 9th in the number 8 Van Diemen. That's a Formula Continental machine. Devin Hansen will start 8th in the number 13 Van Diemen RF99, again a Formula Continental. Then our only other Formula X driver, Jacob Vinkenmolder, will start 7th driving the number 12 Formula Mazda. Then the rest of the drivers in this group, all in Formula Continental, starting 6th driving the number 6 Van Diemen RF00. From Muckawanna, Wisconsin, Mark Hutchison. Then we've got Brian Tomasi. He starts 5th. He's driving the number 96 Van Diemen RF06. Bill Johnson will start 4th in the number 42 Formula Continental Van Diemen RF01. Then Tom Hope starting 3rd. He was our provisional pole sitter after the first qualifying session yesterday. He's out of Downey, California, driving in RFR. Then we've got Devin Lasser. He's starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 05 Van Diemen RF02. And your pole sitter in that combined Formula Continental and Formula X group, it's Michael Verison's multi-time Formula V national champion in his Van Diemen F2000. Then in Formula Atlantic, Sean Beaver will start 15th in the number 88 Store, with Jonathan Collins driving a Honda F3 chassis, starting 14th in the number 27 car. John Norton will start 13th. He's driving the number 02 Swift, with Jeff Keecher in his Phoenix starting in 12th. Then we've got Brandon Schwartz starting 11th. He's driving the number 46 Pro Formula Mazda, with Jeff Antonelli starting 10th in the number 171 Pro Formula Mazda. Driving a Ligier F3 chassis from Frankfort, Illinois, it's the number 5 machine of Adrian Morrow. Alex Conger will start 8th. He's driving the number 23 Pro Formula Mazda, while Rob Radman will start 7th. He's in the number 15 Pro Formula Mazda. Tony Opheim will start 6th. He's in the number 3 Swift 014. He's from Garfield, Washington, with Steve Forer starting 5th. He's in the number 84 Swift 016. Shane Kennett will start 4th in the 63 Store, while Chip Romer starts 3rd, driving the number 71 machine. And your front row, Dudley Fleck in his Swift 016, and Jimmy Simpson in the number 21 Swift is your pole sitter as they get the green flag, Brian, and start to make that run down towards turn 1 and jumping out to an early lead from the outside. It's Dudley Fleck in that orange number 74.
Yeah, lots of cars here coming in here. No pace car for this field, so they made a very fast pace lap here. Definitely wanting to get out in front of that second pack as much as they could to head now down towards turn 3 or through turn 3, and now up the little hill towards to go down to turn 5. So.
Yeah, and that was a heck of a jump there at the start there with Fleck and Chip Romer getting the jump on Jimmy Simpson. Tony Opheim, Steve Forer, quite a distance behind there as they come through turn 5 and head up towards the Corvette Bridge for the first time. Many of these drivers side by side. It looks like we've got a driver that's just run off on the outside of 5, and I think that might have been Jeff Keecher out of Denver, Colorado, starting back in 10th position. We'll check on that in just a few moments as our second pack. They are going to be coming. They're going to be coming into view here momentarily for our second group start. But as you said, and here they come as the pace car now brings them out of turn 14 and up the hill. That is going to turn the field over to Michael Verisons in that white number 65 Van Diemen on the inside as they come up the hill, up the Road America Straight. And as the starter looks over the field, green flag now in the air for Formula Continental and Formula X, the two Mazdas. And we've got some of those drivers still getting into some of the kitty litter that's left over from one of our sessions yesterday as they make the run down into turn 1. And Verisons now cuts across the rest of the field with Devin Lasser and Tom Hope very close behind as they head down into turn 1 for the first time.
And I got to tell you, Greg, this split start, the way it worked out, is going to be 100% not what was intended. Because when this second pack was in turn 1, the leader of the first pack was already coming through turn 14. They're going to be on the backside of this pack extremely fast here, and that is kind of eliminates the whole purpose of having the split start here.
Yeah, indeed, and you see there Jimmy Simpson in that orange number 21 machine. He is now jumped ahead of Dudley Fleck and Chip Romer, and they were just coming through turn 1 as the back of our second group, with the Formula Continentals and the Formula X's, came through turn number 5.
Yeah,
and
so there you see it. That leader, that's Jimmy Simpson here. That's going to be on the back of that second group here. If not in the second lap, probably in the third lap here. And we'll have to watch how all that plays out. So Jimmy Simpson's your race leader after one lap here in Formula Atlantic, followed by Dudley Fleck and Chip Romer. And then you can go through the top 10. Steve Forer, Tony Opheim, Rob Radman,
all right,
Alex
Brian, real quick, we do have, and maybe we can hopefully see this with our camera over by turn, coming down the hill into turn 3. We have a car that's off on the outside of turn number 2. That is the number 31 machine, and we're going to have some emergency services vehicles responding to that here momentarily. But we do have a local caution coming out of turn number 1, running down the hill into turn number 2. And again, the 31 machine, that is Jeff Keecher, who we talked about a little bit earlier, from Denver, Colorado, driver of the Formula Atlantic Phoenix.
Also want to make a mention, you mentioned when you ran down the starting order, Mark Hutchinson's from McWanago, Wisconsin.
Sorry.
Before the chat lights us up. Want to make sure we get that out there. Here comes your first group of cars now through our start-finish line. And that's, where do we go here? Sorry, I lost my place on the timing scale. Yeah, so Mike Verisons, your leader in Formula Continental, followed by Tom Hope from out here in Downey, California. Bill Johnson's in third, followed by Devin Lasser. and Mark Hutchinson, as I was just talking about, in 5th place.
Yeah, and it appears as we take a look at that shot from outside of turn number 3 back up the hill towards turn 2 that we do not have a good view of that car off on the side of the track. So we'll let you know when it gets cleared. And when we're back to green flag racing over there, as you probably saw in our last shot of the front straight, there is a local caution there going into turn 1 and then down the hill into turn 2. But as we take a look here, already we're starting to see the field really start to stretch out as Simpson now with almost 2.5-second advantage over Dudley Fleck and another 3 seconds back to Chip Romer at the front of our Formula Atlantic field. In Formula Continental, Michael Verisons, and I think that is actually what we were just watching there, coming through turn 8 originally, and now coming into the kink. The white number 65 of Michael Verisons, and then the number 18 of Tom Hope, with about 4 seconds now separating that entire field. Bill Johnson, our 3rd driver in that pack, another 2 seconds back. So you start to see both the Atlantics and the Continentals really starting to stretch out here in this race. And we had the 2 Formula X racers, Jacob Finkenmulder and Ken Denault, yesterday in qualifying. There was about 6 seconds separating those 2 racers. The margin a lot closer right now, as only about 3 seconds separates them on track. As our Atlantic leaders now coming down the front straight here, and as you can see now the local caution being displayed at start, and again that is essentially working as a backup for the fact that we've got some emergency services vehicles on the ground just outside of turn 1, and you can see then the local caution being waving yellow there just on the left-hand side or the right-hand side of your screen.
Greg, this is, I love the pairing of Continental and Atlantic here. This is some of the more classic classes here in the SCCA. Atlantic's been around for decades, Continental as well. And to pair these 2 together, we've got a lot of newer Formula Car classes like the FX. But these 2 classes have been beating it out here for a very, very long time in the SCCA. And getting them, see them to be showcased here like this weekend is really pretty phenomenal.
Wow, and now looks like somebody getting a good draft. I think that's the battle for the lead in Formula X, Brian, as we just saw them coming out of turn number 3 with Denault and Vinkenmulder. And I think, again, a real good battle at the back of our second pack there. We'll try and catch up with them a little bit later, and again, a lot closer than what we saw in qualifying there. Actually, I believe on yesterday morning, Ken Denault was the faster of the 2 Formula X drivers, then Vinkenmulder the faster in the afternoon. And here they come now under braking, at least one of them, and maybe that isn't the full battle for Formula X, because I believe that is Ken Denault in the 99 machine we just saw come under braking into turn 8.
Another interesting dynamic, and Greg, you do your local races in DC region. I do our local races out here for Cal Club. It's always interesting to see where the hot shoes from your region fall in with the national scene. And I see Tom Hope here in 2nd place in Formula Continental, always up front in Cal Club. But you kind of wonder when you're just racing locally, how do I match up with the best drivers across the country? They come to a Super Tour, they get a chance to find out. And Tom Hope's right there in the battle with Michael Verisons, who is no slouch as a race car driver.
Yeah, indeed. Again, Verisons, I think I believe the driver with the most national championships in Formula V, and I'd have to check, but I think he had it at one point for 6 years running. Again, before he moved over to Continental. And in qualifying yesterday, I believe that Hope was our fastest driver after the first day of qualifying. I don't believe that we had Verisons go out for the first qualifying session here, as looks like the 27 machine had come to a dead stop for a moment. We'll see if he is continued on now. That is Jonathan Collins out of out of Oak Park, Illinois. And I believe that might have been over by turn 3.
Jimmy Simpson's opened up now a 7-second lead over Dudley Fleck in Formula Atlantic. Chip Romer is in third. Your top 5, then you've got Steve Forer and Tony Opheim. There's your top 5 in Formula Atlantic. Continental, you've got Verazan's Hope, Bill Johnson, Devin Lesueur, and Mark Hutchison. That's your top 5 in Formula Continental. And then your 2 cars in FX, Jacob Winkenmulder and Kevin Denault. They're your 2 cars there in FX.
And it looks like one of our other Formula X machines getting lapped there as we saw it coming through turn 8. But neat to see how some of these different classes interact with one another as we are still displaying a local caution on the starter bridge and heading down towards turn 1, which tells me that they're still trying to get that machine cleaned up. Now, one of the great things, Brian, that I love about Road America here is actually the emergency services staff. And you'll notice through the course of the weekend here, they are not hesitant to do hot pulls, basically trying to get cars removed from the side of the track or what have you during incidents while the race is ongoing. And it gives us much more green flag time than I think we've seen here than on really any other stop on the Super Tour so far. So definitely want to thank those great people.
Well, and here it's abundantly helpful and important to try to do that because with a 4-mile lap, if you've got to go full course caution for something like this, that means for basically 3 miles of the lap where you could be racing, you're not. So yeah, big kudos to the folks here trying to get that taken care of under a local yellow to allow us to keep racing for the other 3 miles of the racetrack. And be aware, no one is, all the drivers are very aware of how good that is, because when we do have to spend a lot of time under full course yellow, that is always one of the biggest points of consternation here for the drivers when they spend all the money to come to these races and don't get to spend a lot of time under green. So thank you all to the ES workers here for getting that done.
Yeah. Getting word from one of our corners, Bill Johnson, driver of the number 42 Formula Continental. They're seeing a little bit more smoke out of the back of that car than they would expect to see. And we've got another driver here, getting some of the notes in from race control. It sounds like the 21 machine might have cracked that 103 decibel sound limit, and they will get the notice. And interestingly enough, that is Jimmy Simpson. He is our overall leader. So certainly, and sound control is over on the exit of turn number 3, just as the drivers are getting back full on the throttle to go down that very long marine sweep down towards turn 5. So at this point, he has about a 5, almost a 6-second advantage over Dudley Fleck and Chip Romer. So he probably could stand to lay out of the throttle just a little bit. But obviously the tendency there is once you get the car straightened up out of 3, you want to be full on the throttle.
Yeah, definitely. Being that's the case, so and if you miss a shift or something, you can rev that motor and clip that decibel meter really easy too. So you just never know what the situation was. Usually they want to see the car be over decibel level 2 or 3 laps before they do anything about it for that exact reason. So.
All right, so we're going to try and catch up here with the race, and I think what we just saw coming out of turn 3, heading down the straight, I believe that was I think that was Tom Hope in the red and white 18. Here we go. This is I believe coming in to turn 5 right now. Let me double check this. I believe it is Tom Hope, then Bill Johnson and Devin Lesueur. That is the battle actually between Johnson and Lesueur, the 42 and the 05, for the last step on the podium in Continental. And there they are, those 2 cars right there coming through the corner right there, I believe, are the 42 and the 05. So a neat little battle going on right there as we are, Brian, we're a little bit past halfway. We've got about 10 minutes remaining in this session. So why don't we take why don't I first give a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for actually it's the first call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 3, Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid. All right, so let's take a quick break, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with our open wheel race here at the National Park Speed Road America, part of the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Want to get out on track but not quite ready to dive into wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, the one-day, low-pressure, fun-with-your-street-car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more. So we're back here at Road America and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, when we went to break, and we've been watching a great fight, and I think you just saw them come underneath the starter bridge going down towards turn 1. This thing's been going on for a couple laps.
Yeah, that's the battle for 6 between Alex Conger and Rob Radman, and it looks like Conger just took over 6th place right when they crossed the line. And they've been scrapping back and forth now for several laps. That's why I wanted to pick it up here for a lap or two and feature them just a bit. And before we get back to that real quick, if you are interested in track night like Greg was talking about, there's one coming up July 7th at Brainerd. That's close-ish to Road America. And then Blackhawk Farms just down the street from Road America. That's so those are your opportunities. That one's on July 12th. Okay, sorry, I'm done now.
Well, that's okay, because this is such a neat battle to watch as they're rolling up the hill, and I think they're actually coming up on the back of that Formula Continental fight that we were watching a little bit earlier. And our overall leader, and we haven't really been watching Jimmy Simpson other than talking about him hitting the sound limits a little bit earlier in that bright orange number 21. We just saw him come out of turn 1 and come underneath one of our Continentals. Jimmy Simpson now working lap number 10 here as we have just a touch under 6 minutes remaining. And he's had a pretty easy go of it so far, Brian. He's got about a 15-second advantage now over Chip Romer, but here's a big change though, and we're gonna have to try and find this fight on track. the battle for second in Formula Atlantic, Chip Romer, Dudley Fleck, when they came by the start-finish line here just a moment ago, and I think they should be heading down probably towards turn 3 now. We've got Romer and Fleck, and we've got cars off at turn 8. Chip Romer gets around Dudley Fleck for second in Atlantic.
Yeah, that car went off on the outside of turn 8 and then crossed the track to park itself right where it is. Does not look like it's moving at the moment. The good news is it could stay there for the rest of the race and probably be just fine.
And Brian, that is the 1.8 machine of Tom Hope.
Oh, no.
Yes, who had been running had been running second in Formula Continental, and Tom Hope is our driver off there at turn 8, and he's not moving. It looks like, at this point, from a podium position, obviously,
right.
His race is done.
Well, I mean, and you got to think that maybe something broke here as he came through here, but we're going to get a little replay here of this thing. Here he comes in. Yeah, he was already offline, way offline, coming through that corner. And I think he thought maybe he could get the car going again. And once he started going, he realized, A, I don't want to be parked there. And B, I want to get back across the racetrack to kind of get in a safer spot. So.
Yeah, and the word is after he spun, they said that he had lost power. My guess is he had stalled the car there. But we do have, as you can see, more of our emergency services team on the ground trying to get that car either hooked up or get it back and moving. And there we go from the other view. And Brian, the battle, we need to track these 2 racers down on track because Dudley Fleck has just gotten back around Chip Romer and moved up into second place. And we have another driver off over by turn 8.
I wonder if there's some oil down there, maybe, because that's the second incident right in that area.
All right, in our corner, although it is almost directly underneath our corner station there, just before the Speedville Bridge, they are not able to get the car number off of that car. So as soon as we find out who that is, we'll let you know.
Yeah. And then we have another incident here. Oh, this is the Tom Hope car that they're trying to pull in behind the wall. So just a different angle there. Nice job with the camera angles for that situation there. And then that car is looking to get away. That's an orange Formula Atlantic, it looks like. A little squattier than the Continental. So.
And it sounds like we might have a car off over in Canada Corner as well, Brian.
Lots of stuff going on here
Yeah.
as we get through this second race of the day here.
Oh, there you go. Not Canada Corner, but over at 14. Yep. And that is the 23 machine. That is Alex Conger, who had been running in the top 5 in Formula Atlantic.
And if that's right at the gravel trap there, that might be high-sided. And that's in a not very good spot. And I don't know how they get that one without a full course caution, unfortunately.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they indeed do that, Brian. But with just about 2 minutes left in the session, let me make another call to the grid for our very large Spec Miata field. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. And it sounds, Brian, from listening to race control, that we are not going to go full course caution. I believe they're planning to simply give our leader give him a white flag here as we watch that car go off at 14.
Yep. That's a tough spot.
Yeah, Brian, looks like yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks like he may have dropped the wheel before turn-in there and just had the rear end go around. You saw the back end come around before he ever got the nose pointed towards the apex.
Yep.
So Conger is, unfortunately, looks like he is going to watch the rest of the race, either there from turn 14 or from the back of a car. And coming down the pit lane, and I think it was the car that had gone around at turn 8. That is the number 5 of Aiden Morrill in the Ligier F3 chassis. I think that was the second car that we saw off at 8 after Hope's car spun.
All right, so as we get ready to get into what I think is going to be our second to last lap, we should get the white flag next time by. Jimmy Simpson's your leader in FA, followed by Dudley Fleck, Chip Romer, Steve Forer, and Tony Opheim. Resetting Formula Continental, you've got Michael Barrisons, Alex Conger, who is now off, I think. That's the car that's off there in 14. So Bill Johnson's going to move ahead of him, and Devin LeSueur, and that car's just going to keep dropping down through the order. So big implications there for that Alex Conger car. He was in line for a podium finish, and that will be no more.
All right, Brian, white flag is in the air. 1 lap to go here at Road America. There you go, coming right underneath the starter bridge. Jimmy Simpson in his Formula Atlantic Swift, Cicero, Indiana. 4 miles remaining. And here he is coming all by himself, coming through turn number 1.
Yes, when you've got the lead, this is the longest 4 miles in motorsports here. If you try to get your car around here for this last lap to get to the checkered flag, that's exactly what Jimmy Simpson is trying to do. He's got a 24-second lead over Chip Romer, so he's got no reason to push it, but it's still 24. It's still a 4-minute lap.
All right, and Brian, we got another change here for second position in Formula Atlantic is Chip Romer. When he came by this last time to start his final lap, he had gotten back around Dudley Fleck, and now the gap about 5 seconds. So looks like Fleck might have had some issues on that very last lap. Yeah, it actually turned a 2:13 lap time, about 5 seconds off of the front end of our field.
And then we have another car off at the exit of turn 8, right at the edge of the racetrack. Hopefully it can get started again and collect itself. Hopefully it hasn't stalled itself. But we're going to keep working our way through this final lap here. There's your leader through the kink, and that means there's about 1.5 miles to go before this race is done and dusted. Got the yellow flag out there. That's for that car off on turn 14.
Yeah, and here comes our leader now out of Bill Mitchell Bend, and coming into turn 14 as they're still trying to get that Conger car removed. But here coming into the final corner, yeah, all by himself, Jimmy Simpson, as he's been more or less since turn 5, taking the checkered flag. Jimmy Simpson, your winner in Formula Atlantic.
And then we'll have a long wait for Chip Romer to come around to grab second place. He was about 25 seconds back last time by, so we should see Chip Romer coming into our view here any second now as they makes the long push up the hill towards the start stand, and in this case, the finish stand.
And
here
there
he
it goes.
There is Chip Romer across the line at 26 seconds back. Dudley Fleck should be your next person, unless that lap problem lap before. Now he was able to keep it together for the final lap. Dudley Fleck will be your third spot on the podium in Formula Atlantic.
And next driver across the line, coming down the front straight now. And I think this is, let me double check this, Brian. I think this was actually the fight that we were watching a little bit further back in Atlantic with Radman and Schwartz. And indeed, let's see here, coming across the line. Actually, that was back in Formula Continental where we had Hutchinson, Lendon, and Waschlager cross the line. Let's take a look at Formula Continental, where Michael Verison's also had a pretty easy run of it. He takes the win in that number 65 machine. Bill Johnson will finish in second in the number 42. And then Devin LeSueur in the 05 will come home in third, and we just had our Formula Atlantic, probably our Formula X drivers come across the line. Jacob Finkelmotor in the number 12 will take the win there, with Ken Denault finishing second in Formula X.
Oh, there's another car off there at turn 14 on the final lap here. Good day for Cahill Motorsports. 3 Formula Atlantics in the top 5. Your race winner, Simpson, Fleck, and Forer, all Cahill Motorsports entry. So a good day for those folks.
All right, let's take a look. The car that went off over at 14 is the number 46. We think.
We'll call it 46 and call it a day.
Yeah, yeah. I think that was actually Brandon Schwartz finishing 7th in Formula Atlantic. So, Brian, I think that's going to wrap things up for us here for race number 2, and I can't wait. Our last race before we break for lunch. It's the one that I think so many people wait for. It is Spec Miata. Let's make a final call to the grid. Attention to the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid. All right, so let's take a quick break, and when we come back, Spec Miata time here at the National Park of Speed. You're watching the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Race fans, just a reminder for you, you can check out the Family Fun Zone from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. this afternoon at Los Amigos concession stand over turn 1 just south of the VIP Tower on the main straightaway. The Family Fun Zone presented by Bank First, Jean and Loon Lady, coloring contest, and fun activity zone for the youngsters, ages 12 and under. Presented by Bank First and Road America. Family Fun Zone outside turn 1 on Main Street. You can't come to the races until chores like mowing the grass are done. Skag Power Equipment offers a full lineup of mowers to help cut your grass in record time. If you're looking professionally manicured, check us out online.
Benson, you know, he had the Bullet. He had a Mustang Bullet. But then we Bullet is no longer.
Minutes has been given to Grizz here at Road America. Elkhart Lake Blue Corvette. Stingray paint car. Makes its way to pit lane. Group 3, Spec Miata. Next here on the docket, we'll take you through your grid. Group 3, with Cam Evans, Tom Brown, Tyler Brown, Charles Tavis. The first two rows for Group 3. Up next. Here from American National Park Speed. My name is Gregg Ginsberg. Thanks for joining us here on this Saturday. Thanks to the folks from DMAC here this weekend as well. Folks are enjoying a beautiful Saturday at American National Park. All of our campers as well. Just a reminder, there is, of course, a very dry, drought-like conditions here in the state of Wisconsin. Just a reminder, please keep your fires in very small varieties as well as mesh screens and ash screens as well for campfires this weekend here at Road America. No, it's not ideal. It's not our typical campfire experience around the racetrack, but just from a fire danger warning from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. Just a friendly reminder, keep your fire safe this weekend as you're camping here at American National Park. Speed began shy of 2 minutes or so from right now. Safety car lights are on. We'll release the grid momentarily. We'll go racing Group 3 just before lunch, coming up at the top of the 12 o'clock hour.
Welcome back to Road America National Park Speed and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, next up, our final race before we break for lunch. But this is a race that I think people definitely come for, and this is Spec Miata.
Yep.
We had 57 drivers set qualifying times this weekend, and there is a lot on the line here for this race. Here, besides besides the glory that comes with winning a race at the June Sprints, Hoosier Racing Tire is also going to be providing a random drawing for 3 tires, and Advanced Auto Sports is going to be giving the highest finishing hard charger award a $300 product voucher. So
Wow.
definitely a lot on the line here.
Well, I just popped some popcorn, so I'm ready to go. This is going to be entertaining, folks.
It
So
always is. Always is. All right, so we say we had 57 drivers. I'm going to give you the top 30, Brian, here, as our drivers are coming off the pit lane and starting their pace lap. Starting 30th, driving the number 188 machine from Oakland, New Jersey, it's Michael Amena. Sam Craven is from Houston, Texas. He starts 29th, driving the 23. Starting 28th, driving the number 95 car from Chicago, Illinois, it's Keith Harris, while Jeremy Butts, we saw him a little bit earlier in T4, he starts 27th today in the number 60 machine. He's from Darnestown, Maryland. Neenah, Wisconsin's Shane Sullivan will start 26th. Shane's driving the 191 car, while Greg Sorg starts 25th. He is in the number 71. Ryan Heischman, maybe looking for a little redemption after that Touring 4 race. He starts 24th today, driving the number 146 Spec Miata. He's from Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Josh Hansen will start 23rd. He's from Burlington, Wisconsin, and he's driving the 44. Andrew Devoto will start 22nd. He's in the number 88 machine. He comes all the way from Wilsaw, Montana. Starting 21st, driving the number 199 car from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, it's Ethan Jacobs. Bob Stretch driving the number 99 car. He starts 20th today with Frankie Barroso starting 19th. He's from Miami Springs, Florida. He's driving the 48. Our reigning national champion in Spec Miata from Arlington, Virginia, driving the number 1 machine, starts 18th today. That's Nick Bruni. Starting 17th, driving the number 80 Spec Miata from St. Paul, Minnesota, Samantha Silver, with Alex Bertignoli starting 16th in the number 14. Matt Novak will start 15th today. He's from Bartlett, Illinois. He's driving the 11 car, while 2019 national champion Todd Burris from Melbourne, Florida, starts 14th in the 56th car. Miles Gortz is starting 13th today. He's in the number 41 car. He's from Waukee, Iowa. Then we've got Logan Stretch. He's starting 12th today in the number 98 machine. Jonathan Davis starts 11th in the number 6, while Michael Carter makes his return to the Super Tour and to the June Sprints. Driver of the number 08 machine from Savannah, Georgia, starts 10th. Alex Stanfield will start 9th today in the number 5 machine, while Spencer Lofton from Henderson, Tennessee, will start 8th in the 110 car. Multi-time national champion Jim Drago from Memphis, Tennessee, will start 7th today, driving the number 2, while Brett Kowalski will start 6th. He's from Las Cruces, New Mexico, and he's driving the 15 car. Danny Stain will start 5th today. He's driving the number 39 machine from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and his OPM Autosports teammate Charles McTudis from Little Mountain, South Carolina, will start 4th. Tyler Brown will start 3rd today. He is in the number 07 machine from Muskego, Wisconsin. But starting 2nd, it's Tom Brown driving the number 27 car, oddly enough, also from Muskego, Wisconsin. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 155 Mazda Miata from Appleton, Wisconsin, with a qualifying time of 2 minutes 41 seconds and 1/10, it's Cam Evan.
all right, the chat thinks we should be keeping an eye on Charles Tudis. Local favorite Cam Eben's got some support. I'm going to tell you that we should also be keeping an eye on Danny Stain, Jim Drago. We've got some really fast cars in the top 10 in this field. So 57 cars are going to be set to take the green flag here, all heading down to turn 1, and it shall be interesting. I am certain of that. Here
All
comes
right, we see the tail end of the field coming into the kink now, Brian. There's a lot of cars when you got 57 of them. Wait till you see when we have 80 Spec Racer Fords a little bit later today.
Yeah, I've experienced that Spec Racer Ford thing, at least from the pit lane when my dad was running here many years. 88 cars started in 1987.
Wow.
So, yeah. All right, here comes
All right,
your leaders. Right behind the pace car, going through Bill Mitchell Bend. And once they come through this little section, there'll be one right-hand turn and a big hill towards the green flag.
That beautiful C8 Chevy Corvette in, Brian, I don't know if you know this, official colors. Road America blue,
Oh,
as it is taking the field now through turn 14. And the field looked very well formed up here as they're starting to make their way up the Road America straight, and that pace car is going to pull onto the pit lane now. Turning the field over to Cam Evan.
here he comes up the hill, looking beautiful. That's the best looking pack of Spec Miatas I think I've seen all year. Here they come up the hill. The starter will decide whether or not, oh, the starter does not like it. Somebody must have jumped the start back in the field, and we are not going to get a green flag here. And of course, now we had some folks check up, and not the people behind them expecting a green flag rear-ended them. So that always happens, especially when you've got this long of a couple of lines here. I didn't see anybody getting on a line, but I'm sure the starter did, so we'll do this one more time. Of course, the clock starts here.
That's right.
So this will be part of the 25-minute race, and on a pace lap here, this could take off 5 minutes of the race.
And Brian, word I'm getting from race control and actually from the starter bridge is that the starter heard the field start to accelerate and pick up a good deal of speed coming up the hill towards the starter stand. They did that early, and it is within the starter's discretion then to wave things off. But the challenge you always have with that big field and also with the big hill here on the Road America straight is when a start gets waved off. You always have to be concerned about that accordion effect, and we did have, as you mentioned, I think a couple cars that might have had some taps. I know we had one car move all the way into the grass driver's left to perhaps preemptively avoid being hit from behind, but looks like the rest of the field now is all ready to go. And so in this case, you do have your pole sitter Cam Evan acting as the safety car, and should be keeping the field at that same safety car pace. Well, I guess we had the safety car pick him up.
Yeah, the safety car blasted its way through the pit lane and was able to be ready to jump right back out in front of the pace car, or the pole sitter here. So we'll get another paced lap here, and as you can see, the clock has started. We're 23 minutes to go in this race, and we'll try to do it again here.
Yeah, not what we would have expected here to start this race, but we'll see here. Hopefully, we'll be able to get things back underway here and go to green flag racing. And this is what you have to have all of these racers work together. And there is, as part of the rule book, they are supposed to maintain the pace car speed until that checkered flag comes out. And if they do accelerate and pick up a good deal of speed, which, there's that tendency and there's that want to do, as the pole sitter tries to game the driver behind or beside him, you run the risk of having the start waved off. So hopefully we'll get back and go racing this next time by. The problem is here, Brian, at 4 miles in length, and with the typical pace car speed being somewhere around 45 miles an hour, we're likely going to be about 20 minutes remaining in this 25-minute race. A good, almost a fifth of the race, 20% of it gone by the time we go green flag.
Well, and the other problem is going to be, do any of these drivers know why the thing was waved off? Because they're likely to get on the gas again, and if the starter doesn't like it, we could do it all over again. So be interested to see what happens as they come through the kink here. They got to go through Canada Corner. They'll get paired back up again as they come into the Bill Mitchell turn, and then we'll see if we can get ourselves a green flag here this time by. And here they come. That is a beautiful blue. I'm a Corvette yellow guy myself, if I'm buying one, but that is a really, really beautiful looking car. And I can tell you, they are not as well bunched up this time by as they were last time by. We'll see if they can get that together before they get out of turn 14. But last time by, from a lined up standpoint, they were about as perfect as you're ever going to see a group of 57 cars. But we will see what happens here as they try to get caught up. The back of the field's trying to get caught up again. Looking pretty good at the moment, at least for the first 15, 20 rows. And And here we come up the hill. We'll see if the starter likes what he sees this time by. And now we've got ourselves our green flag. Here they come, 57 Spec Miatas, all heading down to turn 1 at the same time. I'm seeing some pre-buy action already here, about mid-pack. They're going to come towards the first corner here. This is going to be the moment of trepidation as they fan out here, 3 and 4 wide, side by side in the front. It's so far at this point of the track, it all looks pretty decent. This is the one situation where having a camera on the exit of 1 would have been fun. But here they come down
Yes.
towards 3, and looking good so far. Everybody's playing like good people here.
Yeah, a little bit of brake lock up there coming down the hill into turn number 3. And Brian, it was interesting to note here as Cam Eben takes the early lead heading down the Moraine sweep over towards turn number 5, is that we saw where the left-hand lane kind of shifted over to driver's right. The pole sitter Eben and that entire right-hand lane was really pinned up against the pit wall coming down the front straight. And I thought that, perhaps that outer lane would try to keep them pinned in going into turn 1. That did not happen. They opened up the corner trying to carry speed through turn 1 and allowed Eben and the rest of that inside lane to come down centers. We've got a driver that's gone off on the outside of turn 5.
I saw that happen, and one of the drivers went off and tracked out. When they tried to come back on, it looks like they caught the asphalt in a little weird way, came right back into another car, and then they both ended up in the fence on driver's right there. I kind of saw that developing at the exit of turn 5. Here we've got another bunch of cars going way wide on the exit of turn 8. Hopefully they can come back in without causing any issues. Looks like that's been good so far. I was kind of waiting to see how long it was going to take for these cars to get racy, because these are a group of a class that likes to start pushing and shoving each other just a little bit here. They played really well for the first group of corners, but it's only a matter of time before things get to be a little bit contentious.
All right, and getting word that was the 128 machine of Andrew Carmody and also the number 7 machine of Stephen Hock that got together on the outside of turn number 5, and there was a little bit of contact. It sounds like not before they went off, but obviously after they were off in the grass already. Here as our leaders starting to move their way up, and Brian, looks like a big jump there from Chuck McTudis, who started 4th, now moving up in the 5th. We've got a car in the wall coming through Bill Mitchell Bend at driver's left.
Not quite sure how that car got, I mean, I know how it got there, but what car?
And we may have another car off, Brian.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, coming out of the carousel as well. I'll try and get the numbers on them as our leaders are crossing the stripe, completing. And when I say leaders, it's about a 30-40 car train at this point coming down the front straight. And we'll reset the field here in just a moment for you.
All right, there they are across the line for the first time. Tom Brown takes the first lap lead, or actually the second lap lead, because the first lap was under yellow. Chuck Matudis is in 2nd. Tyler Brown is 3rd. Dennis Stain up to 4th. Brett Kowalski 5th, followed by Cam Eben. He was the big loser on the first lap, going down all the way to 6th place from the pole. Michael Carter is in 7th, followed by Spencer Lofton in 8th.
All right, getting word on the driver that's off on the outside of Bill Mitchell Bend. That is the 73 machine that is off, and that is Brett Prange out of Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. And I believe the driver that we have off over by the carousel, it might be Matteo Azzari out of Chicago, Illinois, driver of the number 10 machine. That we've not seen him complete that first lap, or probably second lap.
You see a yellow car right here come into your view on the inside there. That car went way off at the exit of turn 5. Did a really nice job of coming back onto the racetrack without really causing any issues. But you can see now there's a train of cars driving past that driver. I'm not exactly sure which car that is, but kudos to that driver for not shooting back into racing action and causing a big problem there. Here you can see the rescue crews are there working on that car there at the exit of the carousel, trying to get it either started or into a safer spot. Another
boy.
big car problem coming out of the carousel. trying to see what the situation is there. Once the dust clears, we might be able to find out what that situation is.
Yeah, and there are reports coming in from the corners about drivers not slowing down there while we've got emergency vehicles out. Just got word that, Brian, the car that you saw go off at turn 5 was the 88 machine.
Okay.
And I'm trying to match the name up with the car number right now.
Right.
And that is a driver who at the time was running 22nd, Andrew Devato, out of Wilsaw, Montana. Montana? No, yeah, that's like
Is that like Hannah Montana?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Very nice. And I will tell you, Greg, if the cars aren't going to slow down for that yellow flag, local yellow, I would not be. There has been instances where the stewards have said, if you can't do it the right way, we'll throw a full course, and we could sit here with another 2 or 3 laps and 10 minutes of this race. So, it's one of those things where you got to be careful what you do. You kind of have the choice as to whether, in some situations, they're going to throw that full course, and if you're doing not so smart stuff, that's all on you at that point.
Indeed, as we've got a car that's just run wide coming out of turn number 3. But look at this. Chuck McTudis being pushed by his teammate Danny Stain, trying to make their way around Tom Brown, our leader, the 27 machine, as they make their way down the Marine sweep heading into turn number 5. And I believe, Brian, we've got a new leader, and we've got a new second place racer. The 2 OPM racers now moving into first and second, McTudis as well as Stain. We also have the 45 machine, who has just brought his car up the pit lane here, and it looks like his day likely is done.
And Stain and McTudis like to work together, and that's likely what they will try to do for the next maybe 10 minutes, and then there'll be no more working together.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yep. And
so that
Tom
moves.
Brown,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
I say, well, they got around Tom Brown, but he's not letting them go. He's still sticking right there with them, and maybe he'll feel good about sitting in third place there for a few laps and kind of just sizing up the competition in front of him before he tries to make a move to get back into the lead.
All right, it sounds like we had a car go off track, Brian, over by turn 7, and he's up, I think he is between turn 7 and turn 8 down the Hurry Downs.
Okay.
I'll try and get that car number.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of drivers hanging it out here, and that's, like I said earlier, the fast way through the kink is to get out there. But as the day goes by, more and more dust gets laid down there, also making it slippery and treacherous. And that is something that you want to really try to keep an eye on. So you could go through the kink, Greg, 5, 6, 10 consecutive laps and have a different level of grip every time you go through it.
Every time. Well, and again, we were talking earlier, what I saw in qualifying here is now coming across the stripe, Brian, here, look at this. Both McTudis and Stain still pushing along, have really opened up a tremendous gap back to Tom Brown. And when I say tremendous, it's about 9/10 of a second. Brown, though, as they come down into turn 1, along with Brett Kowalski and also Tyler Brown, now able to draft right back up to our 2 leaders. And Jim Drago in that green and white number 2 machine, he's along for the ride as well. When you are coming through the kink and you are inches off the car directly in front of you, there's a lot of trust there that the driver in front is going to keep his foot pinned to the throttle. If he goes and lets out a little bit, and you have to react to that with practically no time to react, you can really upset the balance and the loading of your car. And in qualifying, that's a lot of what we saw here, where drivers had challenges in that section of the track. It's really a very treacherous portion of the track surface, and especially in Spec Miata, where you are essentially looking through the windshield of the car directly in front of you, or the windshield of the car 4 cars ahead of you.
Sure.
It's very difficult to hit your marks.
Absolutely. Let's take a break. We're well past halfway here. We've got our final break of this race, and then we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Supertour live from the WeatherTech 2023 Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, like Road America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. And so welcome back to the National Park of Speed and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Brian Bielanski by my side, my virtual side. And Brian, while we were at break, we had a neat little off, and I think as some of our viewers have seen, we've brought some replay coverage to our quiver of tools that we have. And I think we had some action with the 09 car over turn 5. Let's take a look.
Quiver of tools. I like that. Here it comes right down here into our view. You'll see this car. Hang it out here just a little. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a lot of speed, and that is why they've got a lot of runoff and actually a series of tire barriers and a chicane that you can go through to scrub the wheels off. Looks like the 09 car real late on the brakes, and he did what he did to keep from taking two more cars out along with him.
Well, and that's all fine and good if you're on the cement there, but when you're on the grass, there's not a whole lot to help you stop.
No, certainly not.
So that was fairly impressive. It's not what I was expecting to see. So love that camera work there.
And Brian, look at this as they come out of 14 up the Road America straight. Danny Stain, your leader, and he moves over to driver's right to try and not only to break the draft from Brett Kowalski, but to have Chuck McTudis, who is running in third position, come and join him as they come down and try to push down the front straight as they move into turn number 1. It is 2x2. Stain, Kowalski, McTudis, then Tom Brown and Tyler Brown, sitting at the back of that 5-car pack.
Yeah, look at that. We're 6 minutes to go, 20 minutes into this race, and we've got 5 cars side by side and nose to tail, just banging it out here for a win here in the first race of the weekend in Spec Miata. And another 4-car group right there behind them, and then another 6-car. I mean, there's the theme of the day.
Yes.
Some really great pack racing all the way through the field.
Yeah, and so Brian, in that second pack, that is in the green and white machine, that is Jim Drago there, along with his teammate, his E Street teammate Todd Burris. Of course, both of them former national champions in the classes. We've got a couple of drivers running very wide now through the exit of turn 5 and even beyond the curbing apron over there.
And don't look now, but that 5-car pack is now becoming a 7-car pack, although Stain and McTudis are trying to drive away again a little bit. But all that little jostling around gave Jim Drago and Todd Burris a chance to get back up with this group. And as I understand, Todd Burris might be in a brand new car this weekend too. So a lot to talk about and a lot going on here with under 5 to go in Spec Miata.
I don't know. It hasn't been the same for me since he raced the Krispy Kreme Donuts car for so many years. But Brian, also, and a little bit further back in the field, had some mechanical issues before qualifying yesterday morning. Jordan Rick Segrini started this race at the tail end of this 57 car field. Segrini now has moved all the way up. Let me take a look here. I believe he has made it up to 25th, so he's actually walked through almost half the field now. Certainly in line for that hard charger award given out here at the end of the race. Again, Advanced Autosports to be providing a $300 product voucher to the highest finishing hard charger.
Looking at this camera here, if we can stay with just for a second, Zach. It used to be that you could really abuse the curb if you wanted to stay off that gray area. But now with the new curbs and everything, it looks like that gray area is now a fairly usable piece of tarmac. Because it used to be there was a dip at the end of the curb into that tarmac, and you really didn't want to catch that. But it looks like they've smoothed that out a bunch. And some drivers are beginning to understand that that's a usable piece of racetrack.
Yeah, indeed. All right, and next time by, Brian, getting word, our leaders will get the one to go. They'll get that white flag here as we've got 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock now. By the time they complete this lap, they would not be able to complete another lap beyond that. So again, white flag. They are on the penultimate lap currently as our leaders, I believe, start to work their way down towards, should be working their way into turn 5 now.
Yep. Our leaders still McTudis, Stain, Tyler Brown, Brett Kowalski, Tom Brown, Jim Drago, Todd Burris, Spencer Lofton, Alex Stanfield, and Alex Bertololi. That's your top 10 right now. And it is still, there's five cars up front. And any of those 5 drivers could end up on the top step of the podium at this point in time. There is nothing decided at this point.
No, and it appears as though they're 2x2, and it looks like Jim Drago has separated himself out just a little bit from his teammate. There, Todd Burris, Burris and Lofton, the 56 and the 110, currently locked nose to tail, running in 7th position. But that may leave Drago in a little bit of a difficult position without somebody to give him a push up to those top 5 racers, as he's kind of sitting in, he would be the bridge, but unfortunately nobody there to push him as our leaders now coming towards the kink here, and it is McTudis and Stain, and as we've seen them, Brian, seemingly since, going off and going wide. That is wide. I think that was Brett Kowalski in the 15 machine that runs wide.
And that car,
I think he's still there, driver's left, Brian.
Yeah, I think he is still there, and something's still picking up dust. Not quite sure why that's there, but these guys are literally driving blind into what is the highest speed portion of this racetrack here through the kink, and they're just literally guessing which way to go at this point.
Yes. And I'm trying to see as they clear now. It looks like there may be debris over there. Maybe that area is now clear, but that was a heck of a hit here as our leaders now coming up the hill, Brian, and they are going to get the white flag as Danny Stain pulls right ahead of his teammate there, Chuck McTudis. Yeah. And we'll take a look here. And indeed, that was Brett Kowalski in the 15 machine, as I suspected. And looks like we've got another driver who's just gone a little bit wide coming through turn number 1. But, you know, Brian, it looked exactly as I mentioned earlier. They come through, and the rear end just stepped out on Kowalski, couldn't grab it. And once, you know, once those rear wheels get off into that dirt on the outside of that extended curbing, you know, there's very, very little you can do to correct it.
Right, and my guess is that, you know, we were far enough back with that camera that it looked really blind, but as those drivers got closer to the situation, they were able to see better than we can, because all of them did a great job at negotiating that.
Yeah, indeed. And Brian, so Kowalski managed to bring the white number 18 up to the pit lane. There is quite a bit of damage there from the wall impact. I would suspect that probably some alignment issues there, but the car doesn't look as bad as I would have thought that it would from what we saw.
The third place car there, Tyler Brown, went way off and did a really nice job of collecting it and getting back on. There was one other car way off in the distance that went off just before the camera changed, but that car looked like it was collecting itself to really get back into the action. That car went even further off than Tyler Brown.
And we see out there Jim Drago trying to grab some positions back. He had dropped back trying to avoid that machine on the last lap that had gone off. Had tried to avoid the number 18 machine and actually lost a couple of positions. Lost to his teammate Todd Burris. Also lost out to Spencer Lofton and Alex Stanfield. We'll see here now as they're coming out of the kink, and it is really just a 3-car fight at this point between Stain, McTudis, and Tyler Brown.
That's exactly what it is, and we're going to see them up next year. The next view we're going to see is in the Bill Mitchell corners, and there are your 2 leaders. That is Stain in front, McTudis in second. The third place car has dropped back quite a bit, and maybe even having some mechanical problems. And right now, moving into the third place spot, that's, I believe, Jim Drago.
That's Todd Burris in the orange 56.
Yep.
With
right, so
Jim Drago directly behind.
Here's your drag race up the hill. Right there, that's Stain and McTudis. Who's got the horses? Who's taking advantage of the draft? I might not have pulled out quite so early there, and it looks like it's going to be right at the line. Danny Stain, I think, is going to be your winner. Charles McTudis will come in second. Who's third?
Todd Burris.
Todd Burris.
Coming in third. And Brian, of course, you know, these transponders can be mounted in different places on the car, but we are showing a margin of victory for Danny Stain over his OPM teammate of 27 thousandths of a second. Todd Burris will finish in third. Jim Drago, Todd's E Street Racing teammate, 91 thousandths of a second back from there, finishing just off the podium in fourth. Spencer Lofton works his way up to fifth. Tyler Brown, who had been right up at the front of the field, had started third today. Tyler Brown finishes in sixth. Cam Evan, our pole sitter today, finishes in seventh. Tom Brown, who started on the front row, finishes in eighth. Michael Carter will finish in ninth. Alex Bertignoli will come home in 10th. And let's take a look. You know, I mentioned a little bit earlier about Jordan Rick Segrini, who started at the tail end of the field, finishes 21st after having started 50, not 57th, but having started 58th on the field today.
Fantastic.
So a great run for Jordan Rick Segrini.
Well, Charles McTudis may have learned something there, because I think he will realize that he pulled out pretty much before they got to the bulk of the hill. And if he had stayed tucked in behind Danny Stain a little bit longer until he got to the top of that hill, I'm pretty certain he would have won this race. So he'll put that in his memory. And if he's in the same situation tomorrow, either in front or in back, he'll know what that situation is. And I think if he'd have stayed there, maybe just to the top of the crest of the hill, it might have been a slightly different outcome in this race. So,
yeah, indeed. And so we still have a couple drivers that are coming across. We did have, as you can see here, a car off coming out of the carousel, making the run down towards the kink. And as I'm looking here, I believe it may be the number 5 of Alex Stanfield. It's either going to be Stanfield or possibly Matthew Novak.
Right.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Andrew Carboni, the very last car to take the checkered flag. So likely the next car showing the lap down, Alex Stanfield in the number 5 our driver stranded there on the very last lap.
Well, the good news, Greg, is I now have an hour to go and take some more blood pressure medication,
Yes.
get myself some breakfast. They can clean up the track because we're going to take the lunch break here. And lunch for you guys, breakfast for me out here on the West Coast. When we come back around 1 o'clock Central Time, we've got our production cars and B-Spec, a huge B-Spec field here this weekend.
Yes, 22 cars deep.
That's going to be fantastic to watch. And of course, the production cars always put on a great show.
That's right. And we're going to have a very special guest with us here. This weekend's Grand Marshal, Mark Webber, should be joining us as well.
I've heard of him.
I think, well, not that Mark Webber, but an SCCA Hall of Fame member, Mark Webber.
I'm talking
yes,
about
heard
the
of
one
him
you're
too.
talking about.
Okay, good.
And I've also seen a lot of his photography, which he makes me look like an amateur. So fantastic. We're looking forward to having him in the booth. So, all right, we're going to take our break. We should be back right around 1 o'clock Central Time. Stay with us. We'll get you all that information when the time comes. And when we come back, we'll have 6 more races. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the WeatherTech 2023 Chicago Region June Sprint. Stay with us. Welcome back to Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, actually Plymouth, Wisconsin. This is the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here as well. And we are getting ready for our fourth race of the day. Production cars, GT lights, and B-Spec split start, Greg. And
Yes.
If you look at the start stand there, there's a guy up there with a white hat and a black shirt. He is a special dude.
He is the Grand Marshal for the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, and a former race winner here at the June Sprints, and a current member of the SCCA Hall of Fame. It's Mark Weber, and he is going to be the starter for today's race. And hopefully, when he is done with those duties, he's going to wander on down here into the booth, and we'll have him on air with us for just a little bit before he then, as part of his duties, will then head to the winner's circle to congratulate our winners from this production GT Light and B-Spec race. But Brian, real quick, as our drivers are heading onto the track now for their pace lap, let's run down the starting order here. And what I'm going to do, we have 22 B-Spec cars in the field, and we had 39 E production, F production, H production, and GT Light cars. I'm going to give you the top 16, the front 8 rows from both of these groups. Let's start off with B-Spec, where we have starting 16th, driving the number 03 Chevy Sonic from Janesville, Wisconsin. And we've had him on the air, and hopefully we'll have him in the booth with us a little bit later today. Jonathan Wickert, starting 15th in B-Spec, driving the number 63 Mazda 2. It's Bill Collins. Starting 14th, driving the number 5 Mini Cooper from Nashville, Tennessee, Mark Goodman, with George Badger starting 13th, also in a Mini Cooper. That's the 107 car. Joseph Gersh is going to start 12th today. He's driving the number 19 Toyota Yaris. He's from Conroe, Texas, with, and here's an interesting development, Peter Zeckert from Maryland Heights, Missouri, driving the number 85 Honda Fit. Usually we see Peter driving something along the lines of a GT Light car. Starting 10th, driving the number 193 Honda Fit, is Peter Steffen, with Chris Taylor driving the number 134 Mazda 2, and he is starting 9th. Starting 8th, driving the number 138 Mazda 2 from Racine, Wisconsin, Stephanie Anderson, with Gail Corley starting 7th. Gail is driving the number 111 car. He's from Willis, Texas. Starting 6th, multi-time champion from McCordsville, Indiana, driving a Honda Fit today in the 00 machine, David Doherty. Starting 5th, driving the number 92 Honda Fit from Houston, Texas, Kent Carter. Joe McClugan starts 4th today. He's driving the number 36 Mazda 2. He's from Marion, Texas. And then we've got Stuart Black driving the gosh, I did this all day yesterday. Driving the Chevy Sonic. He's out of Greensboro, North Carolina, and your front row in B-Spec, driving the number 43 Toyota Yaris. He was your 2019 national champion, John Phillips. And Rob Pekarczyk driving the number 99 Honda Fit with a qualifying time of 2:53.571. Now let's move over to production and GT Light, and I will say that because he's out of the top 16, Graham Fuller scheduled to start 19th overall. He's driving the number 2 Honda CRX. He is your GT Light pole sitter. Starting 16th, driving the number 69 Mazda Miata, F Production Mazda Miata, it's Eric Greisinger. Starting 15th, driving the number 171 E Production Mazda. That is a Mazda MX-5 Cup car. It is Joe Rainey. Starting 34th, driving the number, starting 14th, not 34th, starting 14th, driving the number 34 H Production Mazda 2 from Topeka, Kansas. Jesse Prather. Starting 13th, driving the number 95 F Production Mazda Miata, James Samaras. Starting 12th, driving the number 20 H Production Volkswagen GTI is your reigning champion in the class, Chris Shaftsma. Starting 11th, driving the number 11 F Production MG Midget from Plymouth, Wisconsin, David Brown. Steve Sargis will start 10th, driving the number 18 Triumph Spitfire. Ed Hosney, driving the number 13 F Production Honda CRX, starts 9th today, while David Strittmatter starts 8th. He's driving the number 28 Acura Integra. Lance Loftman will start 7th. He's in the number 22 E Production Datsun 240Z, with Ken Kennard starting 6th. He is in the number 51 F Production Acura Integra, starting 5th, driving the number 3 F Production Mazda Miata from Chatham, Ontario, Canada. It's Doug Weaver with Mason Workman. He is your F Production pole sitter. He starts 4th today in the number 52 Mazda Miata, starting 3rd, driving the number 08 E Production Honda S2000 was Aaron Johnson, with Tim Schreier starting on the outside of row number 1, driving his E Production BMW 325 IS, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 89 E Production BMW Z3 with a qualifying time of 2 minutes 30 seconds, .324 from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's John Brackey.
Perfect timing here, Greg, as we get to the top of the hill. The starters taking a look at the field. The green flag from Mark Webber in the air, and 3 wide, about 4 rows back, and all through the field here as they cross the line, heading down to turn 1 for the first time. We're going to see him come right into our living rooms here, and this will be the true test here as we get through the first row, first corner here. So far, so good at that point in time, and a lot of racing to go. 25-minute races here as we get ready to move through this 4th race of the day. Already, is that the Yaris already out? Oh no, I'm looking at
wrong group, Brian.
Wrong group.
But I'll tell you, the 29 machine, the Volvo, is having some issues getting around. We'll see if he can continue as our B-Spec field now coming up to the start line.
Yep, here we go. Now they've got the green flag in the air, and these are our B-Spec cars coming across split start. This one's a little bit better organized. They're not too far apart, so this will have much more of the intended circumstances with the split starts. Here comes your B-Spec crew, still side by side all the way through turn 1. We got one car jumping out in front. That is the Toyota Yaris that I was talking about earlier, and out front early, that is Rob Piskarik coming here now through and into our living rooms here in coming through turn 3.
Yeah, it's Rob Karchik, and driving a car that's got a little bit of history. That Honda Fit, former Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion a number of years ago, as we've got a car that's just gone off over at turn 6.
Yep.
And I believe that may very well be the Triumph of either Anthony Parker or possibly Steve Sargis. And looking at we had the 2 red stripes, and indeed, it is the 1.8 and the 4.8 getting together. The 1.8 is actually, I take that back. They're saying no contact, but the 1.8 of Sargis and the 48 machine of Michael Sturm that may have that they both went off, but we can see there definitely a lot of tire rub from Steve Sargis.
They may be saying no contact, but I don't think that tire rub comes from no contact. That's just my extrapolation of the situation here as we get ready to complete our first racing lap here, and as they come up the hill for the first time, and we will see who our race leader is. I believe that is going to be Tim Shire in the BMW 325, and I am correct. It doesn't happen very often, so I'm very proud of myself. John Brackett is in second, followed by Mason Workman, Aaron Johnson, Ken Kennard, Lance Loffman, Doug Weaver, and Ed Hosney. There's your top 8 here as they cross the line for the first time.
All right, and as they now come down the front straight here, Brian, and we can see Chris Shaftsma starting to make his way up through the field. Shaftsma, again, our reigning national champion in H production. He started 12th overall, and it looks like, of course, with Steve Sargis, who was our pole sitter in H production, having that early incident, he is now off. Now another little development here in H production. Driver of the number 15 Honda Civic. That is Greg Gopper out of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Many time, he's a podium finisher here at the runoffs when it was held at Road America. He is on the pit lane, and crew is taking a look at that car, and it looks like Sargis now coming down the pit lane as well. Looks like his day is done. Now, real quick, Brian, here, we've got, as I mentioned, a special guest joining us today. It is the Grand Marshal of this weekend's event and longtime SCCA road racer, member of the SCCA Hall of Fame, and also, I believe, our Area 6 director. It is Mark Weber. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here at Road America, and I'm really enjoying my duties as Grand Marshal. It's a lot of fun.
And they're definitely keeping you busy here, aren't they, Mark?
Back and forth, it's just great. I'm doing all kinds of things. I just threw the green flag for this race, and all my friends are out there racing, and I'm going to go to Victory Circle at the end of this race, and it's been a whirlwind, but it's been great.
So, go ahead, Brian.
I'd say, so Mark, you're sitting up in the booth. This is your class out there. Do you feel like you should be not in the booth and in a race car right now?
Well, the good thing about that is that so many times I've been here as a photographer, so when I see my classes out there, it doesn't absolutely mean that I'm supposed to be out there for this race. I'm a bit used to being a spectator in that regard.
Very cool, very cool. And a lot of changes over the years here at Road America. You've been doing this for a very long time. The most recent change, obviously, the repaving. What are your thoughts on how this facility has evolved over the years?
Well, not only has the facility evolved, but the community has now embraced racing so wholeheartedly. It's just great to see all the race shops in the area, the exotic car shop up in Elkhart Lake, and the respect we get as racers from the constabulary in the area, and it's just been really.
So what you're saying is I can do a burnout past the front gate and I'm good to go.
Well, obviously, 30 years ago you'd be locked up for quite a while, but I think maybe you could get away with it.
Oh my gosh!
Don't use my name now.
No, sir. Yeah, Officer Mark Weber told me I could do this.
Mark Weber told us we could do it, officer.
So Mark, obviously, here you are a June Sprints winner as well. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the experience? Because it sounds like you had a pretty busy day that day as well.
That was one of the great highlights that I've always sort of tried to pack a lot into each day. And I was here shooting photographs for Sports Car Magazine, and when I won, we had impound. By the way, impound didn't start until about the time I started racing, but I knew I had to go to impound. I told the tech inspectors, you can weigh me now, but do it in a hurry. I'll leave my car here. You can weigh it whenever I'm not here, but I need to go out and take some pictures. And I hustled out to corner 3 and got the Formula Ford field coming down into corner 3, and that's the shot they used on the cover of Sports Car, so it was quite a great weekend.
I say good all around, both on track and off track as well there. And so and I know, Mark, you're going to have to run in a few moments here because they've got a ton of activities for you. I think they want you at the winner's circle for the end of this race, and it's a fairly short race. Tell me, what are your plans for this year? Now, I know, for years you had been running the number 25 on the side of your cars, whether it had been your Sprigget, whether it be the Miata that you've been running for the past number of years. And I noticed earlier this year when we saw you at the beginning of the season, you had the number 50 on the machine. Is there some kind of significance to that?
Well, this is my 50th year of being behind the wheel of a race car, so I thought 50 would be a great number. I got help. I've gotten help in the past from the folks at Timing Scoring to okay my number choices, like when I ran 50.0 up at this race for my 50th runoffs and 500th race. And so I think 50 is going to be appropriate. I will probably change back to 25 for a year or two until I find some other milestone I can put a different number on the car. And, you know, it's good for souvenir sales, you know.
Exactly.
Yes, it's NASCAR boys. You know, they rewrap every week so they can sell more toys. So I'm waiting for my first sale, by the way.
Yeah. Just like we're waiting for YouTube to pass us a couple dollars for all the streaming. Yeah, absolutely.
Mark, before I let you go, you know, it didn't take me long to realize there were other people out there who drove cars faster than I did. But you as a photographer, you know, photographers, we all think we know what we're doing. And I would look at Sports Car Magazine and see you hitting it every single month of getting really, really great stuff. What's your secret? Because I've been trying to match you for 25 years, and I'm not anywhere close.
Well, you don't have enough experience. I did it for 50 years, so I have a 25-year head start on you. You know, the 2020 runoffs at this racetrack, I only ran one class because I wanted to concentrate on photography because that was going to be my 50th runoffs that I had photographed and my last one. And it turned out really good that way. And even though I've completely destroyed both shoulders playing hockey, I could still lift that 300 millimeter lens up.
Yeah.
And I never used autofocus, and I was proud of that. And I actually did use a monopod a few times after my shoulder injuries. But there again, I had a career best runoffs finish, and I had to cover a sports car. So obviously that was a pretty darn good weekend at Road America, a week at Road America also.
Absolutely. Well, we really appreciate you sticking with us here and coming up and spending a few minutes. I know you got lots of stuff to do, so get after it, enjoy your weekend, and I'm sure we'll see you somewhere down the road.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me up in the booth. It's a lot of fun.
All right, thanks so much for joining us, Mark Weber, everybody. Your Grand Marshal for the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints.
All right, before we get and head to a quick break here, and we'll have green flag hopefully coverage all the way to the end, let's do a real quick reset. I know we've been talking with Mark here, but our e-production class leader right now is John Brake. And in second place in e-production, we've got Tim Schreier. In F production, your leader right now is Ken Kennard. Second place is Mason Workman. Going down to H production, your leader, no surprise here, Jesse Prather. And in second place is Chris Shaftsma. Moving down to GT Lights, your leader is Graham Fuller. And then in B production, second place in GT Lights is Jonathan Stalzer. Going down now to B-Spec, Stephanie Anderson is your leader right now. Hometown gal, Racine, Wisconsin, just down the highway. And Joe McClugan is in second place. So that's how they stand right now, Greg. Let's do a call to grid and take our break, and then we'll have hopefully all the action right to the finish.
All right, sounds good, Brian. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so let's take a quick little break and bring you all the action when we come back here from Road America and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. That's what I meant to say. We'll be right back.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing 27 car classes. In fact, a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. You can now enjoy the live stream coverage of Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. For those details, go to scca.com/live. You just saw her come through the screen there. Stephanie Anderson has a 4-second lead over second place in B-Spec. That is a fairly significant gap, and you can see her right there. That is the white Mazda 2 right coming through the screen.
Yes.
And then behind her is Chris Taylor in another Mazda 2. About a 4-second or so gap between those two cars here as we get into the last 10 minutes or so of this race, Greg.
Yeah, and Brian, almost as significant, we have a new leader in F production, and it's John Brackey in that white BMW that just got through a whole field's worth of B-Spec cars going into the kink. He gets around John Brackey's red number 89 BMW Z3 convertible, and Brackey having tons of issues as they came out of the hurry downs, down out of turn 7, going into turn 8, trying to make his way through that large pack of B-Spec cars, and it's now allowed Tim Schreier to open up a pretty substantial advantage. But now you see that BMW, he's cleared Stephanie Anderson, he's cleared the rest of that B-Spec field, and Anderson has right behind her, I think we mentioned there, Chris Taylor and Stuart Black, as well as Joe McClugan, yeah, and it looks like Stephanie Anderson, who had a ton of a gap going into the carousel. You can see the rest of that B-Spec field has been able to draft right back up to the back of her bumper.
Yeah, I don't know if when the lead cars came through that they caught her at a really bad time or what the situation is, though. But even since that time gap lost, she's already starting to pull away a little bit more, even in the last 4 or 5 corners here. But the problem behind her is that those cars are all working together in a draft, and the draft in B-Spec is pretty important.
Yeah, and now, of course, you mentioned Stephanie is a, she lists her home as here in Wisconsin. She's been living down in Texas for the past number of years, and I think gets a lot of work and gets a lot of help on that car from X Factor Racing, and but she definitely, as you can tell, has some definite home knowledge here and track knowledge of Road America as they come now onto the back straight. And this is where these B-Spec cars are going to be strongest, not because of the outright speed, but because of the use of the draft. Right. Now, we talked about here at the front of E-Production with Tim Schreier and John Brackey getting around those B-Spec cars. It now looks like our third place driver in E-Production. That is Aaron Johnson in the silver 08 open top Honda S2000, as all Honda S2000s are there, but without a hard top on it. He is now trying to fight his way through this whole B-Spec field. You can see him there, and it looks like he's just now right at the back of that pack coming through turn 7.
And you just saw it. That was a pass for the lead in B-Spec. That was Joe McClugan in the Mazda 2, the black car, getting around Stephanie Anderson and taking the lead here, I think, for the first time in this race. And a second car was able to get past Stephanie as well. I believe that was Stuart Black in the Chevy Sonic.
right, looks like we've got another machine coming down the pit lane, and that is the number 91 Honda Civic, which I believe is an F car, and want to try and jump over. And as you can see, they are coming out of looks like coming out of turn 3. We've got a car pulling off to the side, and now we've got the 01 Porsche in the gravel trap at 5. That 01 machine. Yeah, let's see if we can get and I'm trying to get the number on the 01 car. That is Jeff Anderson out of Zion, Illinois, the Porsche 944. What I wanted to do, Brian, is I wanted to catch up in H production. But before we do that, I'll tell you just now, having crossed the start-finish line going into turn 1, John Brackey has gotten back around, around the BMW of Schreier, exactly, but it sounds like we may have had an off running down in towards Canada Corner. Got a call from turn number 12, and we've got some emergency services vehicles that are going to be responding. But I've been trying to catch up with the battle for the lead in H production, where we've got Jesse Prather for the first time out with his brand new to him Mazda 2, the black number 34 machine, and he's been fighting it out for the lead with our reigning national champion in H production, Chris Schafsma. And oh, look at this, Stephanie Anderson brings her Mazda 2 into the pits. So for one-time leader, it looks like her race is now done in B-Spec.
All right, so we have a replay of that situation and how that developed in turn 5. So if we could take a second, take a peek at that. I'm looking forward to seeing this. You'll see the car. I believe it's his first white car coming in here. And, yep, that is not the preferred line through turn 5. And then, of course, gets into the kitty litter, hits the gas, and goes right down to the rock panels.
Yeah, I was just saying, and buries itself down about 3 feet deep, like he was fighting his way out of some cheese curd or something. Yeah.
Oh, come on now. Oh, killing me, man.
I know. I'm sorry. All right, so here's this battle now. Coming down, making the run down to turn 5. We've got the white with orange Volkswagen Golf. Just pulled to the inside of Jesse Prather's black Mazda 2. And they've got a number, and it's going to be difficult to pick out because I think they've got a lot of B-Spec cars directly in front of them. But here they come. As that group is going up the hill now into turn 5, there's the white Golf, second car from the rear, then with the black Mazda 2 of Prather directly beside, and they both cut underneath, and we've got a driver way off on the outside of turn number 6.
So I'll be honest with you, a lot of people go off there, and that driver did exactly the right thing. They didn't try to get back on too fast.
Right.
They're able to collect it and ease their way back onto the track somewhere between 6 and 7 there. And because if you do it the wrong way, that cement wall on the other side of the racetrack, it hurts.
Yes. Or if you come across and you just happen to be not a bystander, but another car like we saw in the touring race.
Exactly.
It also, kind of hurts.
Yep.
All right, so let's see if we can pick up this battle and try and roll back. Coming into the kink. And now it appears, and I had a little trouble there because I think we had a little hiccup with the camera, but I believe that Chris Schafsma has made his way around Jesse Prather. We'll check back in with them in just a moment. Also part of that pack, we have our GT Light leader, Graham Fuller, in his red and white Honda CRX. But let's take a look here. And those are some of our B-Spec racers coming up the Road America straight now.
John Brackey, still our race leader in E-Production, followed by Tim Schreier and Aaron Jackson.
Yeah, and here comes that H-Production race, Brian, now, as they are starting to head up the hill. And it's actually just behind the Honda CRX of Graham Fuller, the GT Light car. They're making the run down to turn 1.
There they are.
There we go. There's Graham Fuller, and then there you go. The two cars at the end of that line. There's the black Mazda 2 and the white Volkswagen Golf. That's Jesse Prather, who's your reigning E-Production national champion. He's He has put that car up. Frank Ira has been running that car for the majority of the season. The BMW Z3 that Prather has campaigned for the last couple of years. And he has picked up now this Mazda 2, and he's trying to make it his own. And he is doing a very good job of holding off the reigning national champion.
Lots of battles all over the racetrack right now. Graham Fuller has just moved up, looks like 2 positions. He's the first place car in GT Lights. Oh, there is
that is Ken Kennard in his Acura Integra that is off in the gravel trap outside of turn 7.
Ooh, and that's going to be a difficult place to get that car out.
Yeah, indeed. And Kennard was your leader in F production. And so that is going to move Mason Workman now up into the lead. So while the 51 car there has no way to get out, that is going to move the 52 of Mason Workman up into the lead.
All right, the white flag is out. Oh, there's another car there off at the exit of Hurry Downs, or kind of in the middle of Hurry Downs. Looks like that car purposely pulled off right where it did, which is smart. Yeah, I think you're right. That's probably an S2000.
Yeah, we'll see. And if that is the S2000, that would be our third place runner in E-Production, Aaron Johnson, who is our only other Honda S2000 driver. And I'm trying to get I'm trying to get confirmation whether it was Ken Kennard in the 51 machine or David Stripmotter in the 28, because I believe the 28 machine orange as well, as the white flag is in the air. Brian, real quick though, let me make another call to the grid for our largest group of the day. The grid's looking kind of empty right now. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5. That is Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Race group number 5, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid.
All right, we think this red car coming up is our leader. I believe that is John Braque in the BMW Z3 here.
Yeah, and Brian is, and I think we're right that it was the Honda S2000 of Aaron Johnson. I'm getting reports from the corners that there may have been contact in the battle for third with Lance Laufman, Joe Rainey, and Aaron Johnson. Laufman in the yellow Datsun 240Z, Joe Rainey in his MX-5 Cup car, who I believe we saw out on the West Coast earlier this season, and then Aaron Johnson. And Johnson now just dropping like a stone through the order, and I believe he is that silver car that is off.
Here comes your leader now. The red car is your leader. That is John Braque coming through Bill Mitchell Bend. Next up for him is the right-hander, turn 14, and then up the hill towards the checkered flag. The blue car in front, that would be a back marker, but working their way up the hill here for the final time.
Here we go.
It seems really slow to go up that hill when you're in the lead.
It does, and wow, and you know, what a juggling match by the folks on the start stand there to switch from the white flag to the checkered flag, because John Braque is only a couple of millimeters behind a car that was then starting his last lap, but taking the win in E-Production. John Braque, Tim Schreier finishing second. But look at this,
Here's your battle for B-Spec right now with Stuart Black up front, Bill McClugan in second, and Rob Charik in third, John Phillips fourth, Chris Taylor fifth. They're going to come through here one last time. It's kind of any car's game here at the moment.
Indeed. So Stuart Black is in the red number 40 Chevy Sonic, Joe McClugan in that black Mazda 2, the 36 machine, and then Pekarchik in the Honda Fit, the number 99 machine, the white and I call it white and gray machine. As we now have here in F Production, Mason Workman indeed crosses the finish line. He takes the win in F Production. Doug Weaver finishes second, Ed Hosny third, and I guess it was indeed there. Ken Kennard in the Acura Integra that's off in the gravel on the outside of 7.
All right, there's your front 6 or 7 in B-Spec. That's the way we want to see it. A spec class with 6 or 7 cars all within a second or so of the lead at the finish line. Here they come up the hill. The red car is Stuart Black. McClugan's in second with about a 4-car length lead. That might be enough here at the line. We'll see in just a second. Here they come. McClugan's going to be first. Who's going to get second? I have no idea. It looks like the second place car.
Actually, Brian, it was Stuart Black in the Chevy Sonic.
Yep.
First across the line. He got a great tow up the hill from our GT Light winner, Graham Fuller, in his Honda CRX. So Black beats out McClugan by about 0.7 of a second. Then John Phillips in the four-door, the other four-door machine out there, the four-door Toyota Yaris. Then Chris Taylor in his Mazda 2, and Rob Pekarchik, who is our B production, or not our B production, but our B-Spec pole sitter, finishes back in 5th position. And just ahead of that, we had that battle for the lead in H production come up the hill, and Jesse Prather, who had been under very heavy attack from Chris Shasma for the majority of this race. Margin of victory for him as Shasma got caught up in some of that B-Spec traffic and that battle for the win in B-Spec. Jesse Prather takes the win by almost 5 full seconds.
Well, there was a lot of stuff going on there.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I believe, Greg, this is the first time this year we've had a Chevy Sonic win one of these Super Tour races in B-Spec, right?
That is, I believe, the first time this season that we have had one win. It is in most cases been a Mini Cooper, but I believe we also had a Mazda 2 early on, and there was a good chance there. We had a lot of Mazda 2s in the field, and they've been very strong. And there's always tomorrow.
Well, and we don't have a ton of Mini Coopers here this weekend. But you don't see a Mini Cooper on the timing grid here until 17th position. So it looks as though there's been some work on class parity here, and I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of responses about that.
As soon as I said that last night at Schwartz's Dinner Club with the B-Spec field, I got a lot of side eye.
I bet you did, and I'm waiting for it to come in the chat. If I'm sure I'll get something for that.
Right.
Anyway.
Is this where I give them your email address?
Exactly.
Brian?
Exactly. Yeah. If you have any problems with anything I've said, it's Gregg.Ginsberg.
Yeah. All right. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next and very large group, Brian. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 5, that's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next, race group 5, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. This is your final call to the grid. And so let's take a quick break, and when we come back, 80-plus Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s take to the track for their first June Sprints Dash race. You are watching the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Road America, and we'll be right back.
from the Paddock Shop, about every 5 minutes or so. Paddock Shop, your truck on the floor. If you're looking for check out Road America is free drive on the website and known as hot delivery challenge. Starting club of Jack. America.com to get on track for more information. When it comes to fun events and programs, you can do it all here at Road America. Off-roading in our Yamaha UTVs, paintball, geocaching, and kart racing, just a few of the popular group adventure programs that we offer here at the track. A wide range of possibilities exist for individuals, companies, or meeting planners interested in holding corporate events, team building activities, product demonstrations, company picnics, and more. Road America is truly a year-round destination with entertainment and meeting options specifically designed and customized to fit each and every group. Visit RoadAmerica.com for more information. Attention race fans, when you see a Chevy accessory you want, you can order it online, you can write it in your phone, and have it delivered to your local Chevy dealer or your home. It's that easy. Visit Chevrolet.com/accessories to learn more. Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America. Racing at Road America brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. For motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles, power products, and much more, Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Quick Trip, proud partner of Road America, is hiring part-time and full-time positions with unlimited career opportunities. Quick Trip, a family-owned company, offers competitive pay, great benefits, and a 40% profit sharing. Visit quicktrip.jobs today to start your application. Raw horsepower, incredible speed, responsive handling. Why let the racers on the track have all the fun? With a zero-turn riding mower from Skag Power Equipment, you can experience these things too right at home on your own lawn. No matter how big or small your yard is, Skag is a mower that's just right for you. To learn more about the full line of high-performance American-made lawnmowers from Skag, be sure to check out skag.com. That's SAG.com. Welcome race fans from all over the world. Lakeside Pepsi, proud to be the official soft drink sponsor of Road America. Quench your thirst with assorted Pepsi products available at all concession stands. Keep your hearing safe. Soundhouse Safe. Soundhouse is the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Visit Soundhouse next to the Paddock Shop or one of the vending machines for your hearing and safety gear. Soundhouse, preserve your hearing. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today in the nearby concession stand. Race fans know that the best cheese is real cheese, any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people. C-Tech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum cart, cabinet, and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed C-Tech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by passion and storage expertise, C-Tech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart, cabinet, or drawer from C-Tech Manufacturing. Kunis RV is proud to be a partner of Road America. Kunis RV is Wisconsin's largest RV dealer with over 1,500 travel trailers, fifth wheels, and motorhomes in stock. Shop 11 great locations, from La Crosse to Green Bay, to Sheboygan to Elkhorn. From the track to the great outdoors, life is meant for adventure. Let your adventure begin at KunisRV.com. That's KUNESRV.com. Since 1998, Mad City Windows has been on a mission to provide a level of quality workmanship and service that used to be the industry norm, but today is becoming harder to find. As a family-owned business, our reputation means everything, and every member of our team is willing to go the extra mile to ensure the satisfaction of our customers. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and have achieved Angie's List Super Service Awards, without sacrificing on quality, product, or installation, and the result is we offer the best no-hassle warranties in the industry. Proud to be the #1 remodeler in Wisconsin, Mad City Windows. Check out Mad City Windows. They've got a display just south of the Paddock Shop this weekend here at America's National Park Studio. Kelly Moss, Road and Race, has been Tommy Podiums for over 30 years. Our success has allowed us to develop a rigorous testing process that we apply to every aspect of the business. Hone your skills with the most comprehensive online driver development program in the industry. Bring your custom car build to life. Purchase one of the off-road safari kits or compete with first-class trackside support. Our winning history provides confidence no other can match. That is the Kelly Moss
difference. Home Outdoor is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial, and special tactics applications worldwide. Home Outdoor delivers high-quality, innovative tools that will consistently perform under the most adverse conditions. Home Outdoor, the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Home Outdoor dealer, to learn more. Race fans, a project done right way only needs to be done once, so when you're choosing a natural stone for your next building or landscape project, choose Eden Valder Stone, the preferred stone of Road America. Road America welcomes Partner Street Truck Center, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America, with locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin. Street Truck Centers is your match. Volvo, Hino, and diesel truck dealer. Find out more at streetgroup.com. Roaring engines, cheering crowds, sounds like summer is back, and what's better on a warm summer day than a great group of friends and some Peter's Best ice cream. It's the perfect topping for a fun day in the summer. Don't forget the sunscreen, and never forget the Cedar Crest. Race fans, EV charging has come to Road America. MTech Solutions is partnered with Road America to build green initiatives to provide free solar-powered EV charging at the track.
Trans-Am Speed, you're going to be here, flying right through the night. Following that, of course, is the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redden, the best vintage racers in the world will come in July, great race. Following that, the end of July, last weekend, July is the NASCAR Xfinity Series racing in North America, followed by the WeatherTech All-Star Championship, the World Challenge, there's part on the event this weekend, in the jumping racing. We found out our Spec Miata this weekend here in North America. But as always, plenty of other events here in North America throughout the year that if you haven't seen in the past, you have access to. So it's also always a good idea for race fans as well. In the racing world, you can get access to a lot of different things. We're all across. Driving speed, maybe you got to be prepared to get on track. More information. And welcome to the folks, employees, families, and friends from DMAC here with us this weekend. Appreciate you being here on a Saturday. 68 running. Executive of the WeatherTech Chicago SCCA. Spring. Looks like coming up over turn 12 is just about complete with that car that is going in. Deep to the tire barrier. That is now 2 weekends in a row. We've had several adventure back there. It's been a long time since that's happened. And we've had that happen twice now. So, team working diligently to get that cleaned up. Tires back in position. And we'll get that go race a little bit behind us after him. Just because of a bit of a delay with clean up over in Canada Corner. That's taken care of. Reach back on our track. Speaking of Canada Corner, one of our new professional fans is here is of Wisconsin. Yeah, back there. So this is down. We've got the whole convention for you back in turn 12. Where Donnie Pleasure is up for the weekend. As all of our professional fans and open temperature. Couple hardship opportunities being taken advantage of. Cars are going to be coming out on the front half of the course. They'll go to turn 5 and then come off through the cut. Once those hardship opportunities have completed, clean up this down to turn 12 and back on their way for Saturday afternoon. Red Road America.
And welcome back to the National Park of Speed Road America and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, I know this class holds a big place in your heart. We've got the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, heading out onto the track for their pace lap, almost 80 cars strong.
Yes, it absolutely does. My family's first real foray into SCCA back when I was just a youngster. We did a year in Formula V, and then Dad switched to Sports Renault, and did several years in Sports Renault. So yes, this is several generations down the road from Sports Renault. But the cars are essentially a very, very similar from a chassis and handling and all that standpoint. Motors have changed, transmissions have changed, but the cars are still very much alike. So, and I know our chassis 425 is still out there somewhere doing its thing. So, might even be here this weekend.
For all we know, it may be. All right, so Brian, like I said, we had actually 76 drivers set times in qualifying here yesterday. Let's go and run down. I'm going to give you the top 30 in this very large field. Starting 30th today, driving the number 59 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Glenville, Illinois, it's Jason Preibel. John Jansen, he's going to be starting 29th. He's from Barnesville, Minnesota. He's driving the number 4 car. James Goffrey in the number 68 machine is going to start 28th today. He's out of Jupiter, Florida. Then we've got Andre Pera driving the number 77 machine. He's from Government Camp, Oregon. Then we've got Bill Booth. Bill is starting 26th and driving the number 157 machine. Brian Grigsby starts 25th. He's in the 70 cars from Austin, Texas. Atlanta, Georgia's Dan McBreen will start 24th, driving the number 57 car. Tom Burt will start 23rd. He's in the number 45 cars from Woodway, Washington. Then we've got Mark Snyder driving the number 127 Spec Racer Ford. He's out of Joshua, Texas, with Jan Buffamonte starting 21st. He's in the number 95 cars from Naperville, Illinois. Then we've got Shaska, Minnesota's Matt Gray starting 20th in the 64 car, with Justin Elder starting 19th. He's from Lakeville, Minnesota, driving the 91. Then Tyler Fox is driving the number 9 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He starts 18th, with Umberto Maletti coming all the way from San Francisco, California. He's driving the number 34 machine and starts 17th. Then we've got the first two Harrises. We've got Todd Harris. Todd is starting 16th today. He is from Portland, Oregon, driving the number 24 car, while Taylor Harris will start right next to him on the inside of row number 8 in 15th position, driving the 22. Kelly Toombs is going to start 14th, driving the number 36 machine, while Liam Snyder is driving the 128 car. He's also from Joshua, Texas. Then we've got Gary Glanger. Glanger is driving the number 18 machine. He's from Dallas, Texas. And then David Dickerson. David is driving the number 38 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's from Wall, New Jersey. Mike Miserandino, former national champion, he starts 10th today, driving the number 10 car. He comes all the way from, Brian, you know this very well, Bakersfield, California. Brian Schofield will start 9th. He's in the 61 car. He's from Lakefield, Florida, former national champion. Jace Petty will start 8th. He's from Oakland, Illinois. He's driving the 02 machine. And then we've got Calvin Harris. Calvin also from Portland, Oregon. He's driving the number 44 car. He starts 7th. Todd Vanacore will start 6th today. He's in the number 119 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s from Ormond Beach, Florida. And then starting right next to Todd, driving the number 99 machine from Tigard, Oregon, driving driving the number 99 machine, starting 5th. It's Caleb Schrader. Grant Vogel driving the number 46 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's out of St. Louis, Missouri, starts 4th, with Denny Stripling from McKinney, Texas, starting 3rd, driving the 141 car. And then your front row in Spec Racer Ford. Starting 2nd on the outside, driver's left, driving the 07 machine. He's from Hillsborough Beach, Florida. It's Sandy Satullo, and your pole sitter, 2-time national champion, won a championship here back in 2020, driving the number 19 machine with a qualifying time of 2:28.595 from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. It's Bobby Sack.
We'll also mention that our 30th starter, Jason Preibel, has the inauspicious honor of being Episode 1, Season 1 guest of Inside the SCCA podcast. So always root for Jason. Very amazing and cool young guy. And he was went to the the runoffs in FE2 in his first season with like 3 races under his belt. Yeah, and he's really doing a lot of fun stuff. So very cool.
All right, so we've got the pace car now bringing the field up towards turn 14 and going to be bringing them onto the Road American Straight here in just a moment. Should mention, Brian, this is as good time as any to say hello to Cliff White, who is going to be joining us here for today's Spec Racer Ford race. Hello, Cliff.
Hey, guys.
And Cliff's going to be giving his insight as this race goes on now as the pace car is pulled onto the pit lane, and that has turned the field over to Bobby Sack along with Sandy Satullo as they are waiting for the starter to give that starting command. And now there you go. Green flag is in the air.
You know, it's an important or fun race. There's 8,700 people on the start stand with their cameras. I love it.
Well, you know, you can never have too many start judges.
Yeah, if you want, this is where you should be with your camera. Turn 1, here they come. And let's see if they all make it through.
So far, so good, Brian, but I don't want to jinx it.
Breath held.
And actually, yeah, going and watching them down into turn 1, that's not the be-all, end-all. It says, do they get through turn 3 and onto the straightaway? And so far, we are in good shape. Bobby Sack with the lead. Sandy Satullo dropping in behind now. Then you've got that black and red machine of Denny Stripling. He's been running the Russ Turner's backup car for the last number of events. That's the car we saw him run and get on the podium with at Watkins Glen. But today he's in his own car there. And then right back behind we have I believe Brian Schofield in that blue and silver number 61 has moved all the way up in the 4th position as they come under the bridge going into turn 6. And so Cliff, when you have a field like this for a start like this where things are so tight, what goes through your mind?
Honestly, it's pray. Pray and wait for what's going to happen in front of you. React, but not react too much. It's really about maintaining for the entire race.
Yeah, and of course, Brian, Cliff, Road America, it's only 55 feet wide. It's not very wide. There's a lot of grass on the side. There aren't a lot of places to go. Although it looks like somebody found a good place to go, driving off into the apron there on the outside of turn number 8. So you definitely have to be careful at least till you get to the point where everybody gets lined up nose to tail in what is essentially, I guess, about a 60-car train in the battle for first. As we've got a car that goes off wide, going through the kink, and he gets the wheels straightened up. Good recovery there.
Never lifted. Safely. I don't think that car ever lifted.
Well, thankfully, he never cranked the wheel all the way to driver's right, which is what so many people do, and they end up in that wall on the right side of the track. Here is our field now making their way up through the Bill Mitchell bend. 3 wide for a moment there over at turn 13.
It's going to be curious to see whether or not these guys at the front, the 5 or 6 at the front right now, behave long enough to break away from the second train.
That is the smart thing to do. But as you know, Cliff, once we put the helmet on and cinch down the belts, a lot of times the smart thing leaves our body.
That's absolutely the truth. It looked like Brian Schofield just made a pass for 3rd going into 1.
And just got word from over by Canada Corner, Tom Kirchman, driver of the number 62 machine. He did unfortunately put that car around coming through Canada Corner. He has managed to continue, however. He was running around 55th, and I think we just saw, or actually we're just seeing now the yellow machine of Kirchman come down, make the run down towards turn 1 as the rest of the field now comes out of turn 3 on to the Moraine sweep for the second time here. A couple drivers dropping wheels on the outside of turn 3. That corner deceptively tight. I mean, it seems like just another right-hand turn, but again, very difficult to square up when you actually need to turn in there. And we've seen it a lot this weekend. Drivers going wide there and losing momentum on that very long straightaway.
Yeah, we're at the point in the race now where, the last 2/3 of the pack realize that they're where they're going to be, and it's time for them to start having fun. They'll start racing each other. You've got the first 10 or 12 cars who still think they have a chance to win. They're going to stay in line, try to get the pack brought back together here so that in the last 10 minutes of this race they could go. But this is where you're going to start seeing a lot of fun going on in the back half of the field here, when guys know their lot in life for this race, and they're going to have as much fun as they can here in front of family and friends and spectators that they probably won't. This will be the biggest crowd they race in front of all year for a lot of these guys.
All right, we've got, and Brian, I think we may have had another car go off through the coming through the kink, and you can see there lots of drivers moving over drivers right, maybe presuming that there is something over there, or perhaps just some debris off of the grass, trying to get the call here from the corner.
Yeah, and I think this is deceptive to us, because I think because of our camera and where it's at, it looks a lot more blind than it is.
And Brian, real quick, let me jump in, and I'm trying to get the car numbers, but we do have cars off both drivers left as well as drivers right. As things start to clear, you'll see, it looks like we've got some debris, and I don't know if it's a tire standing up there right on the edge of the pavement, and at least one car is off on drivers left, so we'll have some emergency services vehicles. Actually, it might be some body work there. And so, Cliff, we were, as we're likely going to have some emergency services vehicles attend, and we're going to hopefully get some car numbers here in just a moment. We were talking a little bit earlier. Some is it has to do with Spec Miata, but a lot of these classes, when you have drivers that are in very close proximity coming through the kink, does it present more challenges for you? Do you have issues maybe with a little less, maybe a little more lift on the nose of those cars, and maybe the following car just doesn't have the grip on exit that might affect its way through the corner there?
Yeah, so definitely in the Spec Racer, there's a little bit of an aero push through the kink, and it's really close to flat out for most of the front runner guys through there, even with the Gen 3 conversion and the extra horsepower. And so there's a little bit of a line change if you're going to maintain that closeness and prepare for the draft down the back straightaway and into Canada.
Okay.
But what's interesting is the drivers have been complaining all weekend about the lack of grip offline. And so I think what we're seeing with some of these attempted passes is that they're going to pass and the grip disappears, and so it changes the way they're approaching it.
We've got a replay of that situation in the kink, so let's see if we can take a peek at that, maybe get a better idea of what happened there. There comes their leaders there. Oh, yep, that is what happened.
Oh, that's
and that was that Calvin Harris, I think.
Harris.
Yeah. So
that bodywork came flying across the track and almost hit another car. It may have even hit another car, and that was the piece that got off onto the right side there. So that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, indeed, and that was Calvin Harris, driver with the number 44 machine. As we go back to live coverage now, and we've got emergency services vehicles and teams out there responding. And so we had two drivers that did not take the green flag, Nolan Elder and Michael Pesch, the 48 car and the 73 car. As Denny Stripling is your current leader. He had gotten around Bobby Sack, so moved Sack back to second, and a big jump here. Moving up into third, only 2 positions from the start, but Caleb Schrader, driver of the number 99 machine. And now we saw Schrader at Portland International Raceway for the Super Tour a couple of weeks ago, where he was running both in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 as well as FE2. And Cliff, we were mentioning there, it's real quick before we follow on with this. Looks like we've got a car. Hey, it's like, hey, wait for me. We've got a car off right at the Speedville Bridge, coming out of turn 8 and heading into the carousel.
And that car has got some damage there right by the front right fender well area. I wonder if that car hit that piece of debris that came through, as they came through the kink possibly. Because there's definitely some damage there.
Yeah, you were mentioning Caleb Schrader, and I think at the ARCA race a couple of weeks ago, he finished inside the top 10. So it's really impressive that he's been able to show speed in a Formula car, in a momentum car like the Spec Racer, and then in a big-bodied car like the ARCA car.
Yeah, very, very strong showing there. I was just going to mention he finished in the top 10, if I remember correctly, and Yeah, and we're starting to see this from a lot of SCCA racers of late. I think we were talking about Preston Pardis, for example, with the Xfinity ride, and also Connor Zilich, who of course we saw for many years, or at least a couple of years, finished on the podium at the runoffs in Spec Miata. Also running Global MX5 Cup is also he was just at
won a Trans Am race at Detroit.
Exactly, and then I saw him as we're going to full course caution here. It looks like as the Spec Racer Ford field is still blasting through, coming out of the kink, and not giving our workers the space and the time they need to get things resolved. And I was going to say, Zilich also, he was at Dominion Speedway in Virginia running a late model car just a few weeks ago as well. So he's definitely getting his feet wet in many different disciplines.
Yeah, well, I got to give a shout out to Evan Slater, who's a Spec Racer Ford alumni, who's now running full time in the Trans Am TA2 series and is challenging for the young guns.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, as you mentioned, Spec Racer Ford, first race I think that I saw him was at Road Atlanta back in, I guess, 2020, and he finished on the podium on his 15th birthday.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Yeah, exactly. And it was his very first SCCA race, coming straight out of go-karts, and it was pretty. And I got to spend some time with he and his parents at the La Quinta, right outside of Road Atlanta, that very first night, and it's just amazing to see how well some of these young kids take to, again, all these different disciplines. As we're now under full course caution here at Road America, and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June sprints, and we're still trying to pick up the pieces there of the Calvin Harris incident.
Before we head to a break here, because this would be a good time to get it in, Greg, this is one of those situations where it's so counterintuitive as a driver to slow down enough in these situations, because if you're slowing down, you don't know that the other guys around you are slowing down. But they were coming through so fast, and just had they been able to slow down a little bit more in that situation, we might not have had to go full course. But as a driver, it's just so counter to what you're trying to do. So, but yeah, it's one of those situations where we had to go through and do that. So let's do this. Let's do a call to grid, Greg, and take our break. When we come back, hopefully we'll be getting to go green again, and we'll take it all the way to the finish.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 6, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. All right, so let's take a quick little break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. When we come back, hopefully we'll be back to green flag racing here at Road America for the 68th consecutive Chicago Region June sprints. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are here at Road America for the 68th running, the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region Sprints. We are here in a full course yellow situation, and I understand we've got ourselves a little replay here of what led to all of this, so let's take a peek at that.
Yeah, actually, Brian, I think this is a different incident. This is coming into turn 1.
Yeah.
And if we take a look here, I can't tell. I don't think the caution had come out at this point.
Oh. Not quite sure.
You saw there going off, and don't know if that car got some help.
Yeah,
but given the trajectory, given the trajectory and how that the nose of that car shot off driver's left, I'm assuming there was a little bit of contact. And unfortunately, I did not get the number of that car. Things were very hectic at the time coming in from race control concerning turning the concern out of the kink and making the way down the Kettle Bottoms. I am getting word now that it was the 71 machine that went off and fell back towards the back of the field there, and I'll pull that number up for you now. As that's Doug Stewart out of Porter Ranch, California. And as our field coming up the Road America straight, Brian, we are going back to green flag racing here at Road America, where we've got now just a touch under 9 minutes remaining in this 25-minute timed race. And this single file restart already, we're seeing them to go 3 and possibly 4 wide coming down into turn 1. There's Denny Stripling battling for position. He is slotting back into second position.
Ooh, there's a car
and it looks like Caleb Schrader might have moved up one.
That was Tom Burt coming across the apex in 1.
Yeah, and so Tom Burt Tom is out of Woodway, Washington, one of our West Coast, part of our West Coast contingent. They're running wide through 1, coming across the apex. And we've got another driver off into the grass out of 3, trying to rejoin.
We've got probably 4 of the hottest right now Spec Racer 4 drivers in the top 4 with Stripling, Schrader, Sack, and Schofield. And don't look now, but cracking the top 10 in 9th place is multiple national champion Mike Miserandino. So still a little ways back, but with 8.5 minutes to go, if the guys up front do a little heavy racing, don't count out the people who are in the back half of the top 10 here. The potential of being able to creep their way up towards the front here.
All right, it looks like we've got Sandy Satullo's, or is that Bobby Sack? It looks like Satullo that has worked his way back to the front of the field. They are moving up in 5th position. We'll check on that in a moment. It might actually be,
Bobby's in the lead.
Yeah, Bobby Sack in the that silver and black number 19 machine. I should also mention, Brian, you talked about Mike Miserandino. There are a number of other drivers in that top 10 that should certainly be cause for concern. We've got Liam Snyder, former FE2 national champion in the number 128 machine. We've got another car that's gone off, I think, in the kink here, and managed to keep the wheels spinning and continue on, but continuing to cause problems there. And I'm sure, we're seeing here, and Cliff, you can almost see the difference in the pavement there. Maybe with some of the marbles drivers left going through the kink, but you can definitely see some different coloration in that asphalt so far.
Yeah, I think it's just the newness of the asphalt only has a very narrow line where it's been rubbered in by IndyCar, and then our participation. So it may rubber in over the next couple of days. But
all right, our leaders now coming down the front straight and heading down into turn number 1. And as they do, it was Sack, Caleb Schrader in second, then Schofield and Stripling 2 by 2. And maybe a little body rub there, and we've got another car that has gone off, and
I believe that's Mike Miserandino.
Dino in the 10, and there you go, puts the 10 right in front of us to see. Mike Miserandino now stuck in the gravel trap on the outside of turn number 1. Former national champion, and I believe our final Spec Racer 4 Gen 2 national champion, taking the win at Indianapolis back in 2017.
We'll have to wait and see how they handle that situation there. Cliff, I was just going to ask you, do you think that, because a lot of times in the past, if you were to go off at that point in the kink, there's a lot of cars that are able to keep their foot and keep going. Has there been a change in the way that curbing has been reset here? Oh, there's another car going off there at the exit 3. Has there been a chance in the way they've graded that new curbing with that little gray area that's allowing cars to still kind of keep with it through there?
You know, I haven't heard anything from anyone.
Okay.
Looks like they've gone full course yellow since Bobby's weaving.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm looking at the flag stand at turn 8, and I don't see the caution there. I think we just have the local caution starting at the starter stand, going down into turn 1.
Yeah,
and although it sounds like we have, we had somebody just go around to turn 5, had a local caution there for a moment, and has just now continued. But it looks like the local caution. Well, I thought it was down at 1. I think they're just waiting for more cars to come up so that their shoulders didn't get tired.
Yeah.
All right, and it sounds like Miserandino in the number 10 machine, he has gotten out of the car, and we've got some. And we've got multiple cars going around here at the
cars,
kink.
5 cars. Now coming back and big, heavy
and we are
contact
going to a
track
full
blocking.
course caution. And we're going to a full course caution as things are getting very congested now coming out of the kink. We have multiple cars drivers left. We've got multiple cars drivers right. And there are probably still good 35 or 40 cars that you still need to filter through there.
Hopefully everybody has figured out what's going on. It's really slowed down because it doesn't appear that we have full, obviously.
All right, and we are, Brian, quickly, we are going to a red flag condition. So all of our drivers should be pulling to the edge of the pavement and coming to a complete stop here, as we do have quite a bit of track blockage down there by the kink. And this is the one major tool that the stewards have within their toolbox in order to try to get a track completely under control.
So for those of you, by the way, at my count, we have 6 cars off at the kink. For those of you who follow lots of other different racing, because I know we've got people from all around the world tuning in today, we do the red flag here a little bit differently than other series. When we throw the red flag, we're expecting drivers to come to a safe and complete stop as soon as possible, and then the pace car will collect the leader and slowly work their way through to get the cars around back to pit lane. And this gives an opportunity to really get everybody out and safe. This is textbook red flag, and for how everyone has handled this here. So
yeah, and we're seeing a number of drivers that I think, as things started to get kind of congested coming out of 14, that they actually, rather than stopping on the track surface, came up the pit lane and into the pits. But we're looking at a number of our drivers now here right in front of us, including Sandy Satullo, driver of the 07 machine, directly in front of us. Satullo had fallen back a little bit further back in the pack. And but as it stands right now, Bobby Saxtelis is your leader, and of course the next step here is they will black flag the field and bring them down the pit lane. They'll roll the order back to the last completed lap and get them reordered. But during a red flag condition, the clock does stop, and it is stopped at just a bit over 4 minutes. And this race, it is we don't even worry about rolling things back. The checkered flag is now being displayed at the start stand, and so that is effectively going to end the race. And unfortunately, I don't have an easy way of rolling us back and looking at our timing and scoring what the previous completed lap was, where it stood. But we believe Bobby Sack will be your winner. Denny Stripling second, Brian Schofield rounding out the podium, and Caleb Schrader, I believe, just off the podium there in fourth. Schrader had been battling for the lead.
Right. So looking at the scoring that I have, it looks like in the last lap Schrader dropped from 3rd to 4th.
Right.
Which, if they go back to the last fully completed lap, it's a possibility that he'll be elevated back to 3rd place. and take a podium position there. But we'll all get dealt with in the timing and scoring room. Our folks are really good at that. And hopefully by the end of the day, we'll get some sort of a provisional finishing order,
Yeah, and
and
we
we'll
can
be able to share that with you.
exactly. All right, so Brian, real quick, let me do this. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula V, Formula 600, and Formula F. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, Formula V, Formula 600, and Formula F. Please head to the grid. And so, Brian, at this point, of course, this is the end of the race, but wanted to thank Cliff White for coming up and spending some time for this slightly abbreviated Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race. If you're here tomorrow, certainly welcome. Come on up and spend some time with us. We do to get a lot more of your insight here. And of course, you can always catch Cliff. He's always checking in on the in the chat here during our events. Of course, I just remembered this is the last stop on the Super Tour, so we probably won't have him maybe until the runoffs. Hey, if you want to join in on my Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events come July, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah. Let's
Thank
do
you
real
guys for
quick.
having me.
Thanks, Cliff. We really appreciate it. Greg, before we go and take our break, because this is going to take a while to get cleaned up.
Sure.
I just want to remind everybody that while this is the last Super Tour of the year, there's still going to be full race coverage from the runoffs, and that'll be on the SCCA official YouTube channel as well. And Greg and I are cooking up a plan to hatch to do something for the runoffs this year. It's not quite official yet for everything, but I do know that the intention is for us to do some of the Inside the SCCA podcast. Might not be as many shows a day as last year, but we'll be back doing that in some form or fashion. And then there will also be all 27 races provided live, and there'll be some coverage of qualifying. Lots of stuff. Stay tuned for announcements on all of that. But while this is the last Super Tour of the year, we're still going to bring you some great coverage from the runoffs, like always, and I am looking forward to that as well. All right, Greg, let's do this. One other thing I want to say before we go, Greg, is we did see the ambulance heading out. Don't read too much into that. Any of those drivers there, whether they're hurt or not, will probably go and take a stop at the medical shack just to get checked out before they get released. So don't read too much into the fact that we see the ambulance rolling out there. So, all right, this is a good time to take a break. I have a feeling it's going to take a good 5 or 10 minutes to get wrapped up. So stay with us. We'll put up on our screen here when we know when we're going to get back to action. Our next race up here is going to be, as I pull up my schedule again,
Formula V, Formula 600, and Formula F.
Correct. All right, you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back. It's close to 90 degrees out there. Those guys got to be roasting.
And welcome back to Road America for the 2023 Chicago Region June Sprint, part of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and also joining us for this session, we're going to have Brian Stasinski. We'll get in and talk to Brian in just a few moments here, but we've got our cars rolling off this group now. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600, and we're going to have another split start here today for this particular group. Brian, we had 24 Formula 600s and Formula Fs and a very large contingent of Formula Vs, 15 of them here this weekend. And so let's run down.
Smile.
Yeah, I'll bet it is. All right, let's do this. Let's run down the starting grid, and then we'll bring in Brian. Who, by the way, having Brian here, a little disconcerting because I think we just had 20% of our audience not watching us on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. All of our associate producers, as you call them. Well, now we've got a good portion of them here. All right, here as the pace car now bringing the field down through turn number 5. Let's run down the starting order here. Starting 15th in Formula F, driving a Mygale SJ11, it's Ken Bukilian. Demetrius Kostendidis will start 14th. He's out of Chicago, Illinois, driving a Formula F Van Diemen. David Adorno starting 13th. He's in the number 84 Mygale. He's out of Woodhaven, New York, with Cliff Johnson starting 12th. He's in the number 4 Piper. Then we've got Tazio Staffanelli. He's going to start 11th. He's also driving a Piper. He is driving the number 23 machine. Jeff Jorgensen will start 10th today. He is driving the 06 Formula 600 Maverick, while Calvin Kotz will start 9th. He's in the 88 Formula F Piper. Then we've got Matteo Naranjo. He starts 8th today. He's driving the number 80 Formula F Mygale with Stephen Jondahl starting 7th. He's in the number 38 Red Devil for Formula 600. Keith Jocelyn, also running in Formula 600, starts 6th today. He's driving the number 55 Scorpion with Zach Rivard. Starting 5th, he's driving the number 77 Formula F Van Diemen. Aaron Ellis will start 4th in his Ellis AE16 Formula 600. That's the 43 car. Starting on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 22 Formula 600. And that is a Scorpion W1. It's James Weeda. And then scheduled to start on the outside of row number 1, driving the number 17 Nova car from Royal Oak, Michigan. It's Stephen Thompson. But Stephen, likely your pole sitter today, because Calvin Stewart, as he does, celebrating the Sabbath today. Calvin with a qualifying time of 2:18.522 in his Nova car Blade, the 07 car, would be on the pole today. We'll see if he can hold that through tomorrow. Now let's take a look at our Formula V field. Starting 15th, driving the number 94 Mysterian, it's Michael Nitz. Then we've got Scoop Havey starting in 14th position. He's driving the number 64 Protoform. Then there is Connor Lawfett. He is starting 13th today. He's got the number 48 Vortec. He's from Columbus, Ohio. And then Rich Richardson driving the number 99 machine. That is a Laser One. Rich is starting 12th. Then 11th position today in Formula V, driving the number 74 Caracol from Plymouth, Michigan. It's Stuart Delaney with Joseph Bortolucci starting in 10th position. He's in the number 31 Citation. Then we've got right next, well, actually not next, but in the next row, driving the number 181 Citation, also from Mount Prospect, Illinois, Alexander Bortolucci, starting 8th, driving the number 35 Vortex. It's Graham Lawfett with Chris Jennerjohn, scheduled to start 7th today. Greatly doubt we're going to see.
He's out.
Oh, he is out. He did make it out there. Chris was involved in that Spec Racer Ford incident just a little while ago, and so the Hartford City, Indiana driver, he is on the field in his Vortec. Then we've got Jeff Lawfett in his 08 Vortec. He's out of Darien, Illinois. He starts 6th. Starting 5th, William Stasinski. And we'll talk a little bit more about William and Brian's possible relationship to William here in just a few moments. William's out of Downers Grove, Illinois, driving a Vortec, and he's going to start 5th. Starting 4th today, driving the number 118 Protoform from Georgetown, Texas. That's Steve Winston. Zach Winston will start 3rd. He's driving the 27 Protoform. Then Ron Winston's driving the 5 Protoform. He's out of Neenah, Wisconsin. He starts 2nd and the pole sitter today, also from Neenah, Wisconsin, driving the number 12 Protoform with a qualifying time of 2:41.797, Andrew Winston. All right, so, yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I say we're going to get them here together. The second pack is already cleaned up a lot better than the first pack, and they're not far behind, so this is going to work out nicely as far as that goes. Here comes your first group, all packed up nicely 2 by 2 as they come up the hill. I'll actually see the second group coming up right behind them here before maybe even we switch the cameras. There they are. So.
Yeah, with a bit of a gap back to the Formula Vs as our Formula F and Formula 600s come up the Road America Straight. Green flag is in the air and jumping out now to an early start here in Formula 600 and overall. It is Stephen Thompson, who was your pole sitter, with James Weida in the number 22 machine off to his left. And Thompson jumping out to the front of the field, and it looks as though we had Zach Rivard in the number 77 machine get around Aaron Ellis and James Weida as well as they come down into turn number 3. Now let's take a look at the Formula V field as we've got that red and white machine. Oh, and we've got a Formula F that is gone off coming down through turn 3 just as our Formula Vs are coming down. We did have Andrew Whitston jump out to an early lead in Formula V ahead of Zach and Steve Whitston, as well as Ron Whitston and William Straczynski there with a very good start, as well as the field is making their way down through turn 3 and onto the Marine Sweep. And we have another driver going off wide coming through turn 5 in our first pack. And judging by where they were in the field, I think that might have possibly been
Jeff Jorgensen.
Yeah, Jorgensen.
Yeah, that was not the. And I think that's that same car actually. That orange car taking the scenic route around Road America. They've paid for the whole track. They're going to use it. So here they come up here through turn 8 and now towards turn 9, which is where this camera is at, and all trying to get themselves worked around here. Now it looks like that car has kind of figured it out a little bit here, and it's not taking long for the Formula V cars to kind of do their thing here and start catching up. Brian, you've been joining us here, a lot of experience in Formula V. That was probably about as good of a split start as you're going to get if you're a Formula V driver, right?
Yeah, that looked real good. They had enough space behind the group in front of them, and
we've had some weird split starts this year where the gap has been so wide that the first group is on the back of the second group so fast. But this one looks like we got kind of a textbook finish here. You can see the back of that Formula V there going all through the speedy dry. They'll get that spread out here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and they took care of the start by themselves too. They didn't have to have a car to pace them.
So,
all right, as our leaders here in our first group cross the start-finish line, complete lap number 1. It is Stephen Thompson, who was your pole sitter, with the slightest of advantages over Aaron Ellis, who started 3rd in today's field, having gotten around both Steve Jondal and James Weida, who started on the outside of the front row. Matteo Naranjo moving to the lead in Formula F, having gotten around Zach Rivard as moving up into the lead there, and he of course had to leapfrog a couple of our Formula 600 drivers. David Adorno, his Pelfrey Racing teammate, sitting back in 2nd in Formula F. Zach Rivard, the 77 machine, now falling back into 3rd, with Tazio Staffanelli running in 4th as our Formula Vs now coming down the front straight. We do have a car on the pit lane already. That is, I believe, the number 88 machine. And the reason I say that is because it is a very shiny silver and blinding me as it is directly across from me right now, Brian. And that's Calvin Kotz, and he's got his crew taking a look at that machine as it is.
Other than those first lap incidents there with that Formula 6 driver, everyone's done a pretty good job of negotiating these early laps here as we now break into the 4 or 5 minutes into this race. With a little smaller field, obviously, that we saw in the Spec Racer Ford group, a little easier to find your place and get into a groove pretty quickly here. A lot less traffic to deal with and all of that. So, and you've got in Formula V, you've got the Whitson brothers up front, Andrew Zachary, and then David Brown and Chris Jennerjohn. So, actually, David Brown's an F6 car. So that's kind of some of the guys who we're typically seeing up front in these races. throughout the year are once again showing why they've been up front most of the race.
There was a red Formula Ford that spun in 3, so there was a yellow, and it looked like Zach and Andy got a bit of a gap there on the second pack, and now they're just gone. So.
Yeah, we can see they're coming through the kink now before we even see the next cars coming out of the carousel. So probably a good 5 to 6 seconds over the rest of that Formula E field.
And I think it's Steve Whitston and Graham Lawhead for third and fourth. Now I think that slower F600 kind of further split up the two groups, now 3 groups.
All right, just got word from race control that Stephen Thompson, our leader currently in F600, cracked that 103 decibel sound barrier down on the exit of turn number 3. They've shown him, given him that information that may affect how he runs this race from here on out, but he already has almost a 4-second advantage over Stephen Jondahl at the front of the field. So he probably has a little bit of time to give now as our Formula Vs start to come out of turn 14, start to run up the hill. And this is, we're watching there, is actually the battle for third, again, as our 2 leaders have broken away.
Brian, what's the key to getting around here fast in a Formula V? Don't lift.
Keep the minimum corner speed up and get on the gas as soon as you can, and hopefully have a big barn door towing you around. But they streamline these things now, but you still need a good draft to go fast around here.
Yeah, I would think that in some cases, especially if you're by yourself, this must feel like a very, very long lap.
It can get lonely if you're out there in a V. You have a lot of time to think down the straights. I mean, you only shift one kind of right out of a corner, and then you
just ride in fourth gear, huh?
And then, from turn 3 to turn 4, you can contemplate your life choices.
Yep. Luckily, Formula Vs usually find each other and race well in packs here, so that should keep you entertained while you're out there.
All right, well, so next driver up on How Loud Can You Be, Stephen Jondahl, who is running second in Formula 600. Well, this is what you get when you run all by yourself. Stephen Jondahl being shown the soundboard as well after he had just set the fastest lap of the race. As now Jondahl has given up second position, and James Weida sets the fastest lap of the race and also moves up into second position, running a full second faster than our current leader, Stephen Thompson, in Formula F. What a battle going on right now. And producer Zach, if we can come down and watch at turn 1, because we've got Zach Rivard in the 77 machine, we got Matteo Naranjo, we got Tazio Staffanelli, all in a row, all trying to get past that one Formula 600 that we saw a little bit earlier have some problems. Jeff Jorgensen, and great battle there. 4 drivers battling for the lead in Formula F.
Yeah, looking at that group and the fact that car is in there, unless that car is a lap down, I'm pretty sure that's Keith Joslin in that group.
Quite
Formula
possibly.
6 splattered.
Right.
In that group.
Right, and I thought that might have been Jorgensen who had those early offs, but yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that is Keith Joslin in the 55 machine. I will definitely check the next time we go by. But our leaders now side by side coming down the front straight underneath and in Formula V, coming underneath the starter bridge. They're going now down into turn number 1. We had on drivers left Zach Whitston. We had drivers right Andrew Whitston. And we'll see how that plays out as they continue to stretch their advantage over the rest of the Formula V field.
It's a nice little 7-car battle that we're watching right now. Right, it's Naranjo, Steffanelli, Joslin, Dorno, Quillian, and Constantinidis. Oh gosh, why did they give all the hard ones for me, right?
All right, and also out here this weekend, running 7th in Formula F, Brian, and we haven't talked about her much, Cameron Reed, who we saw at the runoffs this past year. Cameron who I believe came away with the Southwest Conference Formula F championship, and a great young driver just out of go-karts, looking to go back to the runoffs for the second year in a row. As that pack comes. Yep.
Yes, here comes that pack up the hill here. And we'll get to reconfirm here, but I believe that's the 55 car, Pete Jocelyn, actually trying to work his way around these Formula F cars. And we'll see here at the line, that car should pull pretty well coming up the hill. It's a little bit lighter than the Formula F car. And he has made his way around those two cars. So it's Jocelyn and then Naranjo and Rivard. Those are the three cars you just saw come through there.
All right, and as they come down the hill into turn 3, Brian, had just gotten word that the number 4 machine, that was Cliff Johnson in the Piper out of Washington Township, Michigan. Unfortunately, put the car around at turn 5, spun the car, stalled it out for a minute, but managed to get it restarted, and he is back underway, currently running 8th in Formula F.
So with Jocelyn getting around, he can now try to work his way up to the back of that 4-car pack up front. He's got a long way to go. That's going to be tough. But what it does do is it gets him out of the mix of your top 4 cars here in Formula F, and they're going to be able to kind of race each other now without any interference or any worry about that F6 car. And that is kind of what you're looking for.
That's right. As Zach Rivard now in the 77 machine gets around Mateo Naranjo, so move that yellow number 80 machine back into second place in Formula F. Now, Brian, you were looked like you were just picking up on one of the battles in Formula V.
Yeah, it looks like Steve Witston has broken away from Graham Lawhead coming out of 12s to hold down third place. And behind them, I think guys were working 2 by 2 to break away from everybody else, but I think they're all going to catch each other at some point.
So now we have an all-Witston podium at the moment. Andrew, Zachary, and Steve.
That's pretty common.
That's good. I was just going to say, where have I seen this before? Then you've got... go ahead.
All right, if we could go over to that kink, actually coming out of turn 3, we've got the 3-0 machine stopped just past the Sargento Bridge on the Marine Sweep. That is Ethan Alexander, driver of the Formula 600 Red Devil out of Grafton, Wisconsin. And again, just out of our view, but you can see that waving yellow flag there on at the turn 4 flag stand. And we should have some emergency services vehicles responding to that in just a moment to get that car out of the way.
Right. And since we're at the halfway point, Greg, let's do a call to grid. Let's take our break, and then we'll come back and see what's going on the backside.
I think that sounds like a splendid plan, Brian. Let's do that. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid, race group number 7. Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2 drivers, please head to the grid. And so we're going to take a quick little break, and thanks to our partners here that are bringing you all the live coverage this weekend from the National Park of Speed, Road America, and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. as official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America. Tire is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
All right, we're back at Road America with WeatherTech, Chicago Region June Sprint. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Brian Straczynski here joining us for this race. And Brian, what are your impressions of what you're seeing so far?
I see Alex Bertolucci moving up through the field. He made it through pack down in about 8th or 9th and is now working his way up towards Graham Lawhead in 4th.
Yeah, so a great run right now for the 181 machine, and starting to close things down. About a 2-second gap from Lawhead back to Bertolucci to Jeff Lawhead back behind, and then a real tight battle. Of course, Jenner John right off the back of Jeff Lawhead.
About 8.5 minutes to go here as we get through and working towards race 6 here at Road America for the June sprints. Coming up next, we're going to have the FE2 P1 P2 race, and that's going to be fun to watch as well. A lot of FE2 and prototype cars this weekend.
And you'll see a Whitston and a Jenner John in them.
There you go.
That's right. As they'll be racing in another open wheel class directly afterwards. And so we've seen Jenner John's movie. That'll be what, 3 races in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, we had 130 Formula V's at pit race 2 weeks ago to celebrate the 60th birthday party of the class. And that's spread out over 3 different fields. We had vintage cars, we had SCCA with slicks tires, and we had Challenge Cup Series with Control treaded tire.
Nice. That must have been fun.
It was a lot of fun. Really great paddock. And with that many cars, it's 6 Formula V races total, 0 major incidents, no touching of wheels, no major damage, but very competitive racing.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Now, Brian, of course, as we were running down the grid today, mentioned that William Straczynski's in the field. That is your father, correct?
That's my father. This is probably his 43rd June sprints now. He won his first June sprints after 21 years, so he may be due for one again. We'll see.
We'll see. And you also said that he hasn't been in a Formula V in quite some time.
No,
correct?
He's always in Formula V.
Oh, always in Formula V.
I mean, he's already been with you guys in several super tours around the country.
True.
My uncle is racing this weekend.
And that's Scoop Having.
Yeah, I mean, I call him Michael, but I guess he's gone with his Navy
call sign
for this weekend. Scoop Heavy. Yeah, he hasn't been in a Formula V in a couple decades, but trying to get back in there. And last week, my dad was racing with my other uncle in a Formula V at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He hasn't been in one in a long time either.
Yeah. So. SVRA was at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway last weekend. So.
Yep. And that race was won by 1,000th of a second with Doug Boll's son Carter over Hunter Phelps, former June Sprint winner.
Yeah.
Wow.
Photo finish.
Absolutely. Still Andrew Zachary and Steve Whitston, 1, 2, 3 in Formula V. Graham Wallhead and Alexander Bertolucci trying to catch up and see if they can make that a little bit interesting and give And just as I say that, Graham Wallhead jumps ahead of Steve Whitston to take over third place right now as we come into the final stages of this race with about 5 minutes to go here. Makes that move up, and we'll see if he can keep in that position towards the finish line. A little earlier, I was looking ahead, and James Weida took over first place in Formula 6, followed by Stephen Thompson and Aaron Ellis. So got a little swap for the lead there. That was about a lap and a half ago. And in Formula F right now, Zachary Rivard's now your race leader. Matteo Naranjo has dropped to second, and David Adorno has jumped into third place.
Yeah, and Brian, I was going to say, I'd like to pick up that battle for the lead for the lead in Formula F. They should be making the run down to turn 5 now. Zach, if it's possible, we can pick that up. And here they come, coming out at 5. Yep. I knew I was close because at the line, Rivard had about a 0.05 of a second advantage over Matteo Naranjo. They were very, very close. And then Adorno, Adorno's about 7 seconds back from there, but you can see that battle now coming through and directly behind. Great fight in Formula V as well. But here is that battle for the lead in Formula F as Matteo Naranjo has gotten back around Zach Rivard.
Yeah, they've been right up with each other there the entire race, and now with a little under 4 minutes to go, it's time to make some decisions as to when you're going to try to get to the point and decide that you want this race win and the top step on the podium at the June Sprints.
All right, real quick, Brian, as they're making their way down through the cake and going to be heading down the Canada corner, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid, race group 7 to the grid, please.
All right, so Brian, with 3 minutes to go here in this race, if you are in that lead group, one of the Whitstons, where is the spot you want to make a move here with a couple of laps to go? If you want to take the checkered flag here.
Well, you normally want to be in second place going into turn 14, so you can get a good run coming up the hill. It makes it a lot easier when you're in a pack of 2 instead of a pack of, say, 5, because then you have to start thinking about how to get to second place in turn 1 to eventually be. So, I mean, it's going to be the 2 Whitstons are going to try and back up themselves and get themselves behind the other one. But I've seen them come across the line in pretty much a dead heat several times now. So I think they've been trying to figure out exactly what they can get away with.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, they should be coming into turn 5 about now, where they may have just gone through turn 5. We may want to take a look at that. Well, certainly not there, as we've got a driver that's gone very wide out of turn number 6. And, kind of a crash.
It's him again?
Yeah.
Coming back across traffic.
Car.
I think he just separated the 2 Whitstons.
Yes.
In the, I'd say, second to last lap.
Yep. And there they are. So we've got Andrew Whitston now, your leader, with the Jocelyn car sitting right between them. And Andrew Whitston running second in Formula V, directly behind them. Now coming underneath the Speedville Bridge is the battle for the lead in Formula F. So 2 battles for the lead there as our overall lead now with James Weida and Aaron Ellis, and they are within a couple car lengths of one another, and they've just now crossed underneath the start-finish line, Brian, and have gotten the white flag. And James Weida, currently your leader, having started on the outside of row number 1. Aaron Ellis running second. Stephen Thompson, who was your pole sitter, currently sitting in third.
Yep, there they were, right there coming through turn 1. Now you're going to see them here through turn 3, and still about 2 or 3 lengths, car lengths between them. But on a long, lumbering lap like this, there's still time to make up that space here to get one final run to the checkered flag. We'll keep an eye on that as well. That's the James Weida, Aaron Ellis battle. It should be coming right into our view here right now. That first white car there, or lighter colored car, that is Weida, Aaron Ellis right behind him as they go up the hill towards 6. When they're going to come through 6 and down towards 7. See if they make up any space, if Aaron Ellis can get any kind of advantage here to try to make up that gap. And it does look to me a little bit, Greg, like Weida's pulling away just a bit.
Yeah, he definitely is, Brian, and as he's starting to step away a little bit, we are now, as they come down through turn number 8 and come underneath the Speedville Bridge going into the carousel, we're also watching the battle for the leads, both in Formula F and also Formula V. Then there is a huge fight going on a little bit further back in the field in Formula V as well that we'll have to keep an eye on coming down through turn 3 right now.
It looks like the second place car is making up a little bit. Now they're side by side through the kink. That is always, or through Canada Corner, it looks like actually. And it looks like Aaron Ellis is taking the lead.
All right. Yeah, and they're going to be coming out of Canada Corner, and here they are coming up the hill, Brian. And indeed, it is. Well, actually, I believe that's the Weida car.
Yep.
With Aaron Ellis running in second place as they now come up towards turn 14 and around the corner. And again, with Stephen Thompson, that white machine, running in second and coming up the Road America Straight. And to the finish line, taking the win, it is James Weida. Margin of victory, 56 hundredths of a second over Aaron Ellis. Another 2 seconds back to Steve Thompson. Let's try and pick up this fight now for the lead in Formula V and Formula F. They were right by one another on track, and they are now, I believe, coming down. They are actually coming through the kink currently, going into Canada Corner.
There's a good battle for third in Formula V with Alex Bertolucci caught Steve Whitston, and Graham Lawhead is currently in fourth, all over Graham.
All right, and so we're going to pick that. Definitely want to pick that up in a moment here as that those fights starting to come out of Canada Corner, and there is Andrew Whitston, and he's got now about an 8-car length advantage over Andrew Whitston. Here is the battle for, I believe this is the battle for the lead. I would say with Sebastian Naranjo goes and he crosses the stripe, takes the win in Formula F over Zach Rivard. Margin of victory there in Formula F, almost 5 seconds. So Naranjo really opened things up on that final lap, and taking the win in Formula V is going to be Andrew Whitston. So let's take a look now at that battle that Brian was just talking about, the battle for third in Formula V, and I believe we should see them coming into, they should be coming up towards turn 14 now, up the Road America Straight here towards the finish line.
Looks like he has it all the way back from, no, Steve got it.
And there you go, crossing the line and taking third in Formula V. It is going to be the 118 of Steve Whitston, the bright yellow 118. Graham Lawhead will come home in fourth. Alexander Bertolucci works his way up into fifth position in the 181 car. Chris Jennerjohn finishes sixth. Ron Whitson, Rich Richardson, Stuart Delaney, and William Stasinski rounding out the top 10. In Formula 600, we talked about Weida and Allison Thompson. Stephen Jondahl finishes in fourth. Keith Jocelyn finishes in fifth. George Bugg sixth. Daryl Greening, seventh. Jack Walburn eighth. David Brown ninth. Ethan Alexander finishes in 10th. And finally in Formula F, Matteo Naranjo taking the win. Zach Rivard second. David Adorno will come home in third. Ken Bakilian will finish in fourth. Demetrius Constantidis will finish fifth. Easy for Brian to say. Finishing sixth. Tazio Staffanelli. Cliff Johnson will finish seventh. Cameron Reed eighth. Robert Gross ninth. And Keith Hall rounding out the top 10. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Please come to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 7, FE2, P1 and P2 is your final call to the grid. And so, want to thank Brian Szynski for coming up and joining us and providing commentary here in our Formula V, Formula 600, and Formula F race. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Hopefully, it was as exciting as sitting there and watching the stream. As it looks like we may have had a driver possibly run out of fuel on the last lap.
Yep.
Just coming to a stop right in front of the flag station. But Brian, thanks so much for joining us here, and hopefully when the time comes, and I guess our next event after this is going to be the runoffs, we'll hear and see more from you. So thanks so much. And Brian, let's take a quick break, and we'll come back in just a few moments. We've got 3 more races to go here today from Road America and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Road America and the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. I want to thank Brian Stasinski for sitting in that last race. And Brian, it's going to be our last open wheel group of the day. And before anybody says it, there's a car smoking on the pit lane. And that's Jason Miller's two-stroke Kohler-powered Windfirst.
So it's a buck bomb.
Yes, correct. It's doing what it's supposed to do.
Yes.
But I guarantee every year at the runoffs, there is always at least one corner worker who calls in that car is smoking on the outlap. So figured we'd just get that out of the way right now. But a beautiful car. You have to see the back of that thing. And they're always working to update it. But it's a 6-cylinder, two-stroke machine with 6 pipes out the back. And it's a glorious thing if you see it up close. All right, Brian, let's do this. Let's run down the starting grid. We are going to have another split start here today. We're going to have our prototype cars, both P1 and P2, behind one pace car, and then our rather large, almost 20-car FE2 field running behind the second pace car. Let's run down the first group first. I'm going to give you the top 15. Starting 15th, driving the number 83 Prototype 2 Store out of Western Springs, Illinois. It's Greg Guyan. Tim Day Jr., well, he's going to be your Prototype 2 pole sitter. He's out of Scottsdale, Arizona, also in a Store WF1. He starts 14th in the 88 car. Then we've got David Locke. He's starting 13th. He's driving the number 18 Prototype 1, also Store WF1. While the 12th position is filled by Rod Rice. He's driving the number 33 Prototype 1. Elan DPO2. He's out of Dallas, Texas. And actually all the remaining cars in this group are all Prototype 1 machines. Starting 11th, driving the number 15. Ralt, the RT41 out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Brian French. Jeff Lederman is starting 10th. He's in the number 55 Store WF1 out of Vacaville, California. Then we've got Daryl Schaff. He is out of Reading, Pennsylvania in an Elan DPO2. That's the number 94 car. James French will start 8th. He's in the 46 Swift 014. He's out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Then we've got Jean-Luc Liverato. He starts 7th. He is in the number 0 Elan DPO2. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. While we've got Plymouth, Wisconsin's Jason Miller, as I mentioned, in that Windfirst machine. That's the number 8 car. He's starting 6th. Then we've got John McAleer. He is starting 5th today. He's in the number 68 Elan DPO2 out of Roswell, Georgia, with Todd Vanacore starting 4th. He's in the 119 Elan DPO2 out of Ormond Beach, Florida. Then we've got Jim Davenport. He's in the 23 car. He is from Alamo, California, and starts 3rd. Then it is Chip Romer on the outside of the front row, driving the number 26 Elan DPO2 with our pole sitter. And neat to see him in Prototype 1 after always watching him for years in Formula Atlantic. Lee Alexander driving his Store WFZ. He's out of Springfield, Tennessee. Had a qualifying time of 2 minutes, .559. Now let's take a look at FE2, where Mark Greb starts 15th. He's from Iowa City, Iowa. Kelton Jago. I want to also thank Kelton for always bringing me coffee and donuts at the bars races at Summit Point this year, as his wife is driving in the series. He starts 14th in the number 29 machine. Jason Knutson will start 13th in the 92 Formula Enterprise 2 machine, with Paul Marino starting 12th in the 44. Then we've got John Yateman. He starts 11th in the 22 car, with Doug Campbell starting 10th. He's driving the 53. Amy Hollowell will start 9th. She's driving the 37 car, with Dean Opperman starting 8th in the 27. Then we've got Steve Whitston out of the Formula Vs and into the FE2s. Steve is driving the 118 car, with Matthew Romer starting 6th in the 56. Andrew List will start 5th. He's driving the 61 car, with Gabe Fairbach, a former guest on the show here, starting 4th. He's driving the number 9. Then we've got Adam Jennerjohn, who I think we said is in his 3rd race in a row. He starts 3rd in the 71 machine. He's out of Valencia, California. And then your front row in FE2, driving the number 4 machine. From Great River, New York, it's Jason Conzo, and your pole sitter from Tigard, Oregon, with a qualifying time of 2:11.876, driving the number 99. It's Caleb Schrader.
All right, here comes your prototype field up to Bill Mitchell Bend. In just a moment, they'll come through turn 14 and start the big push up the hill towards our hopeful green flag. Kind of have to throw it because we have a split start. we'll see how that works out. But nice big fields for both the prototypes and the FE2 cars, so this should be a ton of fun, Greg.
That's right. All right, so we've got the pace car on the pit lane, turning the field over to Lee Alexander there on the front row in his prototype car. Then we've got Chip Romer in that black and red number 26 car to his left. And now the green flag is in the air, and we are underway as we have our third place driver, Jim Davenport, stepping to the inside, trying to get around Lee Alexander and Chip Romer. We'll see if he can do it as they make the run down to turn 1.
Well, you know, being on the inside going into turn 1 can be a good way to do it. The problem is if you got someone next to you, that makes it for a hard way to track out there. But they still went side by side. That's still Davenport on the inside. He had to back off. They're going through 3 so they could all get through safely. And the good news is there's 24 and a half minutes left in this race, so plenty of time. Here comes your second group now, FE2, up the hill, right?
All right, and here they come to the starter stand. As the starter looks over the field, we know they're going to get a green here as we have the first group already racing. Right. Green flag is now in the air, and there we go. We are racing in FE2, almost 20 cars strong, as we have that very big field led by Jason Conzo and Caleb Schrader heading down into turn 1. Schrader, your pole sitter. Conzo to his left. Jennerjohn, Gabe Fairbach, Andrew List, all behind is the field starting about midway through, starting to get in line. We had Romer and Wixton side by side as they came through turn number 1, but the field now through turn number 1. And look at that move from the outside there. Brian, is I believe Adam Jennerjohn in the 71 machine has managed to get around the 4 of Jason Conzo as they come and make their way out of 3, make their way down the Marine Street, down towards turn number 5, and I don't think we've had anything settled yet as we had our first and second place cars on the grid side by side, now 3 wide coming down into turn number 5 and hard on the brakes. I think that was Conzo who had some issues there, running a little bit wide out of 5, running over those rumble strips.
You know, it's still a little early. Obviously, the temperature is hot, the ambient temperature. But getting these tires up to speed might take a lap or so. And that first turn time down into turn 5 can be rather sketchy if you don't have good tire temperatures and tire pressure. So,
all right, is our prototype field now crossing the stripe and completing a flying lap here. Chip Romer takes the lead from Lee Alexander. Lee Alexander, our pole sitter, now finds himself in third behind both Chip Romer and Jim Davenport. So the 2 Elan chassis stepping away from the store, the brand new store, WFZ of Lee Alexander. Todd Vanacore running in 4th position right now with John McAleer very closely behind, but it is very tight up in the top 4, Brian. Only about 3 car lengths separating our top 3 drivers, then a little bit of a gap now back to John McAleer and Todd Vanacore as they're already coming down through turn 5.
And you see your first 2 drivers there, Romer and Davenport, starting to pull away just a little bit from Lee Alexander. And these 2 guys have raced up front all year long, and this is not an uncommon sight that we have here, seeing these guys start to pull away a little bit. So the Alexander and Vanacore duo there need to work together, need to push forward, because if they don't, Davenport and Romer, will just drive away here.
All right, and now heading down into turn number 1, we've got that battle for the lead with just a lap in the books now in Formula Enterprises 2, where Caleb Schrader has an advantage over Jason Conzo. List, Romer, Jennerjohn making up the top 5, and as you can see here, coming out of turn number 3, and they're making their way down the Marine Sweep. The Caleb Schrader, Jason Conzo, they are pretty much still lock-nosed to tail. Bit of a gap back to Andrew List, who has Matt Romer very close behind Jennerjohn, not all that far back behind there, and then I'd say about 8 car lengths back to Dean Opperman, running in 6th position. But for the most part, most of this 20-car Formula Enterprises 2 field, with the exception of that large gap that we just saw coming into turn number 5, which is, as we the jump back through the field, is sitting right around 12 positions deep, where Jonathan Weisheit is about a second and a half back from Kelton Jago in 13th position. The FE2 is still in very close running here, but again, only working lap number 2.
Yeah, working lap number 2. Still 20 minutes to go in this race, so no question that a lot can happen in the next 20 minutes. You've got Chip Romer and Jim Davenport. Next time they come through the line, we'll get a chance to see that gap there. But these FV2 cars, they're all spec cars, so they should all be somewhat close in at least performance. And then we get right down to which drivers got. Oh, and now we have a car off hard into the wall on the right-hand side. Hopefully he stays right so these cars can move through.
Yeah, and we do have a local caution there now, Brian, and we'll see here and trying to as they say the smoke clears.
No, it's still there.
No, it is still there. And we've got, and as you can see, Brian, a good portion of the track is blocked at the moment, and so we're gonna. Well, he's starting to move now, but now we've got 100% track blockages. He's sitting center of track, Brian, and we are going to a full course caution here at Road America. And hopefully we can get that car move before
no. Somebody actually hit him there. Oh, no.
No.
All right,
and we are going now, Brian, to a black flag condition. We're going to be bringing our cars down the pit lane. And a red flag, and but right as the word came out for a black flag, now a red flag. So we're going to try and get all of our racers to a controlled stop, much like we saw in Spec Racer Ford. And hopefully those drivers there that we just saw come through the kink missed the. Hopefully they were past that red flag, and they should see it now coming into the kink. But again, all of our racers should be coming to a complete stop on the side of the pavement, so our emergency services vehicles have the pavement available to them to respond. And we can see the first of our vehicles now responding.
All right, so we're bringing everything to a stop here so that the emergency crews can get to that scene. Greg, this would be a good time to get our break in, so let's do that now, and then we'll come back and chat for a few minutes afterwards. Hopefully this won't take too long to get cleaned up, and we will do that when we come back. We'll get you caught up on a bunch of stuff. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live, the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. And we're back here at Road America for the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. And Brian, we're currently under red flag conditions here at at the National Park of Speed is we did have an incident down at the kink, and the red flag, a little bit different than what you see in FIA and in Formula One, where for them it means return to the pits. Here, we want the drivers coming to a complete controlled stop and to basically open up a lane for the emergency services vehicles to be able to get to an incident and service that incident as easily as possible.
Yes, our second red flag of the weekend so far here, at least of the day, and for an incident in the kink, which is, if you spent any time at Road America, not an uncommon occurrence as far as incidents in the kink goes. So, we're just giving everybody an opportunity here to get the emergency crews to the event or to the incident and take care of the cars and the drivers involved. And when you've got significant track blockage, there's really no other choice than to get everybody stopped so that they can get in there and get the job done. So you can see everyone here parked on the side of the road exactly as they're asked to do when that red flag comes out. So so we sit here, and the clock stops with the red flag. Right now we're stopped at 19 minutes to go, and our race leader is Chip Romer, followed by Jim Davenport, Lee Alexander, Todd Vanacore, and Jean-Luc Liverato. That's your top five in the overall as well as in P1. If we go down to P2, your top five in P2 is Tim Day Jr., Greg Guyan, Mike Rupert, Lucien Pensea, and M. Bart Wolf. There's your top five in P2. Scrolling down into our FE2, our third class here in this race, we've got Caleb Schrader, Jason Conzo, Andrew List, Matthew Romer, and Adam Jennerjohn. There's your top five in P2. I'm sorry, in FE2. If you want a good social media follow, Greg, Jason Conzo does a lot of stuff on social media following his racing exploits. A really fun guy to watch there. So I also want to give a shout out to Amy Hollowell. She is in 9th place in FE2 right now. She does not get to get out very often and race. She's a young driver.
Sounds like us.
Yeah, she's a young driver who's trying to make motorsports her career, but not necessarily behind the wheel. I was following her on social media. She had an internship with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway during the month of May. And let me just tell you, you could tell she was having just a ton of fun doing that. So,
well, I was going to say, if you're going to be at the Speedway, it's got to be May. That's the best time. That's the best time to be there.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So I've had her on the podcast. Just a really, really cool person to chat with, and when I talk with people like Amy, and I have hope for the world. So it was really cool to follow her on social media as well. If you want to have a good follow, I think she's on Insta. So I sound hip when I say Insta, right?
That's right.
I'm being trolled by our producer Brendan. Should I? Is this where I should?
But he didn't say you were a hipster, which is exactly what I would have.
Am I a hipster on Insta?
Yes. Exactly.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I would also suggest that you should smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. Where are we on subscriptions, Greg? I know we made a big jump earlier in the year. We've passed 7,500.
Yeah, just passed that today, and I think that's what I think we've picked up somewhere along the lines of almost 5,000 followers or subscribers since we started the Super Tour this year. So
we
got to thank everybody for watching.
Up above 10,000 before the runoffs are over. So, that driver's smart. Pulled his car under the bridge in the shade. Very, very well done.
Yeah, very. I don't know if the stewards are going to look kindly on that because he shouldn't be moving.
Nobody's seeing this.
Quiet. Yep. Not on camera at all.
Yeah.
But still within view of a corner station, which is very good, and also out of the sun. Not a bad idea.
All right. Also, Greg, we've got this really cool thing called Track Night in America.
Yes, we
Um,
do.
I got a thing we normally read that I'm trying to make my mouse work so that I can get it in front of me here. And let's talk about that for a second. You want to get out and trap, but not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day low-pressure fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. So we can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more. If you're interested and you live near Road America, there are several track nights ahead. Let me see if I can find that tab on my little machine here. I had it earlier. I know there's one coming up in Brainerd, which is up in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
And I can say that because I went to school and lived there. Okay. I'm going to have to call it back up here. Stand by.
There's one at Blackhawk Farms, which is pretty much down in Rockton, Illinois, not all that far from Road America. That is going to be July 12th.
Yes.
And, frankly, not all that far from Chicago either. Gingerman Raceway in South Haven, Michigan, July 22nd. And that's a neat little track there, Gingerman.
Yep.
I was there announcing for the Time Trials National Tour
There's
last
also
year.
One at Dakota County Technical College, which is not far from where in Minnesota, not far from where I went to college in Winona. That one's on June 30th. Brainerd's on July 7th. Blackhawk Farms on July 12th. So lots of opportunities to come play. And if you go to tracknightinamerica.com, I'm just mentioning the ones here near Road America because that's where we're at this weekend. But man, they're all over Pocono,
All over.
Parkland, Park Thompson. Yep.
I was going to say, I get home, I might go next week. It's actually in just 4 days, June 28th, at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Nice.
And definitely looking forward to that. And I don't think I'm going to have my new car ready to go for that. Still waiting to get delivery. But if I had it, I would definitely take it. And going to be in a couple great places up north. Thompson Speedway, I think you were going to mention, just a day later, June 29th, up in Thompson, Connecticut. That's a neat little racetrack. And of course, our friends out at Portland International Raceway, June 30th. And that is, we were there obviously just a few weeks ago for the Super Tour, and they always have a big turnout for Track Night in America there at Portland. So definitely go and sign up for that one early if you haven't already. And a great event happening this weekend. They've got the Formula E event there, and a lot of SCCA volunteers and flaggers and stewards are working that event. Our good friend Dave Sue is out there working the event this weekend.
Yep, Dave Sue is there, and we did a podcast with him on Inside the SCCA talking about how to flag at Le Mans and Formula One. If you're interested in that, check out that podcast. Dave and I go back a long ways, as you know, because I also was at one point a Washington, D.C. region member.
That's right.
So a lot of fun stuff going on there. So, Greg, this is the last Super Tour weekend of 2023. Still ahead, we've got the runoffs. A lot of the folks that you're seeing here this weekend will be at the runoffs, and will be doing their thing there. And some of them are using this weekend to qualify for the runoffs. So
exactly.
This is a big deal for some of these drivers. In addition to the fact that it is, one of the premier events here in the club. Everyone always circles June sprints as a bucket list event. So a lot of fun, and that's why we've got 400 cars here this year. And next year, the runoffs are coming here to Road America. So it's likely that this will even be a bigger event because drivers will want to get out here and do some testing and tuning. And if they can pick up a June sprints win, even better. I'm supposed to troll you a little bit. What's the new car, Greg? Anna Crispin's telling me I need to ask you about the new car.
Oh, yeah. It's a brand new Acura Integra Type S.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. 320 horsepower of front-wheel drive fun.
320 horsepower and $320 a week in insurance.
It's Charlotte, so yeah, it's quite possible. But more importantly, Brian, it's a 6-speed transmission. None of that automatic stuff for Greg.
Is it a paddle transmission, or do you have to actually have?
It is row your own.
Wow.
It is a manual with a third pedal.
Wow. I didn't even know they made those anymore.
That's well. And the answer is yes, Brendan.
Oh, it's really good, folks, that you can't hear our producer commentary in the background because we'd all get in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble.
So, but we're having fun. We're having fun.
All right, and want to of course thank and for those of you that are still sitting here listening to us ramble, want to thank all of our, Brian, you call them our associate producers, for sitting in on the chat. Of course, Anna Chrisman, but Terry Romer, thank you for being here. Is Kirk Nestis
Kirk,
here as well? And
it's
says,
Mr. Boomer to you, by the way.
That is right. That's Dr. Nestis to you. Ben Tyler as well. So. All right, so Brian, we are going and downgrading the situation. We have now, they are bringing out the double yellow, and originally said that they were going to be bringing out the black flag, which I would assume at some point, but for the moment they are only showing a full course caution. We'll see if that black flag comes out soon to bring the cars down the pit lane. But I think what they want to do likely is get the safety car out, and especially if they're still working the situation down in the kink, they may try to bring cars off track over at that exit area over by turn 5.
Sure. It does look like they're able to. There's a path now through the kink. Obviously, there has to be because they're bringing out the double yellow, which means cars can start driving through there. So that's good news that they were able to get the drivers out and the cars cleared pretty quickly.
All right, Brian, and now they are adding the black flag. I think they wanted to get those cars back underway, but now they are displaying a black flag to ensure that all of our racers come up the pit lane, and here they are. And so now our grid and pit lane folks are going to have a bit of a challenge in front of them. Given that we have not displayed the checkered flag, they are going to have to go and put these racers in the order in which the last complete lap was made.
And while this is happening, the clock has now restarted. So we've got 18 minutes left in this race. Our grid folks are usually really on top of stuff, so they'll get them sorted here really quickly. Also have to remember that it's a long lap, depending on where you are to get back to pit lane. Yes. So when we're done, we may have like 10 minutes left in this race once we get back underway. So, going to get everybody on pit lane, get them reordered here. Now, they also can do something else, Greg. They can get them back to pit lane and then throw the red flag again to stop
the clock. Yeah, exactly.
So
of course,
I've seen that happen.
Yeah, and one thing that was just the race control reminded the pit lane workers is that drivers are not, however, allowed to work on their cars under black flag conditions.
So they'll get everybody up here on the pit lane. They'll do a quick reset. We'll go back to the last race lap, which was lap number 2, was the last fully completed lap. Let me look to see if everybody completed that lap, and it does appear that everybody has.
Well, I'm still showing, and again, we haven't had, we're going to see here, Brian, the lap counts kind of fluctuate and move up to lap 2 as these drivers come down the pit lane. So I'm still showing, I still have some drivers that have not shown having completed more than a single lap, but that may change again as they come down the pit lane.
Right. All right, so we'll work to get everybody sorted here, and
all right, and our race control, I think, is at this point calculating the different scenarios and exactly how this is going to play out.
Now you're going to see your FE2 cars are going to start making their way through. So most of your prototype cars should be on to the pit lane now, depending on where they were when everything came to a stop. Now you're getting all of the FE2 cars, and depending on where they stop them on pit lane, some of them won't cross the timing loop again until after we get started. So should not read too much into anything by who's flipped over. If you're looking at the timing charts who's flipped over to 3 laps and who hasn't. So, that's all.
Yeah, and Brian, we were just watching one of the FE2 machines. I think it was the number 4 of Jason Conzo started to pull over towards the Goodyear tent, and the folks over there waved him on to ensure that he doesn't stop and doesn't stop by them because they weren't going to be working on his machine. They didn't want to send the driver who was theoretically second all the way back to the very rear of that 20-car Formula Enterprises 2 field. The pit workers have also been instructed to ask the drivers to keep the engines running so that they can easily get them rearranged. And now, Brian, as all of our drivers have come down the grid and they have all crossed the start-finish line, the checkered flag is now being displayed on the starter stand. And so that is going to end this race. And so don't know, again, I think we're in the same position as we were with Spec Racer Ford. We're probably going to have to revisit and get provisional results, and maybe we can go back over them at the end of the day as we wrap up the broadcast here, because again, we think that this race should probably be rolled back a lap, obviously, since they went to a black flag.
Right.
And we don't have the correct order, and we don't know if any drivers in the red flag conditions passed other cars trying to get their cars woed down and bring them to a stop. So so that is going to wrap things up.
Real quick, just to put a couple of thoughts into this.
Yeah.
I know it's middle of June, so it's not a daylight issue, but I'm sure there is a time clock that we are up against as far as when the agreement with the local neighbors is where this kind of thing has to shut down for the day, and that's why we're getting out of here when we are and not being able to restart here. We've already had 2 really long red flag situations here today, and that just adds to the clock. So it's a tough situation, especially for the drivers in this class. But that's a situation that's unfortunately at this racetrack and a lot of racetracks that we have to deal with. So that's likely the reasoning behind getting back to racing action here. Unfortunate, but that is kind of the way it works for some of these things. So I think probably now, Greg, good time to take a break here.
Well, before we do, Brian, because I'm looking at our shot now overlooking the front street, and I can see we've got very few cars on the pit lane currently. So let me make a call to the grid for our next race group, who probably thought they had quite a while to go before they had to be up there. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 8, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, T1, and American Sedan drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 8, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next and going to probably be starting very soon. Race group number 8 to the grid, please. All right, so Brian, now why don't we take that break? And when we come back, hopefully, we will have our next race of the day. Race number 8 of 9, the Big Ground Pounders, Big Bore. As you heard, our GT classes, American Sedan, the pony cars, as well as our biggest and fastest touring cars here at the National Park of Speed, Road America, here for the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be back in a few moments.
forward and go to the grid. You restart the grid, and then group 9 will wrap up our day. Back to Gregg and Brian, as soon as the field has completed, and we get group 8 ready to go. Racing, it's out here. 68, ready for SCCA.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
back to. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Welcome back to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, getting ready for race number 8 here as we wrap up, or start to get close to wrapping up our first day here at the Sprints. And some news to pass along because of all of our few fairly large incidences this afternoon. These last 2 races are going to be 20 minutes each. We've had to compress the schedule to make our time-sensitive deadline here, and that is how we're going to move forward, Greg.
That's right, Brian. And so time is sensitive. I'm sensitive. Let's move on. Let's give the starting grid.
Have I triggered you?
Yes, you triggered me. All right, let's give the starting grid for our next race. And this again is going to be a split start. We've got our GT1, GT2, and GTX drivers in our front group, and then we've got T1, GT3, and American Sedan in our second group. Let's run down that. I'm going to give you the top 10 in both of these groups. Starting 10th in our second group, in American Sedan from Howell, Michigan, it's Andy McDermott. Paolo Salvatore will start 9th, driving the number 42 T1 Ford Mustang FP350. David Marshall will start 8th. He's in the 04 T1 Ford Mustang. And then we've got 2 Porsche GT4 Club Sports. First, Ted Berger. He starts 7th as the number 60 Machine, with Ann Doherty starting 6th in the number 4. Then we've got Bill Batten. He is starting 5th. He's in the 139 T1 Chevy Camaro, with Jonathan Anderson starting 4th in the T1 Chevy Corvette. Then our sole GT3 racer this weekend in a Mazda RX-7. We'll have to see if this car makes it out onto the grid. He had some mechanical issues during qualifying. That's George Shishan. Then starting 2nd, driving the number 146 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4 from Winnetka, Illinois, it's Mark Bowden. And your pole sitter today in Touring 1 and for our second group, driving the 134 T1 Chevy Corvette, James Candelaria. Now let's move over to our second group, starting 10th, driving the number 117 GT1 Porsche 911. It's John Snyder. Tom Herb, your reigning GT1 national champion, will start 9th today. He's in the number 16 Mercedes AMG GT3. Joe Frieda will start 8th. He's in the 122 GT1 Chevy Corvette, with Joe Koenig starting 7th. He's in the number 70 Porsche 911 Cup car. Then we've got Brian Goodwin. He will start 6th. He's in the number 97 Chevy Corvette, with Rick Dittman starting 5th. The number 124 GT1 Chevy Corvette. Ryan McManus. Repeat after me, everybody. GT1 Chevy Corvette. Ryan McManus. He's driving the number 707 car today. And then starting 3rd, driving the number 2 Dodge Challenger, it's Adam Romito. Cliff Eben will start on the outside of row number 1. He's in the number 66 GT1 Ford Mustang. And your pole sitter, driving the number 31 GT1 Chevy Corvette from Heartland, Wisconsin, with a qualifying time of 2:06.987. It's Dave Rouleau. Should mention that our GT2 pole sitter is Justin Elder, driving a Chevy Camaro. He's going to start 11th in that first group today, as the pace car is now taking the field in that first pack through the kink and down the Kettle Bottoms towards Canada Corner.
And everyone will come to the kink and see all of the speedy dry down there, so they have a good idea that maybe the first couple of laps they should tiptoe through that area and keep us going in the straight and narrow, hopefully, if all goes well. And like I said, these races have been shortened for the last 2 to 25 minutes, which only ups the ante, Greg. When you take off 5 minutes, now we got to get to the front even faster. So hopefully everyone will keep their driving wits about them, and we will have a good clean race all the way up to the checkered flag.
All right, as we see our first pack coming up the Bill Mitchell bend behind that a beautiful C8 Chevy Corvette in Road America Blue. And our second pack with our T1 and American Sedan cars a little bit further behind. And let me see here if I can tell already whether or not George Shishan made the field. I can't tell right now. We'll know. Well, we'll know pretty quickly once we go green with our 2 groups. As our first pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to that number 31 Chevy Corvette, big wide body GT1 Corvette, Cliff Eben and his Ford Mustang to his left as they come up the Road America straight. As the starter looks over the field, and there you go, green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again from Road America as they are now making their way down towards turn 1 for the very first time. And we're going to take a look here as Rulo has the advantage for the moment, and jumping up into second place as they're going side by side. It is Cliff Eben from the outside in the 66 machine, as we've got Adam Romito trying to come down underneath him. As our second group now we've got the pace car on the pit lane, and our second group led by James Candelaria now coming up the Road America straight. The starter looking him over, and here we go, green flag in the air for our second race group. And we are underway now in T1 and American Sedan. And as we say, I don't think George Shishon is here to take the green flag. Again, our sole GT3 driver coming also up the pit lane here, the number 5 American Sedan. And that is Kyle Jones in his Pontiac Firebird in early retirement. He is heading down the pit lane and going back to the paddock after not having turned a single lap, Brian.
All right, there was a car that spun coming down the hill here towards turn 3 out of the first pack, I believe. That was the Dodge Viper of Jonathan Start. He was lucky enough to not come back onto the racetrack. He just got himself going in the right direction, put it first, off went. So that was a brief moment, but I think that's the car right there, actually. So we're going to get this pack now heading through. These are our first group of GT1 cars. Not an issue there. That's just the cars going through the speedy dry. That's going to kick up dust here for at least a couple of laps as they go through there. And we should expect that without any issues.
All right, Brian, and we're going to have another special guest joining us here in just a few moments as the field is making their way down. And we've got a car off over at turn number 7. We're going to try and pick up who that is in our second group. Gathers it back up. That is one of our Porsche GT4 Club Sport machines. And we've got a Mustang that's gone off and gone around coming out of turn number 8 across and now underneath the Speedville Bridge. And we'll see here. We've got so many Mustangs in the field. It's either Marshall Salvatore, had a wing on the back, so definitely not the American Sedan of McDermott. And I think that may have been the 42 of Paolo Salvatore. And we'll get the number on that car in just a moment. But Brian, in the meantime, I've got a special guest with us here today. And actually, hold on one second, as we're getting a call from turn 14 coming up the pit lane. Another one of our challengers. It is the number 7 machine. That is Brian Garcia out of St. Charles, Illinois. He had impacted the wall coming out of turn 14, and he's now brought the car up the pit lane. So a lot of excitement here on the very first lap. But I've got a guest with us, and I realize we don't have a lot of time right now, but I want to welcome everybody to the show. Jill Swanson from Lemons of Love. Jill, thanks so much for coming up and joining us here today.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks for having us. We're thrilled to be here. Obviously, Road America is near and dear to our hearts. But I wanted to start by saying thanks to SCCA. You guys have been amazing over the past couple of years, helping us share our mission of sharing love with those going through cancer treatment.
Yeah, and I was just gonna ask if you could explain what Lemons of Love is for those of us that are listening either here at the track or online that don't have experience with Lemons of Love.
Sure. What Lemons of Love is we do care packages for people in cancer treatment. We deliver them to hospitals, let the nurses hand them out in the waiting rooms, in the infusion centers. But we also have a program where you can go on our website. If you know somebody somewhere in the country that's going through cancer treatment, you can make a donation and have it sent as a gift from you to your person. We have 2 facilities that we do free programming for cancer patients and their families, one in Illinois and one in Wisconsin.
Understood. And what brought about this? I mean, certainly something must have driven you to bring this love to people suffering with cancer. What's the story behind it?
So in 2014, I was diagnosed with colon cancer and went through surgery and quite a bit of chemotherapy treatment. And I found my support was in the motorsport community. It was the people that I had made connections with through my career in motorsports that were there supporting me, sending me gifts in the mail and doing the things for me. So as I went through my treatment, I was handing out care packages to people in the waiting room, and I kept calling it my Making Lemonade project. It was life handed me lemons. I was going to make lemonade. Right, so I spent all of my time in between chemo treatments shopping for those people that I didn't know and putting care packages together and handing them out in the waiting room. And when I was about done with chemo, do you need to get back?
No, go ahead.
It was my IMSA community that got together and had raised some money for me, and we just took the money and paid it forward. And at this point, we shared 28,000 care packages worldwide.
Nice. So, speaking of raising money, you've got a really cool program, and I know we don't have a ton of time, so we want to get right to it. Tell us about this raffle that you have. And by the way, it's so easy to sign up. I've just done it while we were talking. So
fabulous, wonderful.
Tell us a little bit about it.
Sure. So it's actually a sweepstakes. It's the first year we're doing this. We have allocated a 2023 Ford Mustang Shelby GT500. It's in code orange, and it's actually sitting right by where the pace car sits when you come in to the track right now. And we're going to spend the year using it as a fundraiser, and we are going to draw a winner on December 22nd.
Now, so a quick question: what led you to this Mustang? Because for a number of years, I know you've been giving away Global MX-5 Cup cars.
Correct.
And so moving away from competition cars to something, I guess any one of your contributors could.
Right. We did such amazing things with Mazda and putting together those MX-5 Global Cup cars. That was such a great experience for us over the past 6 years. We gave 6 of them away. You can still see one of them, Jared Thomas, is still like winning races in Danny Bender's old car. Really cool, the people who have won them, who've done amazing things with them. I feel like it was just time to move on to something a little bit more mainstream for anybody to donate. Not only is the Mustang Shelby GT500 going to be given away, we're also giving away $20,000 in cash to help pay for the taxes.
Taxes over for what is a
we
very
just want people
car.
to win the car and keep the car and love the car.
Right.
So yes, that's the whole mission on that. And this is, like I said, going to be our biggest fundraiser of the year. And it will help us share more care packages.
All right, so Jill, as I think we need to get back to the racing over here again. If people want to donate to Lemons of Love, or get a chance to win a beautiful Mustang, where do they go? What do they do?
So you can go to lemonsoflove.org, and you can find this on our event page. So it's an event, and there will be a link to click. You can go find the QR code on the car here at the racetrack, and you can find me in the paddock.
Very, very cool. Where can they find you in the paddock?
I'm down at turn 14 today.
Okay.
Down by the Advanced Auto Sports Group, and Todd Lamb, who's on my board of directors, Bethany Porter, who's on my board of directors, just kind of hanging out with my Lemons of Love people.
Very, very cool. All right, so everybody, please head over to lemonsoflove.org and go and contribute. We want to thank Jill Swanson for joining us here today up in the race booth. Thanks so much, Jill.
Thank you, Greg. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. All right, everybody. That's Jill Swanson from Lemons of Love. And Brian, let's get back to the racing.
Yeah, let's do a quick rundown here, and then we're going to go to break because we've got to get that in also. Right now, your GT1 race leader is Joe Koenig. Second place, well, that's not your race leader. I'm sorry, your GT1 race leader is Dave Rulo. In second place is Ryan McManus. Third place is Rick Dittman. In second place, or in GT2 first place is Daniel Bender, followed by Jonathan Stark, and Jarek Odrick is in third. Scrolling on down, GTX, your race leader right now is Ray Ramirez. Second place is Eric Krilchuk. In T1, James Candelaria, Bill Batten, and David Marshall are your top 3 in T1. And in A Sedan, it's Andrew McDermott, followed by Kyle Gilbert and Matt Reagan. So let's do this. We can see we've got a car off here on driver's left. That hopefully is a car that they can get to pretty quickly here. Greg, let's do a call to grid and get to our break.
Yeah, and I believe that is Patrick Utt in the number 49 Chevy Camaro that is there, drivers left. And I've got actually, besides calling people to the grid, I've got another announcement to make, Brian. Attention in the paddock with Graham Lawfett, driver of Formula V number 35. please report to the race director immediately. Graham Lafayette, driver of the Formula V. Number 35, please report to the race director. And this is now the first call to the grid for race group number 9, STL and STU. Please start heading to the grid. STL and STU drivers, please head to the grid. So let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll bring action all the way to the checkered flag here in our big bore race, live from Road America, home of the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
We are back at Road America, beautiful Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We are in the middle of our big bore race, GT1, GT2, A Sedan, and T1. We've got about 7.5 minutes to go in this race. And right now at the top of our leaderboard, we've got Dave Rudlow, who's got a 23-second lead over second place. So no real track battle there to be paying too close attention to. The next closest battle on the track right now is our GT2. And that's a 7-second lead is the difference there between first and second in GT2. Going down to T1, James Candelaria, he has almost a 10-second lead over his second place car. And GTX, the lead there is fairly large. That's Eric Pilchuk in first place. And then going down to A Sedan, Andrew McDermott, he is currently holding a 20 or so second lead over second place. So lots of action on the track here, but not a lot of really close battles for first place in any of our classes. And that is our situation here with about 6.5 minutes to go in this race.
All right, Brian, and while we were at break, gotten a call in from turn 12. So after the kink making the run down to the kettle bottoms over towards Canada Corner, sounds like Danny Bender, driver of the number 3 TA2 Chevy Camaro, and Joe Koenig, driver of the GT1 Porsche 911, had a little bit of a coming together as they were coming down towards Canada Corner. And it sounds as though Joe Koenig unfortunately spun the car after that contact. He has continued, and I have not seen the 70 car come down the pit lane, so I believe he is still out there circulating, because we now have a change in position, Brian. I think a new second place runner in GT1, as we've got Cliff Eben now moving up into second position around Ryan McManus. So move McManus in his Chevy Corvette back to third, and it looks like the 36 machine now on the pit lane.
Yeah, Chris, Cliff Evans in the middle of a Mustang, of a Corvette sandwich there, trying to make it up into first place there, but he's got a 21-second gap between first and second. But the battle for second and third here still fairly tight here in GT1 with Eben, McManus, and Dittman still all kind of in the mix here as we move into the final stages here of this race. And it looks as though once Eben got past McManus and Dittman, that he might be able to pull away a little bit here. It sounds maybe that those two cars were holding him up, but making it difficult to get through.
All right, we've got another machine that's made it down the pit lane, one of our Mustangs, and having a little trouble. Had a little trouble picking up the number there as it was right along the pit wall. I believe it was Bruce Nesbitt who was running ninth in GT2.
Michael Lewis in the chat. Oh, we've got a car off there at turn 14. It looks like it's able to get back into the mix here, and it was going to come on the racetrack, then saw cars coming at him, thought differently, and now he's coming back on a little further down, so nicely done there. Michael Lewis in our chat, referring to Cliff Evans, says he's good all around here. I know from personal experience. I have a feeling that was a race that didn't go as well as Michael wanted, but that's what you're hearing about Cliff Evans. He's got to know his way around, and he's from Appleton. I mean, you could throw a fishing line from here to Appleton from Road America, so I'm sure he's got a lot of laps around this racetrack.
All right, Brian, and the car that had just gone off at turn 14, that was Tad Berger, driver of the number 60 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. He is now running 6th in Touring 1.
GT2 leader still is Daniel Bender. Jared Odrick has now moved into second place in front of Jonathan Start. That's happened here in the last few laps. So when we came back from break, he was in third place. So now that's the battle there. And that's actually come together to be a fairly, oh no, I'm sorry. There's still 7 seconds between first and second. So Jared Odrick's got some time to make up, and he's only got 3 minutes left in this race, and time is running out.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Brian, we had a couple drivers that did not make the grid today. In American Sedan, Kyle Jones, well, he made the grid, didn't complete a lap as he pulled off at the end of the pace lap. Also, Philip Waters, who had some mechanical issues during qualifying earlier today. Those are both in American Sedan and GT2. Richard Ruck did not take the green in the number 40 Chevy Camaro. Paulo Salvatore and Mark Bowden not completing a lap in Touring 1, and then in GT1. I believe actually all of our drivers in GT1 have made the field. As we mentioned, George Shishon in his GT3 Mazda did not make the grid today.
Gosh darn it. Cliff.
White flag now in the air, Brian, here. So we are working the final lap of this 20-minute, slightly shortened sprint race here at Road America.
Yeah, Cliff Evans is on the hunt. He had made up a bunch of time here in that one lap. Last time by, he was 13 seconds back. Now he's 11 seconds back. He's not going to have enough time as long as Rulo doesn't have any issues. He will not be able to catch the 31 car here, but he is definitely got a car that's moving pretty quick now, and will be someone we're going to want to talk about tomorrow.
Oh, and we've got a car, Brian, that is off on the run down out of turn number 7, heading down to turn 8, the hurry downs. We'll try and get the number on that car as it comes into 8.
And whatever car that is left a wonderful gift for the next car to come through and drive through.
There's a lot of dirt on the pavement there.
That's right.
Right at the exit of turn 7.
Yeah. Hello.
And that was the 24 machine that went around, and I'm just trying to verify it, so if it was the 24 or the 124. I believe it was. No, I don't think it was. I didn't think it was the 24 of Andy McDermott. Didn't look like his Ford Mustang, but we'll double check on that. As Dave Rulo, your leader, now making his way around here on his very last lap, making the run down to Canada Corner.
45 seconds left on the clock, so Rulo's going to come up the hill through the Bill Mitchell curves, and for one final time, I'll be very interested to see how much time Chris Evans is able to make up on, or Cliff Evans is going to be able to make up on this final lap, and that'll be a good indication as to whether or not we should be thinking about him. Actually, I guarantee we should be thinking about him as a favorite for tomorrow, because he has got himself hooked up right now.
All right, and he is now making his way through turn 14 through the final corner onto the Road America straight. And Dave Rouleau, only a couple hundred more feet to go as he comes up the straight towards the start-finish line. The starter definitely changes from the white flag to the checkered flag, and taking the win here in GT1 is Dave Rouleau. Coming across the line, finishing second in the 66 Ford Mustang, Cliff Eben. Ryan McManus now coming home in third. So that is your GT1 finish. Rick Dittman will finish in fourth. Brian Goodwin runs his fastest lap here. Well, he ran his fastest lap on lap number 8. We're still waiting for the 97 machine to come across the line.
I don't. I'll wait.
I was saying, there he goes. Brian Goodwin, he now crosses the line. He is going to finish in fifth. Let's take a look at our GT2 field. As Danny Bender in the number 3 TA2 Chevy Camaro crosses the stripe and takes the win in GT2. The Porsche 911 of Jared Odrick comes in second. Jonathan Start will come home in third. Wow, a lot of smoke in the air there coming out of 8. But Jared Odrick will complete the podium in GT2.
Yeah, that Camaro had a significant moment there. Here it is coming through to the kink now. It was heading straight for that bridge embankment and snuck out at the last minute, got back on the racetrack. But my Lord, I don't think that car ever lifted.
It's a lot of horsepower not to lift, man.
That's a last lap of the race, and I don't think you were going to lose any positions. But my gosh, he kept it in it.
All right, taking the win in American Sedan, Andy McDermott in the number 24 Ford Mustang. And no, that was not McDermott that we saw spin a little bit earlier. Still waiting for Kyle Gilbert, who was running second in the number 15 Chevy Camaro, to come across the line. And when he does, and Brian, I can tell you now, it was the 49 machine of Patrick Utt who had spun the car coming out of turn 7. There you go, crossing the stripe, Matt Regan in the number 80 machine. He actually beats Kyle Gilbert to the line. Margin there, Regan beating out the Mustang, beating out the Camaro by 39 hundredths of a second. So Gilbert, who was running second in American Sedan when the last lap started, finishes in third behind Matt Regan. Sam Daniels will finish fourth, and that is your 4-car field. Now let's move over to GTX quickly here, Brian, where Ray Ramirez in his McLaren 570 SGT4 will take the win. Eric Lubchak in his E92 BMW will finish in second.
All right, I know we've got a couple of replays that we're hanging on to here from a little bit earlier. Everything was going so fast here. Let's cue those up and take a look at what we wanted to show you here. I think it's maybe 3 replays. So hopefully Zach can roll that at us here real quick. He might have thought we were going to forget about this, but there we go. Here comes the first one. I'm going to guess this is someone coming out of turn 11, or 14. Oh, here it is. Yep. Oh, yeah, that's a moment.
Yep.
Ooh, and he gets to the wall and says, let's keep going.
Well, he didn't go for long, Brian.
Oh,
He
no.
came up the pit lane shortly after. Again, that was, I believe that was the number, what's the number of that bus? It was one of our two challengers, and not Adam Ramito, who only completed 2 laps, unfortunately, but it was the second of our challengers.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look.
This one just happened at the end of the race. Oh, yes, this is the guy who put up all the dust. Yeah, very much so.
Wow, look at that. It's spinning like a top, literally. Like a top, yeah. Very good form. The Russian judge, well, if the Russian judge still has control, gives it a 10. And again, that was the number 49 machine that had gone around.
All right. On that note, let's do a call to grid and get us to break. Before we do that, real quick, if anybody wants to donate to the Lemons of Love a raffle, I put a link in the chat. So just click on that link or cut and paste it and you can get tickets, raffle tickets, for as little as $25.
Yeah, for that beautiful, beautiful Ford Mustang, and I believe the that is going to be going on towards the very end of the calendar year. All right, let's
Nice.
make another final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 9, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid. STL and STU drivers, please head to the grid. So let's take another quick break, and when we come back, one more sprint race here today, Brian, from the first day of racing at the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Once again, kit carts, you guys can bring your carts down with you for the driver's meeting. Kit carts, bring your carts with you to the driver's meeting. All right, it is 5:15, so let's get started. So welcome everybody. Brickley Stratton Motorplex for the Road America Karting Club. your trailers and grids, please make sure you're washing over if your tires are not dry with something trailer like this. If you're coming off of the track.
Welcome back. We're going to get this right once, maybe tomorrow.
No, we're not.
Well, you take this one.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. One more race today here from the National Park Speed Road America and the 2023 WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, the 68th consecutive June Sprints, and heading out on track, STL and STU, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. And we've got we had 23 drivers set times here over the last day of qualifying. However, two of them were sharing the same car, and I guarantee you they're not sharing it now. So let's run down the starting grid as we know it. Starting 23rd, driving the number 190 STU Ford Mustang from Coppell, Texas, it's David Fiorelli. Thomas Wegner is starting 22nd is David Fiorelli. Starting 21st, driving the number 113 STU Subaru WRX STI from Geneva, Illinois, it's Thomas Wegner. Starting 20th, driving the number 7 STL Mazda Miata from Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, Stephen Hawk. Will Robinson will start 19th, driving the number 160 Mazda Miata. He's out of Wilson, Wyoming. Then starting 18th, driving the number 9 STL Ford Focus SVT, Max Kittleson. Starting 17th, driving the number 95 STL Mazda Miata from Chicago, Illinois, it's Keith Harris. Starting 16th, driving the number 21 Subaru BRZ from Lockport, Illinois, it's Jim Sigler. Starting 15th, driving the number 69 STU Honda S2000, it's Michael Reese. We'll have to see if that car gets out. I think we saw Brian during qualifying this morning had some differential issues. Starting 14th, driving the number 75 Nissan 300ZX out of Moab, Utah, it's Jim Schlechter. Starting 13th, driving the 05 STU Dodge Neon SRT from Hazelwood, Missouri, it's Ellen Orban. Starting 12th, driving the 74 STL Mazda MX-5 from Mequon, Wisconsin, it's Joe Evan with Michael Borden. Starting 11th today, he's in the number 4 STL Mazda Miata. He's out of Lisbon, Wisconsin. He was your 2020 T4 national champion. Won it right here at Road America. Starting 10th, driving the number 42 STL Honda Civic hatchback from Kalamazoo, Michigan, it's Sean Duncan. Starting 9th, driving the number 35 Acura RSX Type S from Waukesha, Wisconsin, it's Caleb Patry. Starting 8th, driving the number 27 STU Mazda MX-5 from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, it's Nick Pekarski. Starting 7th, driving the number 39 STL Acura Integra from Cumming, Georgia, Mike Taylor. George Blosser will start 6th today. He's in the 58 STL Mazda Miatis from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Then we've got Ryan Harrison. Ryan is out of Washington, D.C. He is driving the number 47 Mazda Miata, starts 5th. Starting 4th, driving the number 59 Mazda Miata from Bellevue, Nebraska, it's Jake Anton. Starting 3rd, driving the number 14 Mazda Miata out of Stillwell, Kansas, also an STL machine, it's Steven Johnson. Then we've got Danny Stain. He's going to start on the outside of the front row, driving the number 19 STL Mazda MX-5 and your pole sitter. Driving the number 72 STU BMW 330i from Minneapolis, Minnesota, the qualifying time of 2:29.913. It's Tom Noble. And Brian, so I mentioned that we had two drivers that were sharing a car. Tom Noble went out for qualifying yesterday for today's race, and good chance we will see Johann Schwartz in this car for tomorrow's race. Although not decided yet, we may see Tom Noble tomorrow as well. But if we see Johann Schwartz today, and I'm getting word from Brendan, from producer Brendan, that Johann will be racing tomorrow. He will be your pole sitter tomorrow.
All right, here they come. Up the line here, the pace car is on pit lane, and your cars look pretty darn good as they come up the hill. Side by side, 2 by 2. Starter's taking a look at the group. We'll see if he likes what he sees, and he does, and the green flag is in the air.
All right, Brian, and as we would suspect, that STU machine of Noble now jumping out to a very early lead there over Danny Stain with a lot more horsepower. We'll see what Stain can do if he keeps that car on the boil in the corners. But right back behind him, a whole gaggle of STL machines. It's not until you get back to Nick Pekarski, who started back all the way back in ninth, until you get to your next STU car.
Here they come down corner into turn 3. Everybody looks pretty happy going through there. No real issues. Oftentimes, though, the issue comes at the exit of turn 3. And everyone looks like they've done this pretty properly as well. I like how we've got the one car in the back with the lights on. Or maybe that's just the way that the sun is reflecting off of the front of that car and being picked up by our cameras.
I think that's exactly what it is, Brian. There is.
If we, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I just say I just want to point out on the picture here that I believe that is our camera on the big screen there. No. Oh, that makes me sad. Never mind.
If it is, we should all be getting royalties, Brian, and I guarantee you, nobody's taking me out to dinner on that tonight. So let's take a look. Wow, 3 wide going into turn number 7, and that is obviously sticking out amongst the rest in the yellow STL Ford Focus. Max Kettleson, and I think he had James Stigler in the STU Subaru BRZ, and Will Robinson, help me, Will Robinson, in his Mazda Miata, as well as they were coming through turn 7. Still trying to jockey for position, but already Danny Stain, your 2-time national champion in STL, starting to move away from the rest of the STL field. With Stephen Johnson in the number 14 Miata, and Jake Anton behind us. We've got a car now off over at the kink on the very first lap here. And it sounds like from listening to race control that he is at least on the pavement, but you can see his drivers are trying to avoid what may or may not be behind that cloud of dust.
Yeah, and as I suggested earlier, that's probably easier to see through when you're closer to it than we are.
Sure.
So it looks probably more daunting, but I think it still looks pretty daunting when you're coming up at it from, a quarter mile away.
Yeah, and indeed, so the car did follow through, and they're going to be hanging a debris flag there for at least a lap, as well. I think the debris flag's been hanging there for the kink for the majority of the day, as we've had drivers bringing a lot of material back onto the track surface, as our leaders now crossing the start-finish line to complete lap number 1, Brian. Johann Schwartz, or probably not Johann Schwartz, so I'm gonna stop saying that. Thomas Noble, driver of the number 72 BMW, your overall leader, Stain, leading STL, and he's already opened up almost a 2-second advantage over Stephen Johnson. Another 2 seconds back to Jake Anton, our 2nd and 3rd place runners in STL. But Ryan Harrison in his Mazda Miata, he's starting to make up some ground on Anton as they're coming out of turn 3. And we'll watch this battle now as they come under braking down into turn 5. You can start to see the compression there. And there they are, 2 in a row. And that is the battle right now for 3rd in STL.
You can see Thomas Noble right there. And Nick Pekarski is in 2nd, Alan Orban 3rd. And then Danny Stain, Stephen Johnson, and Jake Anton are your top 3 in the STU class.
And actually,
STL class, I mean.
Yeah, and Brian, actually, I was looking through there, and I had the 2 cars side by side. So we've got a driver off at turn number 7, and has now brought the car back in line. I believe one of our Miatas. What I was seeing is 2 cars, and I said it was, I think incorrectly, the battle for 3rd in STL. It was actually the STU Dodge Neon. The Neon of Alan Orban, who I believe that 05 machine has actually started to make up pretty good ground against some of these STL machines. Certainly a lot more speed for that forced induction Dodge in a straight line compared to the STL Miatas.
Coming up on 15 and a half minutes to go. This race shortened to 20 minutes because we had a couple of really long cleanups today. And so we race control had to drop us from 25 to 20 minutes because of the deadline. We had to get the racing done for the day. So we're doing a 20-minute race here. And so with 14 and a half minutes to go here, About our halfway mark is going to be about 10 minutes into this race.
All right, and nice little fight here now. The 14 and the 47, nose to tail. Stephen Johnson and Ryan Harrison. Again, that is the battle for third in STL. They're locked nose to tail coming into turn number 1, and then a little bit further behind, we've got another actually Ryan Harrison there with. Looked like he's got the under tray at the front of his white Mazda MX-5 starting to flap around a little bit. We'll take a look when they come down into. They should be coming down into turn 3 here in just a moment. But as that battle is starting to rage on, actually, I think we already may have missed them. I think they're heading towards 5. But look at this nice little fight right now. That is the Honda Civic of Sean Duncan. And I believe it's the STU Mazda MX-5 of Nick Pekarski that we just saw side by side coming out of turn number 3.
And as the sun starts to drop a little bit in the sky here, there are a couple of spots on the racetrack which are kind of hard to see. One of them coming out of turn 5 can be difficult at this time of day. And the other one is when you're heading through the carousel, sun can pick it up in your eyes on your way through there. So we're kind of at that time of the day where that could be a possibility, and people are going to have to keep an eye out for that.
And good run so far here in STL. Caleb Patry running in 5th position. Now he had retired early from the qualifying session yesterday morning. After having had some transmission issues, they had 4th gear completely go out. He and his crew replaced the transmission on that Acura, and I call it an Integra, the Acura RSX. So that was a 4th gen Integra, technically the Honda Integra in Japan. But a good run for Caleb so far. Strong runner for the last couple of years in the Sports Car Club of America's own esports super tour, and then part of the unofficial SCCA iRacing League called the Ray Esports Racing League, and this is his 2nd season racing in real life here in the SCCA.
All right, we're coming up on 12 and a half minutes to go. This probably is as good a time as any, Greg, to do our last break of the day, and then we'll take green flag action all the way to the checker flag. Let's do that right now. You're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the June Sprints. I know I'm supposed to call it something like that. We're live from the June Sprints at Motor America. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to the 68th consecutive Weather Tech Chicago Region June Sprints. There, I got it right. Got about 10 minutes to go in our final race of the day. Our producer enlightened us that the 1459 cars are having a big battle right before it showed up in the chat. So we should give them some props. And that's Steven Johnson in the 14 car. 59 car is Jake Anton. And that is a big battle going on there, Greg.
Yeah, that is the battle for second in STL right now. Whereas Danny Stain, he is checked out. He's about 14 seconds ahead of that battle. These two racers now, as they are starting now lap number 5, they have been in that position since lap number 2. And I'm sure that they had hopes and dreams of drafting back up to Danny Stain. That just has not worked out. In the meantime, while we were break, we had Michael Borden, driver of the number 4 Mazda MX-5, one of the NC Miatas, come down the pit lane. Crew looked over the car, sent him back out. He is currently sitting in 9th position, and probably helped by the fact that Will Robinson, driver of the 160 Mazda Miata, pulled off on the side of the track. Car came to a complete stop, just got it restarted, and he is back underway.
Want to give a shout out to Race Fiero 14, who was watching that Johnson and Anton battle. Brian,
let me jump in here real quick here. You'll notice as we're looking at turn number 5, we've got a standing yellow at 5. The 25 machine came off track at turn 5, and I'm trying to just double check that it's a 25, because the original call that came in was that it was the 35, possibly of Caleb Patry, that came into that chicane tire wall area at the outside of turn 5 and actually impacted the tire wall, trying to get the car slowed down. Again, I'm trying to get confirmation on the number.
While you're doing that, just a quick shout out. Race Fiero 14, I don't know who you are, but my favorite car I've ever owned was a Fiero, so props to you for that. John Plummer says he came to the sprints every year when he was a kid, from 7 to 16 with his dad. Wants to come back next year. Absolutely come back next year. We'd love to see you out there, John.
All right, and Brian, that battle that we've been watching just came through Bill Mitchell Bend, and they're going into turn 14 right now. No longer nose to tail as they come through 14, and I believe we just saw Steven Anderson in the 14 lose a position to the 59 machine. We'll take a look as they come up the Road America straight, come under, and it is actually, I take that back, it is still 14 to Steven Johnson with Jake Anton behind, and things have tightened up right behind them. The battle for just off the podium in 4th, Greg Blasser in the 58 and Ryan Harrison in the 47. Those two drivers now you can see kind of locked in a pair as they come through turn number 1. So 2 very good battles here in STL.
And with 6.5 minutes to go here, that's probably about 3 laps. When they complete this lap, probably going to get 3 more laps in here. So these 2 battles here, going to have to keep an eye. Oh, there's a big something going on there. Is that a car that just...
And that is the 113 car, Thomas Wagner, Subaru WRX STI. I'm going to make a head gasket joke here, I think, at some point today. But they think that there may be coolant down on the track. Possibly. They're taking a look there, but obviously a lot of smoke from that motor.
Yeah, hopefully that was not a rapid, unintended disassembly.
Yeah, and he is over driver's right, pulled off. A lot of blue smoke out of the car.
Yeah. Oh, and blue smoke typically is not coolant. Usually, blue smoke is something more dire.
Yeah, more dire, like on the bottom end there. Yeah. Don't take away my joy when I finally get to talk about Subaru head gasket issues. All right.
Oh man. And the car's not there anymore, which means it's probably parked somewhere down around Canada Corner.
Yeah, We'll try and we'll see if we can pick it up there. And yeah, it looks like cars are still coming through. And that is the battle again for second in STL. Johnson and Anton coming through the kink, and Steven Johnson starting to open up a little bit of an advantage now, Brian, over Jake Anton's number 59 machine.
And we're focusing on this battle here because our first place car of Thomas Noble checked out. That's STU. Our first place car in STL, Danny Stain, checked out. So the two battles that are most interesting at the moment, second and third, that's the podium for STL, and then fourth and fifth for STL as well. Race Fiero 14, Greg. July 4th and Subaru head gaskets both blow up.
Both blow up, exactly.
There must be an inside joke there that I'm not fully familiar with. You're going to have to talk to me about that over a couple of adult beverages sometime.
I will be more than happy to do that, Brian. Here, as this is the fight now for fourth in STL coming down through turn one. Ryan Harrison, George Blasser, the 47 car, having gotten around the 58.
That's two cars coming at us, but you wouldn't know it.
They
are so hooked up. This has been a lot of fun to watch. Yes, I believe that is the Harrison Blazer battle. Coming right in. Looks like an almost attempt for a pass here by Blazer, but he thought better of it. Might be one of those situations where he's testing his possibilities for the last lap, because I don't think you want to be the first person to make that move.
No, Brian. All right, so Thomas Noble now coming through turn 14, and I believe he's going to get the white flag this time by, from what I'm hearing from race control. And we'll know in just a moment.
Yeah, we will.
It's a big, long straightaway. The longest pit lane of any racetrack I know. Yeah. Maybe he just disappeared. See, this is just like iRacing. He comes through turn 14, has a connectivity issue, just totally disappears. Goes into the shadow realm.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, here we go, Brian. The Noble in his BMW coming under the starter bridge now. White flag is in the air, working the last lap with just about 2 minutes and 7 seconds or so left on the clock. Danny Stain, he comes across the start-finish line. Our STL leader now, 1 lap remaining.
Yep, and it could be the longest lap of Thomas Noble's life. Yeah, and he's making time at about 2:32 a lap here. So he's just going to try to get himself around without having any problems. Danny Stain's kind of in the same situation. He's got a 26-second lead over the second-place car, Steven Johnson. So those two guys can just take their time, not do anything dumb, and circulate around the last 4 miles of this racetrack. Get the car in the trailer for the night, get ready to come out and do it again tomorrow.
All right, well, we've got George Blazer and Ryan Harrison. Guess what, Brian? Locked nose to tail once again, as I believe they're coming down in the turn. They're probably past 3. They'll be coming into our view here in just a few moments.
Yep, and you should see the white car of Blazer in front of Harrison. That was the way it was lined up at the line. Hope he didn't make that move too soon, because there's still a lot of racing left to go here. And I think...
And here they come down into... Oh, nope, that's not them.
This is them.
This is them.
Or at least one of them.
There it is.
Here they are.
Side by side down in the 5.
Yep, and now Harrison gets back around Blazer as they go up the hill towards turn 6. And he's doing his best to make this car quite wide now, because he wants to make sure that he can stay in front of him. It looks like, though, that Blazer was able to get Harrison at the line last time, and hopefully, at least from what Blazer's thinking, he can get that job done one more time. It looks like he may try to do it here.
He pushes deep into turn 8. And looks like he gets the pass done as they come under the Speedville Bridge and go into the carousel. And our leader, Noble, coming through turn 14 now.
Here they come through the, yep.
All right, here come our two class leaders. And coming across the line, taking the win in STU, is Thomas Noble in his BMW 330i out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Danny Stain will take the win in STL. And yeah, let's pick it up, see if we can pick up that battle here. And it looks like Blazer, the 58 machine, got back around Ryan Harrison as the two cars just ahead. That battle that had been going on between Johnson and Anton now has completely dissipated here on the last lap. Steven Johnson taking second. Jake Anton will come over third, and let's see that battle coming up the hill. The battle for fourth.
And it's Blazer.
No, I was going to say, I think that's Harrison in the 47 machine taking fourth position with Greg Blazer in the 58. He'll come home in fifth.
Well, there you go. That was fun.
There you go. Sean Duncan, Joe Eben, 6th and 7th. Max Kettleson, 8th. Stephen Hawk, 9th. Michael Borden will round out the top 10 in STL. And then in STU, again, not much to talk about here. Thomas Noble takes the win with a full with Pekarski now actually coming and just crosses the line. Pekarski a minute and 28 seconds back, almost a minute and a half from our winner, Tom Noble. Alan Orban will finish in third. Jim Sigler, Michael Reese will finish a lap down, fourth and fifth. And Thomas Wiegner in the 113 machine in that Subaru did manage to creep back to the pits and retire the car, completing only 4 laps.
All right, Greg, that is going to do it here as we wrap up our 9th and final race of the day. And we're going to come out and do it all again tomorrow. Big difference tomorrow, no qualifying in the morning. So our first race of the day is going to go off at 8:15 a.m.
That's Central Time?
That's Central Time, correct. And then we'll get 4 races in before lunch, and we'll do 5 races after lunch. And it should be as good a racing today as it was yesterday, although there might be some weather, Greg.
That's what I've heard. And you know, I think the big unknown here on a newly paved track that has, well, hasn't gotten a lot of use yet, where if there is actually a wet line or if there is a need for a wet line, if the entire track is a wet line around here, we will have to see exactly how things play out. I should also note that we had wanted to bring you updated or at least provisional results from our Spec Racer Ford and also the prototype and FE2 race. They are not available yet, so we'll try and update you on those tomorrow when we reach their races. We'll give you that information.
All right, want to take a quick time here to give a big thank you to all of the people that it takes to put this together. Our director, Zach Johnson, executive producer, Brendan Kazmarek, and all the good people at SCCA National who help us do what we do here, and of course the fine workers and everybody involved with the corner working and all of the staff, the corner working, the grid people, tech. I could go on and on. I'm going to forget somebody if I try to get everybody. So for the ones I haven't said,
scoring.
Don't take it personally. We love all of you and we appreciate everything that you all do.
Absolutely.
Anything before we go, Greg?
No, I think that's it. I'm looking forward to a day of June Sprint Championship races, 9 races tomorrow, and lots, Brian, lots of prizes to be given away to podium finishers and even some prizes to non-podium finishers here at the June Sprints. And it is going to be a rain or shine. It's going to be a great day of racing here at the National Park of Speed Road America.
All right, for Gregg Ginsberg, I'm Brian Bielanski, and of course, this is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 68th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Thank you all for watching. Have yourself a great evening, and go play with cars.